recovery, peak performance. It's the foundation of staying sharp on and off the field. For me and for my game, it's got to be Culligan of Salt Lake City. Drink what I drink. Visit CulliganSLC.com or call 801-509-9602.
Protein, protein, protein. Everyone is trying to get protein in their diet, but we need fats too. Healthy fat, that is, like the rich, natural peanut and almond butters found in G2G protein bars. Most bars don't have it because, well, most bars aren't real food or refrigerated. Fortunately for you, we aren't most bars. At G2G, you'll find a balanced helping of protein and healthy fat. The fact that they're delicious is just a bonus. They're fast, easy, and perfect for on-the-go families. G2G protein bars. Find them at Costco, Harmon's, Maverick, and now at Smith's.
Tim Hughes back again with Greg and Mike at Replenish Landscape Garden Products. We've been talking about the long, hot summer. If you're tired of those water bills, and Greg, maybe the plants just haven't done well in certain areas like the turf areas, now's a good time to be thinking about changing that out.
We have a variety of barks and wood mulches here that if you want to take out some of that sod and save on the water bill for the coming year, that's the way to go.
It's the colors and the textures and all the options you have, Mike, that are impressive to me.
Yeah, we have quite a few variety, 4 different colors and then natural barks as well that you could use.
Any design that's going to save you money down the road, beautify those areas for the next growing season, and give you a little peace of mind going into the winter months is happening right now at Replenish Landscape Garden Products. Come and pick it up yourself in bulk or buy it in bag or have it delivered. It's Replenish Landscape Garden Products, 4660 South, 200 West in Murray. Call them at 801-262-5142 or find them online at replenishcompost.com. Replenish. It's good stuff.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Counting you down to kickoff. This is College Football Saturday with Alex Kirry, Christian Esparza, and Alex Napoles on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, everybody, welcome on in. It's another edition of our College Football Saturday. Thanks for being with us on the program. Alex Kirry, Alex Napoles, Christian Esparza. We are up early, and we hope you are too. My goodness, football is underway. It is breakfast football, the University of Utah versus Texas Tech, and here we are right outside of Roland Hall on Guardsman Way. And yes, the donuts are free, if you're wondering right there, and the breakfast burritos are too. So pack the kids up, get them up here, let's get going. I know it's early for 3.5 donuts, but you can do it. You know what I mean? Let's get this thing going. The party's going to get going here. Well, it's already started. I've seen some wild people on the way up here. I've seen some people who couldn't find their way to the stadium.
Oh, yeah.
I wasn't going to help them. They were wearing Texas Tech red and black. It's a very different red and black. You know what I mean? So there's a lot of stuff going on here at the University of Utah this morning. We are on Guardsman Way for a college football Saturday. Alex Kirry, Christian Esparza, Alex Napoles. What a setup up here, you guys. We got and not the least of which is the free food that we're offering on the way up for people who are passing us it. No problem with the booth. We'll take care of your breakfast this morning. Breakfast on us. Let's take care of some football. Is it weird being up this early for some football up at the University of Utah, guys?
It felt weird at first, but then as soon as I woke up, I got on social media and saw all of the videos coming out from people attending the noon kickoff booth down the road. I've got sources, saying that they were boots on the ground.
He's got sources.
4 a.m. Connor, our friend Connor.
Okay. I thought sources might not actually be conscious at this point, but they are still sources. How dare you?
So Utah fans have been rocking and rolling all morning getting ready for this game. It's a very fun environment. Happy to be here.
And as they should, right? This is a massive, massive game coming up here for Utah. Not only do you open a Big 12 play today, but it's against a ranked opponent. And it's going to be a raucous environment up there at Rice Eccles, man. I'm excited for it.
It's quite a wild scene already. And if look, Utah fans are used to this. I don't know if they're used to it at 10 a.m. yet, but we'll see. I'm interested to see what the vibe is at the stadium because everybody all week has been talking about, but it's not a night game. It's going to feel a little bit different. It's like, but once you're in the stadium and you're there and you're sitting there in your seats, did it cause more people to sell their tickets and to move on? I don't think so.
It honestly doesn't feel like it, no.
No, and you know what? Guess what? When the stadium kicks off, it's not like people are going to be like knocking the rust off going, when do I cheer? What? I don't even know what this feels like right now. They know exactly what they need to do to get that place going. We do have a very, very close source to the situation that knows that Texas Tech left The movie theater last night.
Oh, yeah.
On State Street, an absolute disaster of a mess.
Yep.
Pick up after yourselves, Red Raiders. How dare you?
What'd you say Texas Tech was watching K-pop Demon Hunters?
Yeah.
I believe it was.
It was the sing-along edition. It was the karaoke one.
Yes,
where they put
yes,
the words up on
and
the
the
screen
Taylor
you can
Swift
sing for
movie.
it. So we're
And the
looking
Taylor
forward
Swift
to it.
movie.
And the Taylor Swift
We're
movie.
looking forward to it. It's a football day. It's a football Saturday, and we've got everything covered here for you, and we've got lots going on here. So as we sit down and we start to break things down in the next few minutes here, over the next couple of hours, we're going to be live all the way up till 10 o'clock right here on Guardsman Way. We're going to get you ready for all of your college football Saturday. This is when the games all start to feel real, not just this one, but across the country. Conference play is starting to ramp up. Things are starting to feel a little bit different. It's starting to feel, I dare I say, normal. The thing is that your Game 3, the biggest conference game in the Big 12 so far this year, and maybe by the end of it, it could prove to be the biggest game in the Big 12, and it's week 1 of conference play across the board. I mean, it's early in the season, and everything's getting going here. How much of a difference does it make to be able to kind of get this game under your belt, or would you prefer to see this one maybe toward the end of the year? Every game is going to be important when it comes to trying to get into the college football playoff. But you're playing Texas Tech, testing yourselves, testing your new quarterback and your new offensive coordinator at your home place against a ranked opponent, and it's conference play immediately. This thing means something right off the bat. There's no warm-ups for this one.
Exactly, and I think that's the best way you can possibly look at this game, right? It's a test for both sides. It's an early test, and for either team who, both of these sides obviously have college football playoff aspirations. They both want to be there. They both want to be on the big stage. They both want to be at the Big 12 championship game. A slip-up here early in the season, I feel like, gives you a little bit of leeway to potentially, bounce back from this loss.
For both teams.
It's a benefit to have it this early,
Right.
because if you lose, then you can kind of rack up some wins, and it's no harm, no foul in that sense. But certainly everybody who's wanting to know if their team's going to be good enough, a test like this right off of the bat, there's no. This is why I like the NFL so much. Division games, week 1. You know what I mean? Like, you have to start going. And if you go 0-2 in the NFL, going to the playoffs just does not happen. Even on a 17-game schedule, it's not the numbers are against you. In this case, this isn't if you don't win this one, your season's over. But there is a feeling like you don't win this one, and you feel like all the things that you talked about in the offseason, all of the worrying up of getting everybody excited about Devin Dampier and all these different transfers and the offense that Jason Beck brought from New Mexico. All of it, you wonder if it's going to be too early for people to go, oh, man, they're not ready. This isn't a good enough team. Or, man, this is the best team in the world. I feel like there's no in-between. There's people are going to walk away from this thing today and have an idea of what they think this team is. Joining us right now on College Football Saturday, our Ute Tailgate Edition, Steve Bartle. He's our Ute insider for KSLSports.com. You're all decked out in your media stuff, man.
Oh, yeah.
Come on. I mean, it's not as fun when you have
Neutral
to –
colors.
I know. It's not as fun when you have to roll up and actually do the we're working
Clock
today, okay,
in
Steve?
and work.
Yeah, come on. I mean, this is – who asked for something like that for a job? You just wanted to watch the dang game. This game, having it this early in the season, do you like where it's at on the schedule?
I do. Yeah, I do. I think this is a great place on the schedule for this game in particular, right, with Texas Tech and what they did all off season, right? Investing in that program, building up that team through the transfer portal. I think this is a great opportunity for Utah with what they had to do through the transfer portal and the changes that they made. I think this is a great place for this game because, we got through the non-conference and we still don't know a whole lot about either of these teams, right? So this game, we're going to have a much better idea of what Utah is going to be and a much better idea of what Texas Tech is going to be this season, which I think is really valuable in terms of projecting forward in the Big 12 race.
These are two teams. Look, we've talked about how this conference is always trying to put its elbows out on a national level.
Yeah.
Trying to, I'm watching last night Oklahoma State get beat by Tulsa, which I think when we were talking about it earlier in the week, it was like, well, yeah, if there's going to be a game that one that you got, it's on a Friday night at 5:30 kickoff. It's Stillwater, and there wasn't a freaking fan in the stands even when they had 2.5 minutes to try to come back from that game, and watching Mike Gundy on the sidelines, and you're going, this is not a good look for the conference right here. This is not a good look to get beat by the Golden Hurricane, who hadn't won in Stillwater since 1951. But everybody looks at this and goes, well, these should be two marquee teams right here. Everybody's wondering who's going to be that team at the very top of the table, not just for 1 year. Nobody wants to see ASU go and win it one time and then you never hear from them again, which is kind of their vibe, which they've done in the past. everybody wants to see if there's going to be that bell cow program.
Somebody with staying power.
Yeah, and these two are definitely in that conversation.
Yeah.
The way that people talk about the Texas Tech program, the money, of course, is a huge part of how people think, wow, look at what they're doing. They're buying a roster, which if you're not doing in 2025, you end up in Stillwater likely looking at being fired before the season's over. I look at it. I look at it like that. Like this game, this has so much more meaning than just watching a game and seeing two teams who are like, "Hey, this is kind of fun." They don't really play each other that often. New conference people. There's much more to it than that.
There are a lot of stakes with this game because of the bigger picture implications, right? Texas Tech is looking for validation in regards to the money that they put into this program, right? They want to come out here, put on a show. They want to show everybody that investment was worth it. And for Utah, they're looking to get back to the top of a power conference, right? The last couple years have been tough on the program. Obviously, losing season last year, longest losing streak in program history for 20 years, something like that. I can't remember the exact amount of time, but the longest losing streak in quite a while.
I think it was honestly, that 7-game losing streak was, I think, something back to the 40s.
Really? Yeah, it was like, I was going to say,
era.
It was like 83. I kept thinking 83.
They've had losses. Yeah. They've had that many losses in a season before, not very often.
But it's been a long time. Right?
That kind of a streak was killer. It just absolutely took the wind out of the sails.
And so for Utah, this is an opportunity where you've made the changes and you're looking to, get that statement win as well. You want to show that, hey, with Texas Tech getting all the hype this offseason, what we do here is still matters. It's still, Utah football over here. And I think that's the big key for Kyle Whittingham and his program today. This is a big game because of the big picture implications, what it means in the Big 12 title race, and then boiling it down to the individuals. Even there are going to be about 20 NFL scouts here today watching this game with eyes on a few in particular, but this is an opportunity for others, Smith Snowden, Olander Barton, Jacob Rodriguez for Texas Tech, and others to show out and showcase what they've got, right? Everybody knows what this game is. It's Spencer Fano, Caleb Lomu versus Romello Height and David Bailey. That's the headliner here. But I think even beyond that, this is an opportunity for others, Devin Dampier, Bayron Morton, to put themselves on that map specifically. And talking about those two quarterbacks, you start talking about the early Heisman watch list. Both of those guys are on. I think they're plus 2,000 odds right now, right?
It depends on who you ask to. You have some people who are putting Devin Dampier up pretty high.
Top 10,
because they
top
see
5.
They see those numbers on the rushing side of things, and they go, okay, that's what you kind of need nowadays is like to have something else pop other than just winning games. It's also having those throw totals, but it's also like, I mean, come on. It helps to have the guy being the leading rusher for this team.
Absolutely. Absolutely it does. So this is a big game with just a lot of eyeballs on it, and it has so much potential in so many different ways. And I think having a game like this early in the season is really significant for Utah.
Devin Dampier in this offense, they've been fun to watch through 3 games. Very electric, very fun to watch. But how do you avoid a start like you did against Wyoming, right, where you're moving the ball, but you're not necessarily finishing the drives and missing the field goals, right? How do you avoid a slow start like that against a Texas Tech who have a very high potent offense?
Yeah, well, what we've seen through 3 games so far is that Utah can consistently move the ball, right? It's getting into those red zone situations where you can't shoot yourself in the foot, right? You can't have those penalties. You can't have those mistakes. And with Texas Tech, they're going to put on quite a bit more pressure than what we've seen against UCLA, Cal Poly, and Wyoming with the athletes that they have on that defensive side of the ball. So beyond just playing a cleaner brand of football, you now have to execute at an even higher level to punch it into the end zone. So, it's going to be a lot, but cleaning up the mistakes, avoiding those penalties that moved you out of the red zone area and having to settle for field goals, that's going to be the key. But Utah has shown us that they can consistently move the ball with their run game, which is it's so tough to defend because Devin Dampier is making such good decisions in that option attack, whether to give it, whether to pull it, RPO type stuff as well. Like that's something that I'm interested to see today is how much of that true RPO do we see with Devin Dampier, because that Texas Tech is going to load up to try and take away the run. And so I'm really fascinated to see what sort of evolution we see today from Dampier, Beck, and the offense.
Let's look at the 2 quarterbacks that are in this one. A very confident Baron Morton that we heard from this week quite a bit, and it seems like he likes to hear himself talk a bit. I'm like, that's the role you want as you want your quarterback to be pretty darn confident. I think we were talking yesterday at Football Friday. Both of these, Harvey Longy and Sly were both like, man, those quarterbacks. Listen to the way. It gave Harvey bad flashbacks because he was like, Bill Belichick used to say in our locker room, you never say we at a press conference. You're not speaking for this team like I do, all right? You don't get to speak for this team. You're not the spokesperson for this team. Baron Morton is the spokesperson for Texas Tech. 11 touchdowns, 1 interception so far through 3 games. Not a bad clip so far.
Yeah.
He's almost to 1,000 yards passing as well.
Yeah.
Devin Dampier's got almost 200 on the ground. He's got 7 touchdowns and 0 interceptions on the season at almost 630 yards passing as well. But more importantly, both of these guys are 70+% on the completion percentage, which was a huge thing that Coach Whittingham was like, if we're bringing you in, Devin, don't just buy into the culture of the program, buy into protecting the ball and having a nice QBR. He loves that quarterback rating, Steve.
It's what it's all. He talks about it almost every
Constantly.
week. Is that QBR? What's QBR? What's the guy's QBR? And I think Devin Dampier has done such a good job of not only buying into the culture, buying into what Whittingham is all about and protecting the football. I think what we're learning is how efficient Dampier can be in terms of his decision making, his accuracy. There were signs of this sort of level of play at New Mexico, right? When he was kept clean, he was completing over 63% of his passes there, right? So given the time that he has in the pocket behind this Utah offensive line, some of the improved weapons that he has around him as well, it's led to, increased efficiency, better play, better decision making, and that's really been the key to him this season is that decision making. And again, it's a credit to the offensive line for providing him that time, keeping him clean, and allowing Devin to maximize his opportunities as a passer and as a runner.
You were down there. Obviously, it's a crazy environment.
Crazy.
It's a big noon kickoff.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Utah fans know how important of a game this is. Utah hasn't beat a Big 12 opponent at home since the infamous Baylor game. How important is this for Utah to come in and pick up this early season win?
Yeah, it's big, like we were talking about earlier, right? Last season was tough, the longest losing streak in quite a while. And so Utah is looking to get back to scale the mountain again, right? That's what they're looking to do. They're looking to get back to championship contender status. And this is a big one because when you look at, Texas Tech coming into it, obviously number 17 in the country, really gaudy numbers on offense and defense in terms of the production they're, getting and also limiting opponents to. But then, you look at Tech in terms of what they have on their schedule beyond this, it's a fairly light schedule. And this is a really important one for Utah because, your schedule is a little bit more difficult. Now, you're going to have games against other top contenders in the Big 12, but to have that tiebreaker against Texas Tech, I think, is really significant. So this is important for a number of reasons, right? Having that tiebreaker in your back pocket, which we learned last year can be pretty valuable given how competitive this league is going to be. And then, too, beyond just what it means in the conference race, it's the message, it's the significance beyond, the narratives, the storylines beyond it of, okay, Utah, couple bad years, 2024, 2023, but they've got their quarterback situation figured out. They've got the defense. They've got the offense. There's a lot of talent on this team. This team can contend and potentially do more. So this is a big game that can create a lot of positive narratives moving forward for Utah.
There was a lot of hype going into the Utah-Oklahoma State game last year as two potential contenders in the Big 12 conference. Does this game feel different than that?
Bigger. Much bigger. Yeah, much, much bigger. Because this is, again, and big noon kickoff being here adds to it. The excitement, the fan base being up at 4 a.m. to
How long have you been here?
I got up here at 6:30.
Okay.
I haven't been up here this long, but still, like.
Not like the old days in college.
Go all night. No,
I got here at 6:30.
I slept in.
He camped out.
I was up here till 12, helping things get set up and stuff. So but no, it's exciting. You could feel the excitement. There's a lot of anticipation for this game. certainly a lot of emotions, nerves, intrigue, interest in just how this game is going to play out. I think, it's been interesting to see the Texas Tech fans coming through, and I think they're even impressed with what Salt Lake City is and what the University of Utah has to offer. I think there's just a lot of excitement for this game and watching these two programs go toe-to-toe.
You watch these two teams facing off, and they don't have a history. I mean, they have some.
Yeah,
but it's
2 games.
Yeah, and it was back. They were games that meant nothing back in the 70s and even earlier.
Yeah,
and certainly none that have been played up here at Rice-Eccles Stadium. And this is one where I think everybody looks and goes, if there's going to be a moment where Utah can say, hey, we're in the people. When we chatted with, every time we've chatted with the beat writers from Texas, somebody from Texas Tech, an analyst, a person who covers the team. Their whole vibe is like, yeah, everybody knows that Utah doesn't even want to be in this conference and do all this. They're carrying that funny torch of like, when Utah came in and they made we've seen the fan base and what they've said about it, so we're going to go in there and show them what football's all about. I think it's less about that and more about, one, last year was embarrassing for I think a lot of folks who go, you got to be kidding me. This is not what this team can be. And it ended up being what it was, and you have seasons like that, albeit not very often with Coach Kyle Whittingham. But I think that the thing that you establish in a day like today and a game like today, and we were talking about yesterday too, how 3-0 this year feels even so much more different. And so there's a different vibe to 3-0 this year than there was to 4-0 last year.
100%.
The team was 4-0 last year.
100%.
It was supposed to be amazing. But it would always feel icky, right? It was like, this is a 4-0,
Yeah, the quarterback situation, you were just kind of uncertain about what it was going to be moving forward.
It was a mess.
Yeah.
And this 3-0 feels a lot different than the 4-0 from last year that Utah started at. If they're 4-0 after a game like today, they've moved up 4 to 5 spots over the last 2 weeks. So 9 total just over the last 2 weeks of wins. A win like this will catapult you likely closer to that top 10 ranking. You're going to see some teams tumble down. And it's important to get ranked early in the season.
Yeah.
It's important to get ranked very early so that you can be a part of that conversation a little bit later. Games like this matter to the committee members. They matter more than beating a Cal Poly. They matter more than putting up a 60 burger against a no-name team down in Lubbock. And so I think that there are a lot of teams who are in this same spot right now where they go, okay, rubber meets the road. You have to get serious about this one. You have to figure out how to win a game like this. Not just win it, but also this is the type of statement game that Kyle Whittingham, I think, looks forward to as well. These are the things that are signature moments for him. From a perspective of Kyle Whittingham, where is his career right now? We've been able to hear, and he downplays all of it. He downplays everything.
Yeah.
But there has to be part of him that goes, how many times we're going to see a matchup like this on a stage like this for Kyle Whittingham when he coaches the game up at Rice-Eccles Stadium?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Like we're getting to that point where people are, deflecting when they're asked about how much longer Kyle Whittingham is going to coach, right? Urban Meyer yesterday said he was asked about that. How much longer do you think he's going to be doing this? And Urban said, he's like, I'm not going to touch that one. So that's where we're at with Kyle is like nobody wants to answer how much longer they think because that usually means it's not much longer, right? There's not going to be that many more opportunities like this, right? Big noon kickoff, prime time slot, big time top 20 showdown. And I think for Kyle, this is an opportunity. We're talking about this team and the potential of this team. There's a strong belief that this team can be really good. And this is important to sort of validate those beliefs and validate and solidify that confidence and optimism moving forward, right? Because you do have a much more difficult schedule moving forward, right? Even though you have a lot of home games, you're welcoming in the former Pac-12, the Big 12 champion from last year. You're going down to Provo. It's only 50 miles, but you're going down to Provo into a raucous environment, crazy environment. You're going to welcome Colorado, to Rice-Eccles Stadium the week after, and then Cincinnati. So it gets tough. And so for this game, this is a big one to help solidify just a lot of belief in this program moving forward and to put yourself in that conversation more prominently. A lot of people hopped on the bandwagon after that UCLA game, but now since over the last couple weeks with UCLA falling off the face of the earth.
No, I bought into UNLV and New Mexico too, all right? I'm in on both of those guys too.
Cal Poly not being very good, Wyoming being the best game.
You never know
on
what
the
you
schedule.
actually have. Yeah, it's hard to really
you don't
measure
know.
yourself.
And so this is the game where I think a lot will ride on this, and you sort of set the tone for the rest of the season with this type of matchup.
I want to take a look at this Utah defense real quick. This Texas Tech team is a team that right now is averaging 58 points a game. They're putting up 387 yards per game through the air. What is the key tonight for Utah's defense? What do they got to do to slow down Baron Morton in that offense?
Yeah, it's getting pressure on Baron Morton. That is the key, right? And I think beyond just getting pressure on him is putting yourself in those situations to get pressure on him, right? Those third and long situations, those big opportunities. Oh, shout out to Reggie.
Steve's got a lot of fans.
Yeah.
It's all the guys who are walking by with PBR that say hi to Steve. I don't know what the deal is.
Shout out the PBR gang. But I think that is the key, right, is getting pressure on Morton. And the way you do that is by winning on first down, right, limiting their success on first down. Morton in particular is really good on first down. I think he's generated 413 yards on first down alone.
Wow.
It's a way for Leftwich. He loves to get the ball out to his receivers on first down, just to give them opportunities to create plays, whether it's the screen game, whether it's the short, quick timing stuff. They like to throw the ball on first down because that's typically when defenses are playing off, and so they're looking to get the ball out and create explosives that way. So winning on first down is going to be key to keep them behind the chains and giving your pass rushers the opportunity to give them the green light, pin their ears back, and get after Morton, because that is the biggest key in this one, is pressure on Morton, because that just does so much in terms of limiting their passing attack, limiting the opportunities for explosives down the field, and it also speaks to you limiting the run game because you are limiting their success on first and second down.
How important is John Henry Daly going to be to that?
Huge. He's huge. Obviously, the leading sack, tied for the lead in the country with 5 sacks. He's been really impressive in terms of what he's done, what he's added to that edge room with the burst, the get off, at the snap, getting into the backfield as quickly as he does. That's going to be key. And he has a tough matchup this week. Howard Sampson is the big 6'8", 340 type of tackle, 340-pound type of tackle. He's just a massive human being. JHD hasn't seen that type of body type just yet. And so I'm interested to see how that matchup goes in particular. But, when you're that big, it can be tough to change directions. And with John Henry Daly, he's explosive, he's flexible. That was a big point of emphasis for him this offseason, was getting more flexible to get around the corner, to change directions. And, Sampson, the left tackle, he's a big body. He's done a good job of protecting the blind side, but he's also been flagged for 3 holding penalties. So that's something that, maybe JHD doesn't get the same amount of pressure that he does on Morton, because this is a tough matchup.
Yeah.
But, getting the flag, getting the laundry
inflicting
on
the
floor.
inflicting mistakes is just as good.
Yep.
I mean, and coaches will tell you too. They go, "I'll take it."
Yep. 100%.
A batted down ball is the same thing as a no gain sack, right? I mean, those are the kind of things where you go, "Hey, you don't need to get." You'll pump up your numbers. You know what I mean? Those numbers will get up there, but bat a ball down or draw that or draw that hold, and you should be fine. Texas Tech over 600 yards a game. That's good enough for second in the country. And then you've got, of course, the Utah Utes that are at a mere 517 yards per game, which puts them in the top 12 for output. You know who that guy is. You hear that music it doesn't matter if it's a jazz game.
Oh, yeah.
I can hear that guy coming a mile away. There's a lot going on here. We are outside of Roland Hall on Guardsman Way. Yeah, I know, we are outside. You've heard of the full English breakfast. I don't even know what those plates contain. There's stuff on there I've never even seen. We've got the full Utah breakfast. We've got donuts and breakfast burritos over here. Unless the breakfast burritos
are breakfast burritos.
Are the breakfast burritos out? Are we out of the breakfast burritos?
No, they said they.
Oh, they're gone.
They are gone.
All right, you're gonna have to put 2 donuts together. You're gonna have to roll them up and pretend like they're a breakfast burrito. That's the full Utah breakfast. If you want to get it going here, we're on Guardsman Way. We're getting you ready.
Grab a donut.
These guys have boxes of donuts already. Hey, add more donuts to your donuts. Let's go.
Dev.
Let's go.
Dev Kafusi, everyone. Devin Kafusi.
Hey, this guy we know.
Yeah.
Holy cow. Got these guys rolling through here. Good to see these guys for sure. Oh, my heavens.
What's up, Dev?
Devin, holy cow.
How's it going?
Love it.
How's it going?
Oh, man, it's always good. Throw a headset on this cat, dude. Get a headset on this dude. Let's get Devin going on this. Devin Kafusi, of course. Is it weird to see somebody else wearing the number 90 and coming off of the edge and also transferred from BYU? There's kind of a full vibe going on there with the John Henry Daly, man.
It's working, with the D-line and everything we got going up here in Salt Lake City, so.
Hey, is a 10 a.m. game weird for you as a player? Like, do you look at that and you go, I don't freaking care, get me going here? Or do you look at it and you go, man, I wish this was a blackout and this was in the middle of the night so everybody could kind of shine like this?
Yeah, the lights, when it's totally black, lights are on, crowds roaring, that's amazing, of course, but college football to kick it off here at big noon at 10 a.m. ain't bad
goodness.
either. So I'm just pulling up, as you can see.
No, I know.
Out of breath, running across the field.
We're making Devin.
I'm a mile and a half in from my parked car.
I was going to say, he parked over here like where everybody else didn't have to hoof it up here.
Uh-huh.
What have you been impressed with so far with this team, man? You think about last year versus where these guys are this year. We've talked about how 3-0 this year feels so much better than even the 4-0 from last year. It's just a whole different vibe.
No, totally. Me and the boys from my class, we're at the point of saying, are we back? And I think the most impressive part has been the offense, just being able to execute, pretty seamlessly. Everything you want to see, get into some third and manageables and then converting on those over and over again. Time possession of the ball is crucial, and when we're able to run the ball like that, eat the clock how we want to. And then we're able to switch it up, play action, go downfield, and have the tight ends and receivers step up and make great plays. And so it's been firing on all pistons, I think. And when it comes to the offense, that's been the main difference from the last couple of years we've seen.
Well, this is exciting for us, man. I didn't want to steal you totally from the party that I know is going on, awaiting you down at the end of the street here, because I know this is a big deal right here.
This is just the beginning.
But you're going to get over to the edge of Guardsman Way here. It's going to be quite.
Oh
the vibe
man,
here,
no,
man. So we're excited
I'm
about
serious.
it.
I saw donuts and I heard your voice.
Yeah,
I was
of
like,
course.
all right.
We got it going on.
It's going down here.
Devin Kafusi, former Utah defensive lineman, joining us here. Walked up. He got the free donuts. Get a free donut over here, you guys. Let's get it going.
Jump on
Devin,
in.
Have fun on game day today, man.
I will.
It's good to see you,
I'm
brother.
excited. Good to see you guys.
Absolutely. All right, we'll take a break here. We'll come back. We got more to go. Our program continues. It is a special edition this morning as we get you ready for Utah versus Texas Tech here at Rice-Eccles Stadium. It's going to be a fun one. Everybody getting ready. We've got the free donuts rolling out here. Unfortunately, the breakfast burritos are out, but don't worry. We've got you covered on the donuts, all right? We'll get you some calorie. Let's get you calorie loading over here. Make sure you get ready for this game. Utah and Texas Tech. It's the biggest one of the season so far, and we're getting you ready for it here on a college football Saturday. Let's keep it rolling next right here at 97.5 KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, bro. You hear us every day with our crazy opinions.
Hey, what you doing?
Well, now it's time to hear from you.
Hey, great show.
Download the KSL Sports app and fire off your thoughts with the call-in tab on the bottom of your screen.
Your show is fantastic. It's the one that captivates me the most.
You can tell PK to stop singing.
Cheap bangs! Cheap bangs!
Let Jake and Ben know what you really think of the Jazz. Woo! Tell Hans and Scotty about your favorite barbecue spot or what color of tie JJ should be wearing on TV. The best entries will be played on the air. Download the KSL Sports app now and hit the call-in button to let your voice be heard.
I think you guys do an incredible job.
This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Mom, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotion. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotion, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. Consequently, they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a blazing fast 5G network for just $25 a month. Dial pound 250 and say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
Ticket packages for the Utah Mammoth 2025-26 season are available now. From full season and half-season packages to mini plans and other flexible options, choose the ticket package that fits you best and be part of the action all season long. Call or text 801-325-PUCK to talk with a rep or visit NHL.com/Utah/tickets/season tickets to learn more.
Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you.
What?
You have a brother. $100 bill just like you.
Hey, I'm Ben.
What?
We just got him for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And you're going to live together at America First.
What?
This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $100 cash bonus when they open a checking account or $50 when they open a youth checking account. So head to AmericaFirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
Right now at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, you can get any new 2025 Mazda CX-50 for 0% financing for 60 months. Yes, 0% for 60 months. Or extended to 72 months for only 1.9%. You heard right, as low as 0% for 60 months. It's happening now at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown. APR OAC, not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
Jim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. I want to tell you about our famous "You Don't Need a Warranty" warranty. That's right, it's a warranty you don't need, but we give it to you anyway. Let me explain. Most warranty problems for siding, gutters, and windows are caused by not installing stuff right in the first place. If you rush the work, cut corners, or use subpar materials, you're just begging for problems later. At RGS Exteriors, we don't tolerate careless workmanship. We slow down, focus on every detail, and use only the best materials. We prevent warranty work by doing the job right in the first place. That's why the 10-year everything guarantee we give you is also known as our "You Don't Need a Warranty" warranty. We absolutely will be there if you need to use it. But honestly, you probably will never have to. Done right the first time. That's the RGS way. For siding, gutters, and windows, call 801-280-3110 or visit us at rgsexteriors.com.
Ski Chevy is back with season passes to Solitude Mountain Resort. So drop in to a participating Rocky Mountain Chevy dealer now. Plus, upgrade to a discounted Icon base pass when you purchase or lease any new Chevy model. From powerful trucks like Silverado to our versatile families of SUVs. Retail value per pass is $999. Offer valid while supplies last or until 10/31/25. See participating dealer for complete redemption details, vehicle eligibility, and restrictions. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers today.
This is College Football Saturday on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
College Football Saturday, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. I'm Christian Esparza, Alex Napoles, Alex Kirry with me. We are live from Roland Hall on Guardsman Way, just down the road from Rice-Eccles Stadium, getting you ready as Utah is preparing to take on Texas Tech. Big noon kickoff down the road. It is a crazy environment up here.
Good environment, though. It's nice to see everybody come out and show up early for the 10 a.m. kickoff and see the big noon presentation, man, and have national media, national eyes on such a massive, massive game here in the state of Utah, man. It's incredible.
This gentleman over here was nervous we'd have blue donuts. I mean, come on. Look, everybody's walking away with the red donut over here. How dare you? At the very least, they'd be pink. So there you go. You got the pink-ish, red-ish donuts. You know what's great is with the red and black, both teams were wearing red and black. I haven't seen as many Texas Tech fans getting harassed. It's a lot more difficult to find them. Just like the immediate the eye test to be like, okay, which one? Oh, no. Because from the back, everybody looks like they're Utah fans.
If they don't make eye contact, they're a Texas Tech fan. If they're kind of dodging you a little bit.
If somebody's dressed like Yosemite Sam, I think we know who they're cheering for. But I get it. This is again, these are opponents you got to get to know. When Utah went into the Pac-12, and you had to kind of get to know every one of these new teams that you're like, oh, this is our new reality. This is the thing you're going to have to watch every week. What kind of a relationship are they going to have with UCLA and USC? We know how the USC relationship ended up working out. Could it have that kind of a same vibe? Because Texas Tech is as flashy right now from a branding perspective and from a money perspective as we've ever seen. And so I think this is one of those that you hope when you have the type of money and support that Texas Tech has, that's how you build now a long-term situation. Of course, you've got to have a good coach. Joey McGuire is a really good coach at Texas Tech. And frankly, having gone to the Big 12 Media Days the last 2 or 3 years now and having interviewed that guy a handful of times, Joey McGuire is one of these coaches I really like in the league. I think that they're a good look for the league. You talk about coaches that are good for the league. Let me tell you who's not right now. It's Mike Gundy, who has not bought in. He's not bought into what the future of college football is. Kyle Whittingham had a choice. He could have gone the direction of what Mike Gundy's going, and he decided, no, I might be on my way out in the next few years here. I'm not going to let the program dry out on the vine over here. And instead you've got guys like Dabo Sweeney and Mike Gundy who are like, I don't like this transfer portal. These kids don't need money. And it's just like, you're old and behind on this, okay? You can't make this happen. It can't work like that. Texas Tech is one of those programs, conversely, who has absolutely said, we see an opportunity here. We can put ourselves on a playing field from a money perspective that's better than other programs are going to be able to do. And they've got it. We met Cody Campbell at Big 12 Media Day, who's one of those big name and big number donors, but he's also a guy who is leading up the leadership boards across the Texas Tech universities, and he heads up a lot of what they do from the fundraising perspective. You may have seen him on TV asking people to repeal the broadcast law of 1961. This is what stuff that he's doing. He's like, I'm not just getting involved with college football. I'm getting involved with building this program and building this. So Texas Tech is in a healthy spot, I think, from a money perspective. If you're healthy from a money perspective, you can figure things out. From the X's and O's spot, you've got Joey McGuire, who's a phenomenal coach. That's the guy. He's a legend high school coach down there. And sometimes that doesn't work out. When guys go, I'm a legend high school football coach in the state of Utah. He was at Cedar Hill High School down there. They won multiple state championships. They have multiple guys going to the league. And he said, you know what? I'm going to try to transition this thing. And I think this is going to be a year for Joey McGuire to finally pull that off. And Texas Tech is in a unique position to be able to do it. Speaking of coaches and old guard, yesterday, of course, Urban Meyer had the media availability for folks here. Talked about how much this is our favorite place we've ever lived. Shelly, did you love it here or what? Right? I mean, like everybody loves to hear that he liked it while in those 2 seasons that he was here, and of course a 22-2 record, including one undefeated season. And the number 1 overall pick in the NFL draft with Alex Smith was a big way for him to go out. Urban Meyer and his media availability yesterday, sitting in front of the local media, talking about this particular game, obviously representing Fox for Big Noon Kickoff. Here's what Urban Meyer had to say in front of the media last night before they got going on this awesome game today down here, the Big Noon Kickoff with Fox at Rice-Eccles Stadium between Texas Tech and Utah.
I've been lucky, man. I've been around some coaches. I don't know if I've ever been around one like him. You know, not many people know this story, but he interviewed for the job, and I knew some people, and I said, you know, what do you think about Kyle? And a lot of people said, don't hire him because he's a tough guy to get along with. And I'm like, well, so am I. I don't care about that. I care about how good he is. And Utah was great in defense. And so I met with him, asked him some hard questions, and today we're still extremely close, but I don't know if I've ever worked as well with a defense coordinator as I did Kyle. I mean, he just handled his business. I ran the offense, he ran the defense, and it was as good a 2 years I've ever had.
Was he tough to get along with?
Zero. No. He very, I guess I appreciated, when someone's passionate about something and wants to fight for it. I like that better than someone, but I'm confident enough in my own skin that if I say, Kyle, do this. But I never really had to. I don't know if we've ever had a conflict together. And we were pretty good, but early on, when I would maybe do things or schedule things that he wasn't used to, he'd ask me why, and we'd do it, and it was great.
Did it surprise you 20 years later that he's still here, going to be 66 this year?
Just because it's impossible to do that. I think in this day and age, you'll never see, Kirk Ferentz just broke Woody Hayes' record. Yeah. That'll never happen again. It's too hard now. And Kyle, 18 or something, how many years?
This is his 21st.
21st. Yeah, I don't know if I ever see that again. And but I've talked to Kyle all the time, and I know how much he is Utah. He's Utah football.
You think he keeps going?
I'm not going there.
Coach, when they find out you're coming, Big Noon Kickoff's coming here, what initially hits your brain?
I was fighting for years. We're on those meetings on Monday. I said, go to Salt Lake. And when I saw this game coming down the ropes, I said, I forget who we played. We played Wyoming. And then I can't remember who Texas Tech played. I'm like, just win, baby. And then I saw the score 3-0 after. I'm like, come on, Utes. And then then they said we're coming here.
What's the first thing you do when you get to town? Is there a place that you eat or do or?
I call my friend Eric Jacobson. I call Bo Nagihi, Casey Evans, and then I obviously talked to Kyle Morgan. So I went to practice yesterday and got to see them. I've been back a few times. He's had me come back, and I think I spoke at clinics or that kind of stuff. But I just love it. It was now that we can say this, it's my favorite place we ever lived. And Shelly's right over here. You guys should talk to her. She loves this place, and that was so hard to leave here.
Did you envision back in 03 and 04 that Utah's program would be in as big a place as they are?
Chris Hill was here, and we were just laughing about Spence Eccles. We built the facility, and his only rule was make sure it's done by the team down south week the year later. So we built that thing in less than a year. And then I remember we were going to go see, I think it was Larry Scott. I don't know if he was the commissioner of the Pac-12. But we had more Pac-12 players, more Pac-12 facilities, more Pac-12 support than most Pac-12 schools. And so we pushed it really hard. And so when they got to the Pac-12, Kyle struggled a little bit early. And I said, you're trading Air Force, New Mexico, and Wyoming for Oregon, USC, and UCLA. So you got to go get recruiting, and they did.
Urban, this offense kind of reminds me a little bit of what you ran. Do you see, I mean, the game always changes, but do you see it built on some of the same principles?
I do. I think they're still feeling out whenever you have a new coordinator and a new quarterback, and I've really studied these guys I've watched several hours of tape on these guys because I know we're doing their game. Plus, I just love watching them. I still think they're still getting comfortable with the players around them. They got those two tackles, and the offense line's pretty good, but they're not quite on sync on the outside. And whenever you have, I'm going to talk about this on Big Noon, when you have a short quarterback, I had J.T. Barrett and Chris Leak, and that's much different than Alex. Alex can create throwing lanes with his size. You can't. Just sheer physics of the 6'4" tackle, 5'11" quarterback. So he's got to slide to create windows, and right now he's bailing. He's just running. And you're putting yourself in harm's way when you do that. So he's going to have to, and the competition is going to get better and better as we get going here. So Devin's got to stay in that pocket a little bit better. He's just bailing right now.
You think
what were your impressions with your interactions?
I just said hi to him, but I talked to Kyle, and they love him. I just listen. I did shake his hand, a beautiful young man and so talented, and he can throw it. You just got to, he's just here. And with that comes great athleticism sometimes, but you got the pocket is the only thing I'm worried about.
The Big 12,
especially against this team, they're pretty good.
The Big 12 doesn't have any teams in the top 10, and obviously ASU came close but got knocked out in their first playoff game last year. What do the top teams in this league have to do to break through against the upper echelon?
That's a good question. When they lost Oklahoma and Texas, I don't know. We were at Iowa State, and they still got a long way to go. Just looking at their roster, obviously great environment, great win against Iowa. But then we'll go to visit Ohio State. We'll go visit Texas or something like that, and you see that just what's the conference got to do? They got to get more NFL draft picks on their rosters, and they got to win some big games. And it's a little bit like with the Big Ten. When I first got to the Big Ten, SEC was here, Big Ten was here. What do you got to do? You got to recruit NFL draft picks, and that's what they've done. That's what the Big 12's got to do.
Kyle went to the Big 12 media days, and on purpose, he got a question about, is the offensive line the best O-line in the country? And he said, well, I don't know because I haven't studied anybody, but it's the best O-line that I've had at Utah. So when you watch it on tape, do you think, given whatever limitations they have in the other guys on offense, if the O-line wins the day, will they get enough to ride those guys?
Normally speaking, if you play good defense, which we will, if you don't turn the ball over, which we don't, and you control the line of scrimmage, those are three check, you win the game. So if you control the line of scrimmage, but somehow the ball goes in their hands, we won't. So it's called the plan to win. And it's something Kyle believes in and their team believes in. So if they take care of the ball, control the line of scrimmage, and play defense, they'll win.
With everything that happened in Utah last week, was there any consideration for Big Noon to not come to this? And have you taken any extra security?
The shooting?
Yeah.
I don't think so. That's a good question, but I'm not in those conversations. They just say go here, and I say okay.
We were talking about this after you came on the show today. Alex's name is now on the side of Rice-Eccles Stadium, and he's one of the greatest players here, probably the greatest player here ever. You coached a lot of really great players, Heisman Trophy finalists at every spot. Where does Alex Smith compare to the best you've ever coached?
He's right there. He's either 1A, 1B. It's not fair to, Tebow or Percy or, JT Barrett or whatever, but I talk to Alex all the time, and I went to his Hall of Fame induction, and I'm glad the country got to see, because he's smart, he's brilliant, he's obviously an incredible player, but still I think Alex's greatest quality is toughness. People don't know after that injury, they got to witness it, but he was, you remember when he played for us, he was rugged, man, tough guy, and the story is so great about when we first met, he kind of looked at me like, this isn't for me, and I said, it's probably not. Stiff white quarterback, I don't know if we need that. And then he turned out to be a really athletic, because we want a guy that can run. Yeah. And he was such a good, not a good player, great player. And then you look at Paris Warren, Steve Savoy, Quinton Ganther, Marty, all the guys around him, Travis Atandas, Madsen. That was a heck of a, I always tell Reggie Bush and Matt Leinart, you're lucky you didn't get us in 04.
There you go. That is Urban Meyer, part of the big noon kickoff panel. Spent a couple years in Utah, then went on and did some great things nationally. It's always interesting to see how he is received, and I believe this is his first time back in Salt Lake City. I don't think he's been back.
Well, certainly from this capacity, no. But Urban Meyer is that guy knows how to brand himself. You know what I mean? And you walk into the University of Utah and you do some media the day before, you have to just say team down south about 19 times, which he did. You have to mention this is my favorite place that I've ever lived, which he did. You have to talk about Kyle Whittingham like you guys are still best friends, and that's what he did. And I'm telling you, there's a reason he's one of the best that we've seen during our lifetimes. Like as a head coach, wherever he showed up, he won. And so there's a lot that you can take out of what's interesting is that however history is going to remember Urban Meyer here at the University of Utah, which was 2 seasons, short-lived, you're always people are going to look back fondly only, really, in the end of it and go, okay, that guy brought one of the perfect seasons here. He put Alex Smith to the number 1 overall pick in the NFL draft that year. That puts you on the map. I mean, you heard the question was asked of him, too. How do these teams get better? How do they build these rosters better, not just money-wise, but how do they do it? You put guys in the NFL. Put guys in the NFL, and then people really start showing up. Money's good, but put guys in the NFL. That's what these kids want to hear. Every time they come in, can I take some pictures with the new swag? Can I get to the NFL because I want to get to the NFL? And these coaches are really good at telling them, not just telling them they could get to the NFL, but actually putting guys there. That's where it really happens.
Yeah, Urban was great. Let's take another break. Coming up next, we will continue to preview Utah, getting ready for Texas Tech. We are live from Roland Hall here on Guardsman Way. Come stop by. Plenty of donuts left. You might get a football.
No, sorry, not plenty of donuts left. Are they gone?
No donuts? No donuts. I'm sorry. Look, we got footballs.
I know. I was too. You guys didn't save one for me, did you? My heavens.
If you beat Lloyd in a cornhole contest, you win a football. So come stop by.
Oh yeah, get a little football.
And get a football.
Oh, he's gonna make him. Lloyd will make you earn that thing. Don't you don't just get a freebie. Okay, there you go. Yeah, you got it.
All right, more next coming up around the corner. This is College Football Saturday, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You've been listening to The Zone for decades. Yes! But now you can watch the guys break down your favorite teams.
Some viewers may find the following video disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised.
Catch the video stream of DJ and PK, Jake and Ben, Hanson Scotty, and JJ and Alex right now at KSLSports.com or by searching KSL Sports on YouTube. Utah's best sports radio is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Fall is here, and the cooler months are upon us. Hans and Scotty here, and it's time to talk about your windows, where you can now get the best windows on the planet, courtesy of Advanced Windows, and be prepared for the fall and winter months.
I had an amazing experience with Advanced Windows, where they replaced 5 windows for me. They gave me a quote. They stuck to the quote. It was that cost. They ended up saving me money. And their experienced window specialist will help determine why you have a draft coming in, how you can save the most money on utilities, how your house can be transformed in one day just by upgrading those windows and doors.
And right now it's time to take advantage of a fall special. $2,500 off when you change out 10 windows or more. That's $2,500 off when you swap out 10 windows or more. Options are available for any budget. Great financing as well. But you gotta call 801-850-9100.
That's advancedwindows.com or 801-850-9100 for the best window experience you could ever imagine.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Mom, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotion. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotion, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. Consequently, they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a blazing fast 5G network for just $25 a month. Dial pound 250 and say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
Worried about market losses? If headlines are keeping you up at night, it's time to take control. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I know you've worked hard to save. But in times like these, what if can turn into what now? If you're planning to retire or are in retirement, you need a strategy that helps protect your future. At Trajan Wealth, you can capture market gains, protect your account from losses, and guarantee income for life. Right now, you could receive a bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. You heard me right. An upfront bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10%, all guaranteed to boost your lifetime income in retirement. Don't leave your future to chance. Plan with confidence. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600. That's 801-899-7600.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company, DBA, in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Since 1954, Mountain Home Services has been Utah's trusted name in home comfort. Right now, get your AC and furnace tune-ups for just $29. A furnace tune-up helps prevent wear and tear, catches small issues early, improves efficiency, enhances safety, and keeps airflow balanced, adding years to your system's life. And Mountain Home Services is not just heating and cooling. They offer free second opinions on everything, including electrical, plumbing, and fireplaces. Plus, you're backed by Mountain Home Services' upfront pricing guarantee and 100% satisfaction guarantee. No surprises, just honest service. Call 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com to schedule your $29 tune-up today. Mountain Home Services. Comfort starts here. Again, that's 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com to schedule your $29 tune-up today.
You're locked on to College Football Saturday on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome back in. It is College Football Saturday here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Alex Napoles, Christian Esparza alongside me. Alex Kirry sitting across the table from me. We're here at Roland Hall for the Ute tailgate. We're out of donuts, unfortunately. Alex Kirry ate them all.
You can't.
And
You can't.
low blow. So we no longer
zero of them.
We no longer have the donuts.
Taking strays in the morning early. No, but listen. I'll set that aside for now.
He'll get you back later.
But I will.
He will get you back.
But I will say, man, it is interesting to have a game this early in the morning. At some point, though, your body just goes, okay, now when everybody's walking across here, we've sat in front of Roland Hall before. We've done the pregame shows before, University of Utah kickoffs before, and we've done these. And so when the fans are walking up, when the game kicks off, I don't care what time of day it is. This thing's going to be rocking. This place is going to be loud. You got to be excited about football this early in the morning. I think it's nice, too. Guess what? Guess who really loves this kickoff time? Kyle Whittingham. This is when these guys practice, man. This is when they get going. Sly was like, I love a 10 a.m. game, and I guarantee that Coach Whittingham loves a 10 a.m. game too. So the early morning stuff, I don't think that makes anybody – I don't think anybody's the bus pulled up. These guys, it's muscle memory for them. They're going to get ready. If their body clock is off, whatever. The reality is going out east to play a football game or kicking off at 10 a.m., I don't think any of it matters once you face off against guys. And when you play in games and you have those first handful of snaps – and you go, okay, you kind of get settled in. I don't care what time of day it is. These guys are going to
Well, and especially when you have this home crowd behind you. It doesn't matter what time of day it is. Doesn't matter when and where, right? You're going to have this crowd behind you. Get a couple of first downs right on your first drive. Automatic confidence builder for Utah.
Well, and I think a lot of times you hear about sometimes the players don't really love the night games. I mean, obviously it's nice to play in front of a crazy night environment, right? But when you have a late kickoff, you're basically sitting around all day waiting for the game to go underway. But with the 10 a.m. kickoff, I mean, you wake up and get right to football. And it's nice for the players. It's nice for the fans. I think everybody is having a great time. I could tell from, I would say, probably 90 to 95% of the people walking past unfazed by the 10 a.m. kick. There have been people here since 4 a.m. having a good time.
Even before, man.
Even
people
before
camping
then,
out.
yeah.
People having fun with the big noon kickoff and everything happening down the street. As Stone drops all the donut boxes.
Well, come on, we don't need the rolling commentary of the. How dare you guys?
We're giving play-by-play.
Going after everybody here. Jeez, Alex Napoles, he's feeling the fire early in the morning. Doesn't matter when kickoff is for him, man.
You got to bring the energy, man. You got to bring the energy, right? I've been up since about 5 a.m. and so we're bringing the heat, man.
Well, it's going to be fun for us to be able to watch how this thing plays out. The jitters get out after those first few. You've got to start hot. You don't want to let this Texas Tech offense move the ball and get some confidence early as well. That 3-0 start for Utah last week in that first half against Wyoming, I think a lot of people got nervous about. I wasn't as nervous about it. If you're 3-0 against Texas Tech at the half, you're nervous about it, though. Although you would feel pretty good about keeping a 0 up on the board against Texas Tech. But there's a different feeling because that offense can turn things around exceptionally quick. And Baron Morton – look, say what you will about Devin Dampier. I mean, that guy has turned some things on, and everybody likes the way he's playing this game. Baron Morton has more experience. I mean, he's played more of these games, and I think that he's played on these big stages before. But, it's not like he's been playing in the SEC for years. So I think that the home field advantage, the fact that Utah gets this game early on the schedule, awesome. But the fact that they get it here at Rice Eccles, like BYU fans are kind of pissed because they got to go down to Lubbock, and they're going to be doing it at the very end of like the worst stretch of their conference schedule.
Right.
And so it's a great one to get started off in conference play at home against the team that everybody else wants to knock off, and you get them at your place. And it's a place that they're not familiar with. I don't care what they said. We've played in big stadiums before. I'm like, yeah, but no, not this. Not this. It's not that nobody looks at Utah and goes, wow, what a huge stadium. They go, what a crazy environment. And I think places like Texas Tech, by the way, they're going to get shocked by what they're going to see inside that stadium today. It's going to be wild. It's going to be an environment they're not used to. I don't care how much you tell yourself or pump music in during practice. It's going to hit them in the teeth when they first walk into that stadium.
Yeah, I wasn't necessarily buying all the talk about the game being early. And the Must's not going to be able to show up for an early game, right? As we see everybody walk by, you can feel...
They've been here since last night.
Exactly. You can feel the energy. It's a different vibe. And even with the early kickoff, I think that stadium is going to be ready for whatever test Texas Tech is bringing for Utah tonight or today. All right, guys, we're going to take a break here on College Football Saturday. When we come back, we'll continue to break down this game as number 16 Utah gets ready to face off against number 17 Texas Tech. That's on the other side here on College Football Saturday, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
For nearly 70 years, Les Olson IT has been the trusted name for businesses. From state-of-the-art printers and copiers to managed IT services, we have the solutions you need to stay ahead in today's world. And now Les Olson IT is trusted and licensed in Utah for security systems, for technology that helps you work smarter. Les Olson IT, providing solutions that empower your business.
Les Olson IT. The Garden Restaurant has been open for a few months, and if you haven't stopped by, now is the time to get downtown and check out what everyone's been raving about. And if you have visited the new space, schedule a time to come on back. Grab a friend and come visit one of Salt Lake's best gathering spots for lunch. You'll be greeted by the delicious smell of fresh baked goods, like our famous Lionhouse rolls, perfect for taking home for family dinners. Or maybe you have a sweet tooth and are craving one of our brand new cinnamon rolls. They're the size of a dinner plate and perfect for sharing between a group of friends. Come smell and taste the garden for yourself. Enjoy the beautifully reimagined space and convenient location with new street access on the ground floor of the Joseph Smith Memorial Building. Open weekdays 11 to 3. Choose from healthy and delicious options like the turkey pot pie, jalapeno pork and grilled cheese sandwiches, tomato bisque soup, and nut and berry salad. All favorites not to be missed. So much to choose from. Check out the menu at thegardenslc.com. Fresh flavors, iconic location. The Garden Restaurant.
At Peach Windows and Doors, they help homeowners stay in the homes they love while upgrading to the elegance, efficiency, and natural light of today. With hundreds of 5-star Google reviews, their clients know Peach Windows and Doors deliver what they promise.
I wanted to replace standard-size French doors with a large custom sliding door. The update required checking a weight-bearing wall. Plus, I wanted a couple of different styles of windows. The new sliding door created a much brighter and open look. Peach was so helpful along the way with recommendations and ideas, and the installers were efficient and respectful of my space. I was thrilled with Peach Windows and Doors.
Give your $1 million home the $1 million feel it deserves. Don't wait on that someday project. Visit Peach Windows and Doors Salt Lake Showroom. Schedule a free in-home visit. You can also explore at peachwindowsanddoors.com or just call them at 801-566-1255. Peach Windows and Doors, where amazing home transformations begin.
Whether you're dealing with a weekend warrior injury or recovering from surgery, Canyon Sports Therapy gets you back in the game fast. We specialize in sports and orthopedic rehab with expert physical therapists, personalized sessions and treatment plans, and the latest tools to speed up recovery. As primary care providers, we can take new patients without a referral, often with same or next day appointments. And yes, we're even open on Saturdays. Book now at canyonsportstherapy.com and feel better. Canyon Sports Therapy, getting you back in the game.
Tom, I'm on the sideline here with Doug Smith Chevy. Doug, the NCAA has changed its rules regarding NIL money. What do I have to do to land an amazing new 2025 Chevy Silverado?
Just come on down to Doug Smith Chevy in Spanish Fork.
Doug, I'm more than happy for you to use my name, image, and likeness to talk about these amazing new trucks all you want. All I want to know is, how do I get one?
You have to buy it, Scott.
Dropping a Doug Smith Chevy in Spanish Fork. No one knows Chevy like Doug.
Discover the exceptional value of Bar W beef, where quality meets convenience. Bar W beef's dry-aged beef, aged for 14 days, offers rich marbling and tender texture, perfect for grilling, roasting, or pan-searing. Enjoy the rich flavor and generous size. Shipped directly from the ranch to your door. Now hosting one-day pop-up events, go to barwbeef.com to find a pop-up event near you, or stop into the store in Nephi for weekly in-store specials. barwbeef.com. That's barwbeef.com.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Counting you down to kickoff. This is College Football Saturday with Alex Kirry, Christian Esparza, and Alex Napoles on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome back, everybody. It's another edition of College Football Saturday, a special edition this week, of course, as we are on Guardsman Way at Roland Hall, mere blocks from not just Rice Eccles Stadium, but also Big Noon Kickoff down the street here as well. Grab some popcorn on the way by. We might as well. Come on, get it going. It's got to feel. I know it's an early game, breakfast popcorn is about as good as it gets. So let's get this thing going. Hey, normally by the end of the show, we're usually thanking all the people that made this thing possible. But our setup here on Guardsman Way got put up last night by our street team at about 3:30. So that kind of the show up, everybody's showing up at 3:30 to set up shop here at Roland Hall for us to get this thing going. It's been awesome, and as usual, all of our guys do a phenomenal job. And here on site, we've got Stone and Joey and Cade here with us, and then of course back at the station, Sean Croshaw hitting the buttons, making sure we're on air as well. So tons of work has gone into this thing to be able to put on a fun party here for us on the Guardsman Way as we get you ready. And look, I don't care what time of the day this thing shuts down. They shut it down at 4 a.m., so our guys showed up at 3:30 and set up, and they got this thing going. I'm not sure if Stone even went to bed last night, but I will say it's set up. It's an awesome job as usual, top-notch. While we're here and while we're talking about it, Texas Tech and Utah, of course, facing off, both ranked. Do you think that 16 and 17 ranking is appropriate for both of those teams right now, fellas, or do you look at this and think to yourself, no, these are two teams that are top 10 quality? It's so hard to know, or are we fooled even by the ranking of 16 and 17? Does that feel over or underrated for these two teams?
I think it feels about right based off of how little we know. Right, last year Utah kind of, with the injuries and stuff, didn't achieve everything that they wanted to. Texas Tech last season looked good at times, but overall they finished 8-5, kind of a glass cannon. We all know they had the high-powered offense. The defense needed work. They did add a lot of talent in the offseason in the transfer portal. They spent a lot of money, and then, of course, major changes to Utah as well. But neither team has really faced an opponent yet that would, I guess, warrant a top 10 rank. But I would say the winner of this game definitely is going to come out as a top 10 team.
Exactly. I'm right there with Christian. I think the winner of this one will have earned that right to say that they are a top 10 team for beating a top 20 opponent. Whether it's Utah, whether it's Texas Tech, it'll be deserving for the winner of this one for not only getting off to that 1-0 start in Big 12 play, but beating an opponent that theoretically right now is a favorite. It's one of the favorites to make it to that Big 12 championship game.
Texas Tech has been good for 67 points, 62 points, and 45 last week against Oregon State in a game that was super weird because it was delayed, I think, a couple of hours with the lightning. And it was just a weird game to get going on, but that didn't matter about when it ended up firing up because Baron Morton threw for 465 yards, 4 touchdowns, 1 interception, one of his best outputs of the entire season. Through this first pick of the year, he's got 11 touchdowns to the 1 interception. Baron Morton, this is what their offense is. They lost their stud running back before the season started to a knee. And everybody wondered, okay, so what's the identity of this offense going to be? It's going to be exactly what they knew it was going to be before their running back went down. Look, Taj Brooks, who they'd had at Texas Tech for a couple of years, he was a phenomenal back. That's not who was coming back. It was talent that was coming from the transfer portal from USC. And I think in the end, everyone looked and went, oh, my goodness, what are they going to do now? And they took a little bit of a ding going into the season because RB1 went down for them. The biggest deal on their offense is their quarterback. And Baron Morton so far throwing for over 1,000 yards in 3 games, throwing 11 touchdowns and 1 interception on the season. So it's going to be a battle between these two very, very good quarterbacks, but they are different. Do you run Devin Dampier in the last couple of games when he's actually been in for the majority of the game or a good chunk of the game? He had 16 carries against UCLA. He had 13 against Wyoming last week. Good for over that 80-yard mark on both of them. Came out early against against Cal Poly. What is the good number? What is a perfect number that you guys want to see from the run game on Devin Dampier? Because I know they want to try to take care of that guy, but at the same time, that's such a huge talent that he has. And Kyle Whittingham says we're not going to try to hide this guy and what his talent is running the football.
Well, it's a conversation that we've had just about all offseason long, right? You don't want to take the running away from Devin Dampier because that is what makes him special. That is something that is a part of his game, and that is why Devin Dampier is Devin Dampier. I think in this one, 20 carries I don't think would be a bad number for Devin Dampier.
33 carries on the season so far. He's second on the team, right behind Akari Rogers.
Yeah, right.
I think whatever you got to do to win, and if that is Devin Dampier carrying the ball 20 times, you got to do it because this is a big game. And I'm honestly not worried about the rushing number. I know a lot of people have been. That
it's too much? That it's too much, or that it's...
Yeah. A lot of people have been worried about, Devin Dampier protecting himself and not running the ball too much. But this is probably, it's definitely Utah's biggest game of the season so far. By the time the season wraps, this could be Utah's biggest game of the year. I think this is a very important game. And when that happens, you need to do whatever you can to win. And Devin Dampier is at his best when he is running the football, when he has that threat. We have seen him make some beautiful throws throughout the year. Of course, the touchdown pass to Dallin Bentley sticks out in my mind. And I am curious to see how much the downfield passing develops. But Devin Dampier is here because he is a special talent running the football. So 20, 15, 18, I think right around that number. If they can get the win without it, then yeah, that's great. But this is a tough game, right? And Dampier is going to need to show up, and I am curious to see what that number looks like.
But at the same time, I will say, in this game, don't be Superman, right? You don't have to be Superman. You can continue to lean on guys like Nakari Rogers. You can continue to lean on guys like Wayshawn Parker, who have also been phenomenal in the running game, right? You don't necessarily need to put on that Superman cape and be the Superman, but if you have the chance to escape the pocket and create something with your legs, as Devin Dampier does, then you absolutely take that opportunity.
Well, and if you're running, the read option and stuff, and Texas Tech is selling out to stop Nakari Rogers and Wayshawn Parker because they have been so phenomenal, of course they are going to be keying on Devin Dampier, but then you look at some of the pass plays too, and you know that Dampier is going to be able to get out of the pocket and scramble and pick up some yardage on designed pass plays. But we'll see how that develops, because you're right, with the two other running backs plus Dampier, you've got three guys, and then the emergence of Hunter Andrews. Haven't even mentioned him.
Right.
Hunter Andrews has been taking a lot of snaps as a tight end, as a running back, as a wildcat quarterback. So you've really got 3 or 4 guys, and then Nate Johnson. We'll see if they feel comfortable giving him the ball. But it really feels like Jason Beck can basically pick a name out of a hat and say, okay, you're getting the ball.
Something happens, right? Whether it's Andrews, whether it's Smith Snowden, right? Well, I wonder how much of Smith Snowden we'll see on the offense. Someone's going to make a play. And, in that second half, Hunter Andrews kind of took over early to get some big rushing yards for Utah. Will that be Hunter Andrews again tonight, or will it be Smith Snowden? I wonder how much Smith Snowden we'll see on offense.
Are you guys, have you been okay with how much of the production we've heard that, this idea that it's a positionless offense, which means we'll put you in wherever. We'll just put athletes wherever they need to be. Is the new version of college football that where they just go, hey, if you want a guy to get on the map, you got to go full Travis Hunter and make him take a ton of snaps on defense and a ton of snaps on offense? Because it feels like that's not just unique to Utah. That's not just unique to what Kyle Whittingham will do. And we've seen him before go, I don't want the defense to do that much. I need my guys on defense making these plays. He's been more comfortable making sure guys have a role of playing wherever on the field they're going to let the team. It's going to give the team the best chance to win.
What's interesting about this game is that Texas Tech is going to come in and air it out. So the thought process to me seems that you would need Smith Snowden in tip-top shape playing defensively, right? So that does kind of make me wonder how much we're going to see him on offense. It did seem like last week against Wyoming we didn't see as much Snowden as we had in the first 2 games. And maybe it's because they know that maybe we're going to see Smith Snowden play a ton of snaps on both sides of the ball. So they were sort of preserving him last week against Wyoming. But Texas Tech is always going to air it out. That's what to prepare for. So Smith Snowden is going to need to have it dialed in defensively. And you're right. Maybe that does mean we see less of him on offense, or maybe it means, if they need him to go out there and produce, maybe we'll see a ton of it.
As you get ready for this one, one of the things, I think we have a clip of Kyle Whittingham talking about Rabbit Evans. We saw the pictures this week of him after surgery, saying everything went well. Obviously, that one's going to be a long-term situation for Rabbit Evans, and you wish him a speedy recovery. But here's what Kyle Whittingham had to say about that injury and what kind of an impact it has for the team.
Losing Rabbit is a big loss. He's a terrific player, and it will be for the season. I can confirm that. It's a season-ending injury now. The silver lining would be that he will get a redshirt year and be able to come back for next year if that's what he desires to do.
Big loss for them. I mean, you talk about the defensive backfield already having I don't know. No one has questions about whether or not this defensive backfield, I think, is good. But if there's a position group, do you get nervous about what they can do to be able to slow down that passing attack that Texas Tech is, as you said, Christian is going to air this thing out? We already know that about him.
Yeah, we saw against Cal Poly there were some plays where some receivers got open and the quarterback was not able to hit them. And if he did, those would have been big chunk plays that Utah's defense gave up. And again, the quarterback missed those throws. Baron Morton's not. So if Utah's defense, if the corners and defensive backfield allow receivers to get open this week, Tech is going to capitalize on that and make some big plays. So obviously with Rabbit Evans going down, some injuries there in the backfield, it's on other guys to step up. We know Nate Ritchie is going to be stepping up and starting at that safety spot in place of Rabbit Evans. Dallin Bentley has made some big plays. Pick six. He had a near pick six last week against Wyoming. Several pass breakups as well. So he's kind of emerging. And then, you've got, like I mentioned, Smith Snowden. We know that he is one of the best corners on this team, one of the best probably in the country. Definitely has the potential to be. I know he's got all the hype on offense this year, but defensively he's a stud. So yeah.
I think a lot of eyes will be on that defensive backfield for Utah. One, because Rabbit Evans, right? Nate Ritchie will step up. How will Nate Ritchie face against this test, against this Baron Morton air raid? Nate Ritchie is someone that I'm going to be watching on the defensive side of the ball for Utah. And how he performs, but also, just the defensive backs in general, right? Morgan Scally was talking about it earlier this week that the tackling needed to improve, and so I'm curious to see if it's able to improve tonight as receivers get into open space and deny those receivers for Texas Tech to get the yaks.
Well, and it starts with a pass rush too, right? Because that makes life easier on your DBs. If your pass rush can get back there, get after the quarterback, John Henry Daly, Logan Fano, some of those guys up front. That has been Utah's staple, having a mean pass rush, allowing you to play man defense, allowing your corners to be sticky and press on the hip and stuff. So, it's a unit that everybody kind of needs to be playing at their best, but we've seen over the first 3 weeks that they have been doing that.
Across the Big 12 this week, obviously this is the biggest one on the schedule for the conference. You saw Brett Yormark, the commissioner, was in town taking in this scene, and this is big for them. And I part of it is because I do a Big 12 show during the week with Mitch Harper, but part of it is that, when you look and you just want to see how the rest of the conference is going to do against the rest of, their not just conference play, you're still getting some teams trickling out of conference play, and you're going to see a couple of conference games this week. The biggest ones across the board so far. So Texas Tech and Utah, obviously that's a big one. TCU hosts SMU. That's not a conference game, but what that is that's another place where the conference could put its elbows out. TCU is a team that I think is very scary. I think the good news is, and I'm pretty sure this is the case, I don't think Utah plays TCU, right?
This year?
Yeah, they don't go down to Fort Worth. They came in last year and beat Utah here at Rice Eccles Stadium in an ugly 13-6, 13-7 game. It was just one of those forgettable moments at Rice Eccles Stadium last year where the offense couldn't get things going even when the defense was playing well. And TCU beating SMU, that would be Baylor beat SMU already this year. If TCU can get a win against SMU, SMU is, of course, ranked going into the season.
They were a playoff team last year.
And they were a playoff team last year, and whether or not that was a fluke or not, fine, whatever. I think the ACC is a little bit weak, obviously. But West Virginia goes to Kansas. Kansas is a team that could ruin some people's lives. A sneaky good game this today is one between Arizona State and Baylor. That one has tons of implications to it too. They don't have tiny numbers next to their name in terms of the national
just outside.
In terms of the national ranking, but they are just both on the outside. Arizona State, obviously, the reigning Big 12 champ, and Baylor is a team that, frankly, we know is talented enough to be there. They've got a quarterback and an ability to score at will, and then if they could get a win as they're hosting Arizona State, you have teams that are emerging that are going to try to put their elbows out for this one. And so it's a big weekend for teams in the Big 12 because they are trying to figure out, not just from a national level, but within the conference itself, how big a weekend like this and how big a game like this is for Utah. Whoever wins this game has that inside track in the conference to be able to get to Arlington for that final championship game weekend.
And it feels like that was a big conversation in the offseason, right? Which Big 12 team can emerge on the national stage and which Big 12 team can kind of put out their elbows and say that we are the front runners and we can be a national brand for this conference. You have a perfect opportunity tonight for both Texas Tech and Utah to figure that out and to put their name out there and say, hey, we're going to put our elbows out and we're going to be the team to beat in the Big 12.
Yeah, that's why it's so important for Utah to show up this morning at home against Texas Tech. You have the spotlight. You have the national eyes on you. Everybody around the country is waking up and watching this game. So it's a perfect opportunity for Utah to establish themselves. If they can come out and get the win today against Texas Tech, they will have the right to say right now we are the top dog in the Big 12. That's just how it is after 4 weeks. That's why this win would be so important today.
Okay, so we're up here in Guardsman Way. We're watching the fans file in, of course, for Texas Tech and Utah. Oh, we got a Wreckham over here. We got some. Finally, I can't tell who's red and black and who at the everybody's wearing red and black. It's hard to see the Texas Tech crews over here. So as you're watching and you're walking up to the stadium here, and as you get ready for this one, it's going to be the biggest game in the conference so far this year, and could prove to be one of the biggest games across all of conference play. How do you get yourself to the playoff? And what is it that the conference needs in a weekend like this is visibility, which is what they're already getting with this game. And Texas Tech and Utah, like nobody across the country looks at either of those teams right now and goes, wow, they're a national championship contender. But this game, whoever wins this one, why not? Why can't they be in that conversation? They would be right on track. I mean, it's not like the SEC's blowing everybody out of the water this year.
Well, the interesting thing with that is nobody looks at them and says, yeah, that's a national contender right away. But nobody looks at this game and scoffs either. I think both of these teams has some recognition, some name brand value, right? So I think that's the nice thing about being this 10 a.m. game is you have a lot of interest from everybody.
Well, and then one of the things that kind of sticks out to me is, you and JJ throughout the course of the week look at bowl predictions and kind of bowl projections and see where people are at. And people aren't giving Utah that respect yet of them potentially making it to the Big 12 championship.
What's funny is that Utah has been in a lot of these bowl projections, like in the college football playoff, because they have to guess on who's going to win the Big 12. And they'll go, I don't know, we'll throw this guy in there. And obviously, bowl projections this time of year are just fodder for us to be able to chop
right.
up. But for no reason at all, Texas Tech jumped Utah in a lot of those bowl projections to go into the college football playoff. Again, people are just guessing to see what it is that they think that this team is going to do, or what they think that this conference is going to do, and everything has to fall into place. You can still lose one or even two games and get into the Big 12 championship game and get yourself positioned to be able to be in that college football playoff. But getting there is not good enough. Ask SMU. Ask Boise State. Ask any handful of the teams who got into the playoff last year and absolutely fell flat. I mean, even Oregon was the number one team in the country when they were taking on Ohio State, and you went, oh, number 8 Ohio State in the college football playoff. That did not feel like a number 8 team. The big underdog won the national championship. It was like, no, it's Ohio freaking State, man. So all these teams who are trying to get themselves into the playoff, where are you not just about getting into the playoff, but how can you be a team that can compete against all these other powers across the country on the weekend that you actually get asked it? Could you imagine, by the way, Rice-Eccles Stadium hosting a college football playoff game on December 21st or December 20th, which is when those games are going to be played? That's exactly what you sign up for. And you talk about a home field advantage for a Utah team. That's going to be the type of position where you can be there. Although I don't even know. We wouldn't know what to do with ourselves at December 20th game at Rice-Eccles Stadium. That feels so friggin' weird.
I bet we'd be right here.
Probably in the snow.
The heaters would be on,
yeah.
Absolutely. We get that thing going. But, yeah, I just love how big this game has gotten. You're right, Christian. I think people are looking at it and they look across the day of college football playoff or of college football games and they go, Illinois, Indiana, yay.
Well, and the thing, too, is, a lot of fans are susceptible to this. Like you mentioned the Arizona State and Baylor game. It's like those teams are unranked. And the fact of the matter is when you are flipping through the TV and you see two ranked teams playing against each other, that makes you more likely to watch it. That's how it is. And then not only that, it's a national conversation that Texas Tech has spent so much money. That Utah has had success recently, even though the last 2 years have not gone as they'd hoped. I mean, it was just 2 years ago when they were winning Pac-12 championships. Yep. So people know that Utah is a national brand, and this game is an opportunity to, get yourselves back into that conversation as one of the guys.
It helps when you have that number 60 next to that name.
It really does.
And you have that number 17.
And if you get the win this week, it's going to help when you've got a 12 or 11 or 10 next
year.
Well,
you're early enough in the season, too, that the polls are still quite volatile, right? You're going to see tons of movement. And so if you can move up and have tons of movement right off the bat, then that's going to be a huge way to do this thing. You guys be careful out there, all right? We've got lots going on here on the as people make their way up to the stadium. There's all sorts of ways to get there. But You got to do it safely. Hey, one of the things that I want to also get to was this idea that Jason Beck came in and he suddenly has solved everything in a couple of weeks. What are some things he's got to improve on, do you think, from a play calling standpoint? Because he's an exceptionally good play caller. People like the mix-up that he's done. They like the amount of variety he's had in his play calling. But what do you think happens? Because they obviously haven't shown off everything in their first 3 games against pretty vanilla opponents.
And I wonder how much you attribute that to maybe not wanting to get too deep into your playbook, right, against those opponents, right? Save some of the crazier stuff for today against Texas Tech. Save some of the deeper stuff in the playbook tonight for Texas Tech. But I think one of the things, and it's stuck out to me since week 1, one of the things that I think this offense can improve upon is getting a little bit more electric chunk plays, right? Getting more big plays, moving the ball downfield through the air with a big chunk play. I think would be something would be awesome to see Devin Dampier be able to accomplish, especially in a game like today against Texas Tech.
Yeah, I think their biggest pass play of the season was that 52-yard touchdown to Wayshawn Parker, but that was a swing pass that just happened to break right and wide open field in front of him. So it wasn't like Dampier was taking a shot down the field. That was just excellent play call, and then Wayshawn Parker out running everybody. We have last week, Dampier took a couple shots, and they were, a little bit of a misfire, missed his target down the sideline. But we have not seen like a uncorked 75-yard pass.
They haven't been. They've been, on the flip side, you have Texas Tech, who are known for chunk plays.
Yeah.
I think we were talking about it yesterday, right? Harvey Longy brought it up. He goes, they're like second in the country in their those big explosive plays, right? Anything that's 20 to 25 plus yards. And Utah's one of the, I'd say worse, but that's their vibe. They want to be able to grind it out. They don't need to have that chunk play. However, when Florida came in a couple of years ago and Bryson Barnes threw it down the field on the very first play to Money Parks, that's the kind of stuff that gets you excited as well, so why not? I don't think that this offense is incapable of doing these big chunk plays. I just don't think that's what they want right now. But again, I think you're going to see some other wrinkles today. You open up the playbook every week a little bit more, not just because of the opponent that you're facing, but because you're more comfortable with the personnel that you have going in. You're in Game 4 already. Can you freaking believe, by the way, that we're almost a month into the season?
Season's flying, man.
Yeah, this is the way it happens every year, so no time for people to wonder if you're going to be any good. You have to get good right now if you're the University of Utah. Texas Tech has one shot to put themselves on the map against this team in Salt Lake City. And look, this is going to be one of those teams that across, I think, the next couple of decades, Texas Tech has positioned themselves to be able to be in a good spot from a money standpoint, and that's what you got to have to compete. And Utah's trying to get there too. Everybody is really, and some teams are, and some head coaches are not trying to play that game, but you have to play that game if you're going to be if you're going to be part of this college football landscape going forward. Let's take another break. We'll come back. Everybody walking up to the stadium here. We're on Guardsman Way at Roland Hall. We've got you covered on our College Football Saturday. It is 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone. We'll come back. Alex Kirry, Alex Napoles, and Christian Esparza. As you get going up to the stadium, or if you're listening in and getting yourself ready for a full day of not just college football but your kids' games, be safe out there. But we'll also want to remind you, any coverage, you can go to KSLSports.com. You can listen all day long. As soon as the game goes final, you're going to get a post-game reaction as well. Christian and Alex will have you covered on that also. Stay right here with us. More to go. 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I present...
This is JJ and Alex.
And Bill Bender's one of those guys, college football writer for Sporting News.
Well, two things. One, I put Devin Dampier on my Heisman, long shot, and that felt really good watching him do what he did, because it's possible. And the reason it's possible to me is you look at quarterbacks that have won the Heisman in the last 15 years, and I think 5 of them had 1,000 rushing yards. Guys like Cam and Kyler and Lamar, Johnny Manziel and Jaden Daniels, all 1,000-yard rushers. And Dampier is able to do that, have those kind of numbers, lead a Big 12 run, they'll have a chance. I will have Utah ranked in the top 25. That's how impressed I was. But I did stay up late and watch it because I wanted to watch Devin and see what that looked like. Also impressed with Utah's defense, no doubt. Looked really good on that side of the ball.
Catch JJ and Alex afternoons from 3 to 6. Presented by G2G Bars on 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
A 15-year-old girl who chewed through a rope to escape a serial killer.
I used my front teeth to saw on the rope in my mouth.
The killer prowled the Pacific Northwest in the early 70s. He's been convicted of murdering 2 young women but suspected of many more.
Maybe there's another one in that area.
Follow Stolen Voices of Dole Valley now, so you don't miss an episode.
So many commercials you encounter these days include generic people engaged in generic activities, frolicking in generic locations, accompanied by generic music and a generic voiceover. Pharmaceutical commercials are on the cutting edge of this phenomenon. In fact, I find myself less worried about the risk of lockjaw, intermittent loss of smell, or explosive diarrhea, and more concerned that the drug might turn me into a mannequin at Kmart. So what does this have to do with Shamrock Plumbing? Nothing, really. But if you find our commercials over the top, just remember it could be worse. They could be generic.
Ticket packages for the Utah Mammoth 2025-26 season are available now. From full season and half-season packages to mini plans and other flexible options, choose the ticket package that fits you best and be part of the action all season long. Call or text 801-325-PUCK to talk with a rep or visit nhl.com/Utah/tickets/season tickets to learn more.
The Missionary Starter Package now at Mr. Mac is everything a missionary needs at an unbeatable value. It includes 1 slim or modern fit suit, 4 and collar stretch shirts, 3 Teflon treated washable ties, 1 mission belt, and a pair of Echo or Johnston & Murphy walking shoes, all for just $695. Fit is never a problem at Mr. Mac with free in-store tailoring. Ask for the Missionary Starter Package at all 9 Mr. Mac locations.
Discover the exceptional value of Bar W Beef, where quality meets convenience. Bar W Beef's dry-aged beef, aged for 14 days, offers rich marbling and tender texture, perfect for grilling, roasting, or pan-searing. Enjoy the rich flavor and generous size. Shipped directly from the ranch to your door. Now hosting one-day pop-up events, go to barwbeef.com to find a pop-up event near you, or stop into the store in Nephi for weekly in-store specials. barwbeef.com. That's barwbeef.com.
Fall is my favorite time of year, and it turns out it's your plant's favorite time of the year, too. I'm back at Replenish Landscape Garden Products. Greg and Mike are here. Greg, it turns out your plants really like this time of year. It cools off, obviously, but they still need their nutrients.
They do, and it's a great time to put compost down, whether you're trying to get a few extra weeks out of your plants or if you're getting ready for next year. It's going to have a chance to work throughout the winter time and start breaking down the nutrients so they're available when you plant in the spring.
Mike, I'm thinking of 2 things. One is protecting those roots during the winter season. The other is feeding them this time of year is important.
Yeah, absolutely. That's one of the most important things to do throughout the winter time is to protect those roots.
Get the best compost available right now at Replenish Landscape Garden Products. Buy it in bulk, buy it in bag, or have it delivered from 4660 South, 200 West in Murray. Call them at 801-262-5142 or find them online at replenishcompost.com. It's good stuff.
Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox with the KSL Sports Newsletter. From the Jazz, Utah Hockey Club, BYU, Utah, Real Salt Lake, and more. Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the KSL Sports Newsletter. The KSL Sports Zone and Hercules Credit Union are highlighting people that impact youth sports. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com.
You're locked on to College Football Saturday on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
College Football Saturday, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. I'm Christian Esparza, Alex Napoles, Alex Kirry with me as we are getting you ready for number 16, Utah, hosting number 17, Texas Tech. 10 a.m. kickoff here at Rice-Eccles Stadium. We are at Roland Hall on Guardsman Way. Been here all morning. It's been a fun time. One thing I want to get into with you guys is what type of game does Utah want this to be? Because we know that Texas Tech's offense has the firepower. They have the explosiveness. They can put up the points, right? But we spent last segment talking about we haven't seen those big explosive plays from the Utes. So if this starts turning into a shootout, can Utah keep up? Do you think Utah is worried about keeping this more of a low-scoring game?
I've heard a lot of the score predictions that kind of put everything in like that 24-21 type number, and I kind of hate that. I mean, I want to see a shootout. Like, give me something that is that gets this series off to a memorable start. You know what I mean? It doesn't need to be 43-42 a la Cam Rising, but I do want that vibe of a back and forth, just like whoever scores last is the winner. You know what I mean? Just get the one who I don't want it to be a blowout. I want it to be a big game. Is Utah's offense capable of doing that? Yeah, they've scored 52 points a game or whatever it is, or 49 points a game over the first three. And frankly, if they would have gotten going in that first half against Wyoming, I mean they're number 10 in the country in overall offensive yardage output. Texas Tech is number 2. For points scoring, Texas Tech is number 1. But again, who have they freaking played, right? And you look and you go, yeah, nobody so far. So, but neither is Utah really compared to this Texas Tech team. I thought that Wyoming team put up a fight. I always think it's like a little bit of a backhanded compliment, right? When we go, I actually liked how tough they were. That was, your team kind of showed up last week. That's good for you guys, like this kind of like tap you on the head stuff. Texas Tech is a very different beast. Can Utah keep up with them on the offensive side of the football? Absolutely. I just don't think Texas Tech can keep up with Utah's defense. And I think that's going to be where the difference is. But I do think that you could see one of these shootout type scores, and I know that's not what the pick is, but my pick this week when I started going through it was you're going to see somebody in the 40s, you're going to see somebody in the mid-30s, and I hope that that's Utah in the 40s, and I hope that it's Texas Tech still puts on a show but still loses the game and has to walk out of here with an L.
That's something that I mentioned with Christian in the last postgame after the Wyoming game. I think Utah's defense is more than capable of keeping up with this offense, right? Utah's defense, like Steve Bartle said, I think once they bring the pressure and if they can, put Baron Morton in uncomfortable situations, I think that's where they can take the game to Texas Tech. It's going to be one of the trenches, defense on the defensive line and on the offensive line as well. But you put some pressure on Baron Morton, I certainly believe that this defense can keep up with that Texas Tech offense.
And they get Logan Fano back today. Having Fano and John Henry Daly back together on the defensive line, real handful for anybody to keep up with. I don't care how good.
So
I don't care how good Texas Tech's offensive line is. I think that is, speaking of those two studs, I think that is a very underrated pass rush duo. I think, obviously, John Henry Daly being on the national leaderboard for sacks, people are starting to learn his name, but I think, especially after today, I think a lot of people are going to watch this game and come away thinking, man, Utah has two really, really good rushers.
If you are preparing for this game, not just from a watching standpoint, but from a perspective of somebody who, highly invested in what Utah is going to be able to do, then what after this? If Utah's able to start stacking up some wins in the Big 12 already early on, this is such a huge deal for them to jump off of. And in weeks where you've got teams with a lot of bye weeks early, and that's a tough one. I know that if you're taking a bye week in the second week of this, I think Stanford they had a game against Hawaii in week 0. Their bye week was week 1. You know what I'm talking about? Like this, I hate the idea of having to sit around and wait and play a team, but that's what's good about these two teams is they've both had a 3-game slate so far. There's no waiting around. You don't need the bye to have to just sort the quote-unquote get right. I mean, ask Oklahoma State last night. They had 2 weeks to get ready for Tulsa, and they still couldn't get it done at home. And so I think if you're on a roll like this and if you're Utah, it's a good deal for Kyle Whittingham and his guys to just keep coming out and keep swinging and keep punching. And home field advantage, I mean, look where we're at right here, dudes. The fall colors are starting to come down the mountain over here, okay, as we look east and up Immigration Canyon to our right, or right, straight in front of you guys. And the fall colors are starting to turn. This is going to feel like a real college football game today. The atmosphere is already going, even though it's early. I love this type of a feeling, and Utah can make something happen as everybody's going to be eyes on them. When the East Coast, we talked about those late-night kickoffs and how nobody's watching it, you have the inverse issue here. You have everybody watching this game to see what happens and what these two teams out west can do.
Of these two teams, who's had the more convincing non-conference slate and non-conference schedule, non-conference performances? Right, you have Texas Tech beating Arkansas, Pine Bluff, Kent State, and Oregon State. Utah beat UCLA, Cal Poly, and Wyoming. Neither of these teams, I think, have really been tested yet. But who's had the more convincing non-conference?
I think Utah, just because of that UCLA game, right? There was a lot of national attention around UCLA's quarterback, Nico Yamalavea, right? And people wanted to see how he would look with his new team, being back home, yada, yada, yada. highly rated prospect, and that's going to garner a lot of attention. And ultimately, they have not looked good, right? They've already fired head coach Deshaun Foster. So it's tough to sit here right now and say, like, yeah, that was a tougher schedule than Texas Tech has had. But I think based off of UCLA, and then you know that Wyoming playing in Laramie is always going to be a difficult test. I think those two things alone, it hasn't been, a cupcake schedule for Utah, but it definitely hasn't been challenging so far. But I think it's fair to say it's more challenging than what Texas Tech has had to face.
Yeah, I would say playing Kent State and Arkansas Pine Bluff, which is what they put 67 and 62 on. And Oregon State is similar to UCLA in the sense that it is a former Pac-12 program. Well, I guess they're still in the Pac-12. It's a
parentheses though. They're in the Pac-12.
A team that we formerly respected, right? Like overall, I mean, it's sad to watch Oregon State get to that spot because they're just struggling right now. But same kind of a team I think that they faced last week, and that's been their only challenge. There's been no challenge. Sorry, there's been zero challenge. I think that playing UCLA and playing Wyoming probably were better. Both of those teams were better than any of the teams I think that Texas Tech had faced off against. And so 67, 62, and 45, that's their scoring that they've had. And so they are massively capable of putting numbers up, and it just feels like they're just going to kind of keep that thing rolling here, and they're confident in that offense. I mean, we played it all this week how Baron Morton said it. The reason this game is big is because we're in it. The reason that it's big is because Texas Tech is here, everybody. So that's what was brought up, and I think everybody's sort of rolling their eyes at that because I think people here in Salt Lake City go, "You're in Lubbock. Like you're not the program in Texas that people think of when they think of somebody." They are turning a corner, but the only way to do that is you have to beat teams like Utah here to make that kind of conversation happen.
And that's the thing that USC and those Oregon and the Pac-12, they had to learn that about Utah, right? This is it's the culture here with Utah and the Utes. They are not a team that you ever take lightly, no matter what has happened in the last couple of seasons. And Texas Tech apparently has not figured that out yet. But they're going to figure out, soon this morning, 10 a.m. Whenever you play the Utes, you have to wake up to play these guys.
You have to wake up. You have to show up. You got to be ready. I look at Baron Morton's numbers, and I wonder how much of that is a little bit overinflated playing not so great defenses. This is obviously by far the best defense Baron Morton has faced all season long.
It might be the best one he faces this year, yeah.
I 100% agree. And so I'm curious to see how Baron Morton, right, having all that confidence at the press conference. We hear it when we played it a couple times on JJ and Alex, having all that confidence, and then now coming into this environment and seeing how he performs against this defense.
Interesting to see how this thing's going to go. The sign of the night last night for me was Baron Morton wipes with corn tortillas. I absolutely that's the thing that gets to throw Stone off. He's like, that's not the one that's going to be the most effective.
You know what? I've got something to say about that. They don't use corn tortillas in Tex-Mex food. They use flour.
They use the flour tortillas. Yeah.
That sign doesn't make sense, but whatever.
Listen, it's trash. There's not a lot making sense at 4 a.m. Okay, all right. I don't think you can ask these guys to be totally with it. But yes, we'll take another break here.
Yeah, 15 minutes until kickoff.
That's crazy. We're right there. We got some keys to the game coming up, or what are we doing here?
Coming up next, we'll get the keys of the game. Again, 15 minutes until kickoff. Utah getting ready to take on Texas Tech. Huge matchup for the Big 12. Stick with us. More around the corner. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, bro. You hear us every day with our crazy opinions.
Hey, what you doing?
Well, now, it's time to hear from you.
Hey, great show.
Download the KSL Sports app and fire off your thoughts with the call-in tab on the bottom of your screen.
Your show is fantastic. It's the one that captivates me the most.
You can tell PK to stop singing.
G-Bang!
Let Jake and Ben know what you really think of the Jazz. Woo! Tell Hans and Scotty about your favorite barbecue spot or what color of tie JJ should be wearing on TV. The best entries will be played on the air. Download the KSL Sports app now and hit the call-in button to let your voice be heard.
I think you guys do an incredible job.
This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, Ryan, you remember that trip we took in our tent trailer down to Southern California?
Oh, that was the best.
Making memories with Paris RV. Hook up to the 2025 Forest River Rockwood 16 OTG for only $9,195 or $148 per month, 0 down. Or the 2025 Highland Ridge Open Range 177 BH for only $14,995 or $171 per month, 0 down. Or the 2026 Coachman RV Catalina Summit Series 7 134 BHX for only $14,995 or $171 per month, 0 down.
Take your family out RVing with Paris RV.
Paris RV is your locally owned, family-run RV dealership. We strive hard to find the very best RVs for the price. With 4 locations, over 1,000 RVs in stock, 42 service bays, and 4 super parts stores. We're sure to help take your family on the best RV vacation. Check out our perfect family bunkhouse trailer, the 26BH. That sleeps 9 for $19,995 or $227 a month, 0 down. Life is short. Enjoy it. North Murray, South Murray, Payson, and Pocatello. ParisRV.com.
The Garden Restaurant has been open for a few months, and if you haven't stopped by, now is the time to get downtown and check out what everyone's been raving about. And if you have visited the new space, schedule a time to come on back. Grab a friend and come visit one of Salt Lake's best gathering spots for lunch. You'll be greeted by the delicious smell of fresh baked goods, like our famous Lionhouse rolls, perfect for taking home for family dinners. Or maybe you have a sweet tooth and are craving one of our brand new cinnamon rolls. They're the size of a dinner plate and perfect for sharing between a group of friends. Come smell and taste the garden for yourself. Enjoy the beautifully reimagined space and convenient location with new street access on the ground floor of the Joseph Smith Memorial Building. Open weekdays 11 to 3. Choose from healthy and delicious options like the turkey pot pie, jalapeno pork and grilled cheese sandwiches, tomato bisque soup, and nut and berry salad. All favorites not to be missed. So much to choose from. Check out the menu at thegardenslc.com. Fresh flavors, iconic location, The Garden Restaurant.
There is an old saying, the only true wisdom is knowing that you know nothing. But when it comes to COPD, knowing the signs can mean the difference between life and death. COPD is a chronic lung disease that may be caused by genetics, frequent lung infections, or irritants like smoke, fumes, dust, or chemicals. The most common cause of COPD is cigarette smoke, but anyone can get COPD. Despite being the 3rd leading cause of death worldwide, millions of people have COPD symptoms but still go undiagnosed. Wisdom might come with aging, but symptoms like shortness of breath, tightness in your chest, coughing, and wheezing shouldn't. If you find yourself struggling to keep up with other people your age, or if you get short of breath walking up the stairs, it's time to talk to your doctor. COPD does not yet have a cure, but it is treatable. Early diagnosis and proper care can add years of better breathing to your life. For more information, visit copdfoundation.org.
The Management Minute is a service of the MBA program in the John M. Huntsman School of Business at Utah State University. I'm Professor Scott Hammond. Nothing since the invention of the internet will change how we do business more than the AI revolution. Both good and bad, but certainly significant. Before the internet, communicating was personal, voice, writing, then email and text added a layer of mediation. Now AI programs will write communication for you. Then they will read and summarize communication for you, putting yet another layer of mediation between you and your colleagues. Careful. The nuances of voice and facial expression often communicate very important emotions that are not captured by just text. In the coming weeks, I will discuss how AI will impact the workplace. If you want to know more about how to better communicate in the workplace, consider an MBA at Utah State University. Go to utahstatemba.com. That's utahstatemba.com. I'm Scott Hammond. Hope to see you in one of our classes.
This is College Football Saturday on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome back to College Football Saturday here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. I'm Alex Napoles. That's Christian Esparza. He's Alex Kirry as we bring you into the final segment of our Utah Hour up here on Roland Hall for College Football Saturday. And we'll end it with, of course, our keys to the game. And then we'll get into some quick picks for the local teams. But first, keys to the game. Alex, let's start with you, man.
So we talked a little bit about I've had to think about it a couple of times we've talked about it, and what keeps coming back to me is the idea that you're bigger than this team. So play bigger than this team. From a physical standpoint.
You mean brand-wise or physically?
I think no one matches Utah's physicality like ever over here. You know what I mean? At Rice Eccles. It's pretty rare. The thing that's going to punch Texas Tech in the mouth is that Utah's bigger and faster and more aggressive and just tougher than most of the teams they're going to face off
And
against.
Texas Tech, their reputation, everybody always says, man, that team is tough, right?
But
it's never been said about them.
I was going to say,
being sarcastic.
No. But what's interesting is this is the first time that they've had that we do talk like that, though, now. That's the thing that's had them turn the corner is I've never in my lifetime talked about Texas Tech having one of the top defensive line units in the country. That's a tough defensive line to go up against. This is the best offensive line in the country, maybe the best that we've ever seen here, certainly the best that Kyle Whittingham's ever seen, which likely means it's the best that's ever been here. And that's a big deal. But this place, the brand of Utah, I think, is bigger too. So play to that, right? I think that just Texas Tech doesn't know what Utah is. And I know that probably Texas Tech fans are saying the same thing, but they are brand new to this. And I'm saying that with as much respect as I can. They are brand new to being big time. The money's going to get them there even more. But I think Utah's been big time for a while, and I just don't think that they understand that. So be bigger than Texas Tech from every aspect. Be tougher than they are. Be bigger than they are when it comes down to it. And I do think that this is just going to be one of those places that Urban, that was my sister. Oh, how dare you.
We were talking about that on the way up here.
We were.
Hey, Urban gets himself
Appreciate it.
Urban gets himself in trouble on his own, so we don't even need to make signs for it to make him get in trouble. But you see what I'm saying? Like,
yeah,
it's overall play.
That's Utah style.
Yeah, it really is. And what's interesting is Joey McGuire knows that. Head coaches know that. When you ask them, what do you think about Utah? They're so freaking tough. They say that, right? Because they know that's the reputation that they have. So punch them in the mouth and just stay on them. You know what I mean? And I think that have that defense be the big deal. And guess what's going to happen after that? You're going to make it so much easier for your guy Devin Dampier to have a decent day when you punch these guys in the mouth on defense. I hope Texas Tech gets the ball first, and then it's a 3-and-out, and that place lights up. I don't want the offense going out and scoring first. I want the defense shutting down those guys, having to have them run off the field at 4th and 12 to have to punt down to Utah to get things started, just because the crowd will get going.
Exactly. It seems like Rice Eccles Stadium blows up when the defense makes a big play.
Early 3-and-out.
Exactly. The defense, I think, brings life to that stadium, so it'd be awesome to see that early for that Utah defense. Christian, what do you got, man?
I'm going to go with rushing yards. I want to see a lot of rushing yards from Utah today. We were talking a lot about the offenses in the last couple of segments. If Utah can be productive and put up a lot of points on the board. But going back to Utah's brand of football, they are always going to want to keep it on the ground and control the clock. That is Kyle Whittingham's style of football. Do you guys think 200 is too much to ask for? Closer to 175? I'm thinking around that ballpark, though. I think that is a nice, healthy number for Devin Dampier, Wayshawn Parker, Nakari Rogers, and Hunter Andrews to get to.
Right now, Utah's averaging 290 per game through the course of the first 3 games.
I think wondering what Texas Tech ranks defensively, but I mean, obviously that number's skewed because they haven't played anybody.
Right. They've kept teams out of the end zone pretty regularly. I think Oregon State scored 14 last week, and that might have been the biggest number that they allowed on the season. But yeah, it's to me the winner of this game is the tougher team, and
Texas Tech is allowing 124 a game
on the ground.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Utah should be able to hit 200. I like that number. I like 200 a lot.
I think 200 is a good goal. I think for me, the key to this one for Utah is going to be, of course, getting some sacks on Morton.
Yeah.
JHD MVP.
Yeah, exactly. JHD MVP. I think.
And even if it's not sacks, it's just making him uncomfortable. The pressures, the QB hurries, all that kind of stuff.
One of the things that I've loved about Utah's defense so far this season is forcing those TFLs. They've also done a phenomenal job at that. Even if it's not getting to the quarterback, they've done a phenomenal job of tackling behind the line for losses. That I think putting Texas Tech behind the chains and, again, forcing the offense the least amount of time on that field I think that's where your advantage comes from Utah. Real quick, guys, predictions for the day as Utah and Texas Tech about to kick off. What do you guys got?
Score-wise?
You want to do Utah first? Or we want to go?
Let's go Utah first.
Okay. I'm going to go. I said it this week, so I'm going to just have to stick with it. 41-34, Utah over Texas Tech. I like an idea of a high-scoring game a little bit, just because I want to see Utah out point score. This team that's like, well, we're the best offense in the country. I want to see them put up 40 on these guys.
I'm going Utah 35, Texas Tech 32. Close game.
I like it.
We will have a BYU hour coming up next. Real quick, BYU at East Carolina. Your picks for that one?
Oh, I think I had that one more along the lines of like a 35 to 20 to 24 type of a game, or maybe I said 31-21 yesterday. 31-21 is what I had, so I'm going to stick with that one.
I'll go 28-24 BYU.
And then lastly, Utah State versus McNeese State.
I'm going to go another 50 burger from Bryson Barnes. They're going to beat McNeese. It's going to be like a 52 to I'd say 10 kind of game.
Yeah, I'm looking at like 42-21 maybe.
Remember to catch the post-game show tonight immediately following the game with Christian Esparza and myself. We'll be on air, and it'll also be live stream on YouTube, X, Facebook, and KSLSports.com. Don't go anywhere, because coming up next, we're going to dive into BYU at East Carolina here on the College Football Saturday on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Mom, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotion. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotion, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. Consequently, they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a blazing fast 5G network for just $25 a month. Dial pound 250 and say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
The weather is cooling off to the lower 70s and 50s at night. Prep your home early for fall and winter with a call to At Your Service Pros, your whole home service professionals, family owned by people like you. At Your Service Pros cares about their customers and know things are tight. And to help with fall prep, they're offering $49 furnace tune-ups, $39 electrical inspections, and $75 off electrical repairs. At Your Service is all in the name. They're there for you, giving solutions without unnecessary upsell and backed by 5-star reviews. They want to earn your trust to be your go-to whole home service company for commercial and residential. And they support the community they live and serve. Save money, time, and eliminate expensive home utility repairs by using a pro all completely at your service. $49 furnace tune-ups, $39 electrical inspection, $75 off any electrical repairs, plus maintenance or replacement with straight up honest work done right, guaranteed. Call AYSP 801-YOUR-PRO at yourservicepros.com. 801-YOUR-PRO at Your Service Pros.
Fall is here and the cooler months are upon us. Hans and Scotty here, and it's time to talk about your windows, where you can now get the best windows on the planet courtesy of Advanced Windows, and be prepared for the fall and winter months.
I had an amazing experience with Advanced Windows where they replaced 5 windows for me. They gave me a quote, they stuck to the quote, it was that cost. They ended up saving me money. And their experienced window specialist will help determine why you have a draft coming in, how you can save the most money on utilities, how your house can be transformed in one day just by upgrading those windows and doors.
And right now, it's time to take advantage of a fall special. $2,500 off when you change out 10 windows or more. That's $2,500 off when you swap out 10 windows or more. Options are available for any budget. Great financing as well. But you gotta call 801-850-9100.
That's advancedwindows.com or 801-850-9100 for the best window experience you could ever imagine.
It's been said that when someone you love has Parkinson's, you have Parkinson's. The Parkinson's Foundation knows that the disease doesn't just affect the diagnosed. It affects everyone who supports and helps care for them.
If you or someone you know is living with Parkinson's, a neurological disease that affects movement, we understand that it can be difficult to know where to find help.
If you have questions, the Parkinson's Foundation has answers. Answers for everyone in the fight.
We can help you understand the disease,
help you find expert care and local support,
give you tips for living a better life,
and share the latest research.
Find your answers and join us in the fight against Parkinson's.
To learn more, please go to parkinson.org
or call 1-800-473-4636.
That's 1-800-473-4636. The Parkinson's Foundation. Better lives together.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Counting you down to kickoff. This is College Football Saturday with Alex Kirry, Christian Esparza, and Alex Napoles on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome into a special edition. It is College Football Saturday right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Alex Kirry in this seat. Across from me is Alex Napoles, Christian Esparza, also next to us here. And, of course, we bring you your College Football Saturday coverage every Saturday right here on the KSL Sports Zone. Different edition of it today. We just got done previewing this Utah game that's just now kicking off up at Rice-Eccles Stadium. And now we move on, of course, to covering the BYU side of things. I still am not used to the 10 a.m. game, although the free breakfast burrito certainly got people going this morning. That'll get you any free food, anything, but if you throw in the idea of it being a breakfast burrito situation, then it's always better for us here. So first impressions before we get to Mitch Harper, who's in Greenville, North Carolina, covering BYU and East Carolina. Right off the bat here, we're going to get some sound from the coaches. I at this point, I've convinced myself that any outcome could happen in this game. Like, this is on high upset alert for a lot of the national pundits, but it's also on wild, like, hey, BYU's going to steamroll these guys. And I'm like, I don't know where it is. Maybe it's somewhere in between. I don't know how to feel about it this week.
I think the defense is going to be the defense. The defense will be fine. The defense will be fun to watch for BYU. But I think the biggest question for me heading into this one is, of course, going to be the quarterback situation and how the offense shows up in this one, right? The biggest thing that stood out to me in that Stanford game a couple weeks back now after BYU comes off the bye is the fact that BYU missed their chances to capitalize on some short fields and missed their chances to score more touchdowns, right? And so if they can clean that up, if they can navigate that, I think BYU will be in a good position on the road. But, of course, Bear Bachmeier on the road for the first time. Curious to see how that will go.
Christian, that's what I was going to say. Is the bye week going to be something that gets these guys? Is it a good thing, or was it something that they needed to get straight into playing another game again?
It was a weird thing, but obviously it does give BYU an advantage, right? We talked about when BYU played Stanford. Stanford was coming off an early bye before that game, so we know that Coach A-Rod, Coach Hill have had some extra time to prep for this ECU team, and although it is going to be a tough road test for Bear Bachmeier, the extra week does help me feel a little bit better. So I guess we'll see. I'm sure that they had some time to put some extra tricks up their sleeve.
Let's get into a conversation we had yesterday with Mitch Harper, who was in Greenville, North Carolina. Happens to be there still, of course. But as we jump in here with Mitch and get the check-in of what is going on in North Carolina. Yesterday we had that conversation with him on our Football Friday. Here's what it sounded like live from Greenville.
It's really humid. It feels like about 90 degrees.
How sweaty is it?
I'm sweating, so it is hot out here, and I must say it was a little bit surprising to see the amount of BYU fans on my plane right in. I just kind of chalked up that this game would be one where it may mainly be locals and maybe in the southeast region that would go, support BYU. But there was a good number of BYU fans on the plane, but it's hot out here, and it's going to be an adjustment, and it takes time, coming out to the East Coast. So should be a good football game though tomorrow.
Mitch, how did you adjust to the time difference? I mean, how did you deal with that, man, on the way out there? I just don't know how a person does it.
Oh, I mean, I will say it's throwing me off a little bit to be talking to you guys at 6 o'clock, and I'm like, isn't Game Night Live getting ready to roll? But
it's almost bedtime, dude. Come on.
It's a little bit of an adjustment, but I think it's a little bit overblown. I think BYU's done this many times under Kalani, and honestly, they've been a lot better on the East Coast than they've been, all time. Kalani's had a lot of success in Eastern time zone games, and I think this is a game where BYU can have some success again as well.
How did having a bye week right now help them or hurt them in your opinion? I know you talked to some players and coaches this week. What were their thoughts on that? What have you observed?
Well, I think that one of the big things that kind of stood out was that the weird week 3 bye, maybe did end up being an okay thing for BYU, just from the standpoint of, getting Waylon Lapuaho back, giving an extra week for Justin Kirkland to potentially play. He's still kind of a to-be-determined situation, but, I wouldn't be surprised if we did see him. But, I think that, I think that's the biggest positive from all this, is just getting another week and to give Bear Bachmeier more opportunities to develop that chemistry. But, I think BYU's got to come out strong in this game, though, because there have been times in the Big 12 era, last year against Utah, TCU 2 years ago, coming off a bye week where BYU has not performed well, particularly offensively, and so they got to come out strong in this game and to kind of see how they perform, because it's been a little bit of a mixed bag at times when it comes to bye week performances under Kalani.
Is everybody healthy? Everybody coming out of the bye week? Everybody all hands on deck here? Anybody not make the trip?
For the most part, I mean, I think they're pretty healthy going into this game. That's going to be a spot where I think BYU, they got a little bit better with their personnel as far as health is concerned. But they'll be in a pretty good spot there. Getting Waylon Lapuaho back was probably the biggest addition back for BYU this week. He'll be anchoring that left guard spot for BYU. So I would say that's probably the biggest addition. And then you got Reggie Frischneck joining the wide receiver unit as well. We'll see on Tay Nakua as well, too.
Mitch Harper joining us from Greenville, North Carolina, as the Cougs get ready for, of course, East Carolina, who is one of these teams who everybody's looking at this one and going, okay, this is an upset alert for a lot of folks. Is that because we don't know much about BYU and Bear Bachmeier, I guess only 2 games in? Or is there something that we know about East Carolina now? And obviously their quarterback, everybody looks at it and they go, look, this Hauser kid's got a howitzer of an arm. This is a good quarterback who is somebody you got to watch out for. So my question is what do we know about BYU? Because I asked Sly about that about Utah. You're only 2 games in, and so there's still some guessing there. But what do you know about this team so far?
Well, I know that BYU's defensive line has been much improved this year, and BYU's linebackers are some of the best in the Big 12. I think BYU's front 6 or 7, whatever it looks, they go in that front is really good. And I think in the case of East Carolina, I think people are just kind of looking at, they won 38-0 last week against Coastal Carolina. And I think for Cougar fans, they think Coastal Carolina. They think when Coastal Carolina was good in 2020, Coastal Carolina might be one of the worst FBS teams this year. They're terrible. They only scored 13 points 2 weeks ago. Coastal did against Charleston Southern, who really one of the worst football programs in the country. So in East Carolina was only up 10-0 at half against Coastal in that game. The thing about East Carolina, they've got individual talent. They got some pretty good personnel, but they haven't been tested yet, particularly against a formidable rushing attack. And I think BYU has to establish the ground attack early with L.J. Martin and have some success on that early drive, even if it doesn't end up in a touchdown per se, but moving the chains. Don't go 3 and out, and set the tone with L.J. Martin. I think that's going to be huge for BYU, but I just think people are looking at East Carolina and saying, big win last week, 2 time zones, kind of some of the cliches, but really when you dive in, BYU's a better football team. They should win this game. And will it be, a blowout where BYU's got the style points and 40-plus points? I don't see that, but, like a 24-13 type of win, yeah, I can see that. And I think BYU takes care of business, get in, get out, try to stay healthy and win that game, shrink up the game as much as possible by leaning on the ground attack. That can be done. I just think that, it'll be an energetic crowd. East Carolina's athletic director said they're expecting about 46,000 fans to be in attendance for this game, and that's pretty big. Their biggest crowd ever is 51,000 that they had 3 years ago. They're kind of rolling out all the stops. They're bringing in fireworks for the first time ever at Dowdy-Ficklin Stadium. They're going to have flyovers. They're going to do a lot of different things for these games because they don't get many power conference opponents to roll into Greenville. I mean, just looking up the population, it's only a town that has 87,000 people. So it's a small college town. It's a big opportunity for them to host a good power conference team. So they're rolling out all the stops, and I think that gives the uneasiness for people. But if BYU really is an AP top 25 team, like everyone's been banging the table saying they are, well, you should go in and win this football game pretty soundly. And I think BYU's got the chance to do that. There'll be moments of adversity, but I think BYU is definitely the better football team.
What's the next step for Bear Bachmeier in his progression? What does BYU, what does he want to see this week?
Well, I'd like to see a few more shots downfield. That momentum that they gained maybe at the end of the Stanford matchup 2 weeks ago where he has that deep completion to Chase Roberts. I want to see Aaron Roderick call some shots downfield for Bear and take some chances. Coming out of fall camp, he noted, Aaron Roderick did, the confidence that he has in Bear to be able to run the offense to the level of Jaron and Zach and Retzloff. Well, let's see it now. And this is going to be a much tougher spot than some of the other games that BYU has been in, just from the standpoint of being on the road. I don't know if East Carolina is a better defense personnel-wise than Stanford, but I think that East Carolina will have the home crowd behind them, and I'm curious to see if BYU takes more shots downfield. But ultimately, though, I do believe that rushing attack with L.J. Martin is the key to all this. And I think BYU goes as far as L.J. Martin will take them this year. He is so critical to the success of BYU this season. He's got to stay healthy. They've got to lean on him. He had 18 carries against Stanford. I think that's a number that you look at that they should target again and maybe get into that 20-carry territory, because I just think L.J. Martin, he's an excellent back, and I think he's one of the best in the Big 12. He had 131 yards against Portland State. He's averaging 9 yards per carry. He's just been really good, and I'm excited to see what he does in this game. I mean, East Carolina has some personnel up front. They got size. 300 plus. Three of their linemen have a lot of size to them, but I just think that I like BYU's offensive line as well, and giving that protection for Bear, opening things up for L.J. Martin. But I do want to see some shots given to Bear Bachmeier to take those risks from Aaron Roderick and stretch the field more. But I don't know if I'm just going into this game expecting just a huge passing total. If they can run the football and establish that, they'll lean on that and kill that clock. We forget that the clock does not stop anymore with these first downs. You can drain this thing pretty quick, and with that long distance travel, shrink up the game as much as possible and get in, get out, and try to get a win.
BYU, of course, then goes into conference play starting next week. When you look at kind of what they have to do this week and going into that, how big of a deal is it to be able to go in and get a win against a team that is got you kind of circled on that calendar? And it's a big, for them, It's a big move. If they beat BYU, they're in an interesting spot here because they're among a bunch of teams right now in the G5 kind of teams that are looking to try to make a move and to be the best one, the highest ranked one by the end of the year. What does BYU have to do to make sure that they get themselves to conference play at 3-0 and take themselves into that next version of whatever Bear Bachmeier is going to be when he goes into his first conference game?
I think, a big thing in this game for BYU to get this win is they do have to continue taking care of the football. East Carolina does a really good job of that. They're number one nationally in turnover margin, +5. They've only had one interception. That was in the third quarter last week against Coastal, and it was kind of a poor decision by Hauser on that throw. But they got to get a few takeaways. Against Portland State, they didn't really get any. It wasn't needed. There wasn't any threat of that. But Stanford, they had a few takeaways, one of which was probably the easiest interception Raider Mooney will ever get, the throw that Goldbranson made. But takeaways are going to be important here because, just setting up Bear Bachmeier for some short fields potentially or swinging the momentum, because I do expect East Carolina is going to get some yardage. That up-tempo attack, they're going to get some yards. About more than 65% of Hauser's throws come from either play actions or screens. They're going to be up tempo. They're going to get it off quick, so they'll get yardage. And but BYU's just got to get those momentum-changing takeaways and stops, which has been kind of a calling card under Jay Hill defenses. And I think they'll tighten up too and try to limit East Carolina from getting into the end zone. They haven't allowed a touchdown yet this season. It'll be a tougher task to do that this week. But maybe they could do that. BYU's also been really good in non-conference spots since joining the Big 12. They're 8-0 all time since being in the Big 12 in non-conference play. They'll have another chance to get a perfect 3-0 mark heading into conference play, which is just a nice boost for a true freshman quarterback. I know the bar is much higher than simply getting to a bowl, but if you can get to 3-0, that's a nice accomplishment for a true freshman quarterback heading into Big 12 play against a couple teams in Colorado and West Virginia. You don't want to always just play the schedule game and look ahead, but it could set up quite well if you get this one to get to 5-0 and be a few weeks away from a big rivalry game at midway point against Utah.
Well, I mean, that's definitely what I want to go into. I know, the cliche statement is to not look ahead, right? Take it week to week. But how can you not? You got 6 games, essentially, here that you got lined up back to back to back, and I don't think they're going to be easy, right? Especially when you get to your Arizona, Utahs, Iowa States, and Texas Tech. What have you heard from the coaches, or is there any thought process? I don't know if it was maybe from training camp or here in the last week or two or during the bye week. What have people been saying about getting ready for that 6-game skid?
Yeah, I mean, to me, that's going to be that stretch between Arizona to TCU. I mean, I think that's one of the toughest stretches in the history of BYU football because I think any one of those teams, all of them potentially, could be ranked at the time BYU plays them. Mm-hmm. So this is going to be a real tough stretch. And I never believed in the narrative that was out there in the preseason that BYU had the easiest schedule in the Big 12 because, I think this show, you guys knew, like, TCU and Texas Tech could be pretty good. And we're still see what those teams will be. And then the rivalry game and just how it all set up was very difficult. And so that's why I think this type of game tomorrow takes on just greater significance because, at a minimum, you want to be an 8-win football team with a true freshman. Like, again, it's a long season. It's going to have some ebbs and flows to it, but you want to get to at least 8 following up an 11-win campaign. And, because that could be something you can really build on long term. But you'll go from Arizona to TCU. Those could be games where you're an underdog in all of them, and it wouldn't be shocking. But, I mean, you could be a favorite, too, but that's the Big 12, and I just think those are some really good football teams in that stretch. But that's what BYU's wanted, and that's why they're loving being in the Big 12 because they want that competition every single week, and that's why it's been a huge area of focus to really build out this roster and have the depth necessary to withstand that type of stretch in a schedule. And I think BYU does have the depth to handle the rigors that will be upcoming in this schedule down the road. But it just highlights the importance of games like this where you are a favorite on the road. Go take care of business because there's going to be much tougher challenges ahead.
Mitch Harper, he's out in Greenville, North Carolina. He'll be, of course, giving you every beat of anything that happens with this BYU football team along the way. He's the best in the market at what he does covering the Cougs. Mitch, we're looking forward to it, man. KSLSports.com, you can find his byline there. And then, of course, I'm assuming you guys will have an edition of Cougar Sports Saturday tomorrow, obviously, before the game as well.
Yeah, we will. 3 hours extended pregame in Greenville, so we'll go live from Dowdy-Ficklin and then get you ready for BYU and East Carolina. Like you said, at KSLSports.com, we'll have all the bylines and social media content and updates throughout the day.
All right, there's Mitch Harper. We appreciate him dipping in on those weeks that he's got all this triple duty going on when he's hitting the road, on top of the fact that it's not an easy location to get to, by the way. You don't just fly straight into Greenville. I'm sure some people can. Maybe you guys with your PJs, flying in however you guys want. But, getting to Greenville is kind of an interesting path. And Dowdy-Ficklin Stadium is an interesting place to play as well. We've got some breakdowns, of course, around the corner. We're going to let you in on a conversation with Aaron Roderick. Everybody wants to know what his quarterback is going to do this week. And he was very quick to talk about, oh, no, he's good, man. Everything's great. He's doing everything amazing. How's it going to look, though, when the 18-year-old hits the field there in Greenville, North Carolina? It is College Football Saturday. Alex Kirry, Alex Napoles, Christian Esparza. We'll be back. More to go around the corner. 97.5 KSL Sports Zone.
You've been listening to The Zone for decades. Yes! But now you can watch the guys break down your favorite teams.
Some viewers may find the following video disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised.
Catch the video stream of DJ and PK, Jake and Ben, Hanson Scotty, and JJ and Alex right now at KSLSports.com or by searching KSL Sports on YouTube. Utah's best sports radio is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You worked hard for your 401k, but if you've left your job, your money might be sitting in the wrong hands. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and it's very possible that the 401k that you have had for years has hidden fees and limited investment choices. But if you're no longer with the company, that 401k may be at the mercy of your former employer. All of these things could be costing you thousands. Rolling over your 401k into an IRA can provide better investment options that align with your long-term goals. At Trajan Wealth, we're fiduciary advisors that are held to a higher standard with no hidden agenda and no hidden fees. Don't let your retirement dollars sit in an old plan, and don't roll it over to your new plan without consulting Trajan Wealth first. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600. That's 801-899-7600.
Advisory services are offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment.
At Peach Windows and Doors, they help homeowners stay in the homes they love while upgrading to the elegance, efficiency, and natural light of today. With hundreds of 5-star Google reviews, their clients know Peach Windows and Doors deliver what they promise.
I wanted to replace standard-sized French doors with a large custom sliding door. The update required checking a weight-bearing wall. Plus, I wanted a couple of different styles of windows. The new sliding door created a much brighter and open look. Peach was so helpful along the way with recommendations and ideas, and the installers were efficient and respectful of my space. I was thrilled with Peach Windows and Doors.
Give your $1 million home the $1 million feel it deserves. Don't wait on that someday project. Visit Peach Windows and Doors Salt Lake Showroom. Schedule a free in-home visit. You can also explore at peachwindowsanddoors.com or just call them at 801-566-1255. Peach Windows and Doors, where amazing home transformations begin.
Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you.
What?
You have a brother. A $100 bill just like you.
Hey, I'm Ben.
What? We just got him for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And you're going to live together at America First.
What? This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $100 cash bonus when they open a checking account or $50 when they open a youth checking account. So head to AmericaFirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Mom, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotion. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotion, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. Consequently, they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a blazing fast 5G network for just $25 a month. Dial pound 250 and say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
Home Run Derby X is coming to Salt Lake City. MLB legends join softball stars, college standouts September 19th and 20th at the ballpark at America First Square. Wow. Tickets at MLB.com/HRDX Salt Lake. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Drop in for one of our delicious gourmet burgers made with 100% choice Grand Chuck. We're in Lehigh, American Fork, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
This is College Football Saturday on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
College Football Saturday, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. I'm Christian Esparza, Alex Kirry, Alex Napoles with me as we are breaking down the BYU Cougars. They are set to take on the Pirates of East Carolina. First road game for the Bear, Bachmeier, and the Cougars of the season, guys. How much do we think that is going to play into this game? Bear Bachmeier, the true freshman, making his first road start.
Has to be weird, right? Like, I don't care how much you prepare for this kind of stuff. Like, you go into a weird... Look, I've been to this stadium. Dowdy Ficklin Stadium in Greenville is interesting because it has a little bit... I mean, it seats, I think, 35 or 40,000, maybe 45,000. But it has a high school football stadium kind of feel to it. And so I think that... And I'll tell you that, and that's not to diss them at all. I'm just saying it's not a P4 place. But what's crazy about this to me is that they have so much on the line. BYU's got a ton on the line every week, but we know this is going to be their hardest game on their non-conference schedule. But let me just paint a weird picture for you because the G5 situation right now is very, very, very fluid because between South Florida, Tulane, Boise State, I think people have already written off after that loss to USF, right? But East Carolina right now has the one loss to North Carolina State, okay? If they could cobble together a win against BYU tonight, then you're talking about a team who's in the conversation of these teams that are trying to get into that college football playoff. The East Carolina Pirates have a shot every game that they win this season. If they pile on win after win after win, and they have to basically win out the rest of the way to have that chance. That starts tonight with BYU. They know that. They know that they have these crazy high hopes because the college football playoff is within reach of these G5 teams, and you could be East Carolina. It's not a crazy thing to think that they are trying to get there. Their coach absolutely believes in these guys, so they have a lot on the line, and so they want to get Bear under so much dang pressure tonight. And I don't know. I'm nervous. I'm nervous for him because what's it going to look like when they do send some exotic pressure? What's it going to look like when the line of scrimmage is a little bit more dicey? I don't know. It's not that I don't believe in the offensive line. I think that there is more talent on BYU's side of the football, on both sides of the ball, and in special teams. It's just about whether or not you can put it together. I just don't think you have to lean everything on Bear. I hope that they give between 25 and 35 attempts between their two running backs to take some of that load off of Bear and have Bear still throw 21 to 26 times, but not put it all on him and make sure. I mean, they know he can run. And right. And I hope that he doesn't try to bail himself out just off of that. But I don't know. I mean, like this guy, from all what we've heard, all of the stuff that we've heard about this guy, about how smart he is and how much, how mature he is, we're going to actually see what the reality is, I think, of that tonight because he's going to be in his first real kind of hazardous place. I think not just a crazy road game for him, like crazy far away and in a weird foreign place in that sense. It's also going to be a team that is absolutely putting the bullseye on BYU. This is their biggest game of the entire season, East Carolina.
I 100% agree, man. If East Carolina can pull off a win here, they have a perfect platform to try to get themselves into the college football playoff. Mm-hmm. Like you mentioned, they do have to win a lot from here to then, but how much confidence do you gain beating a Power 4 school in BYU and in front of your home fans
to kind of catapult yourself to that.
It'd make their season, too, in a way.
Exactly.
Yeah.
One of the things that really
Exactly. Yeah.
One of the things that really stood out to me this week on Thursday, Sly Sylvester brought up the fact that if you're watching that Stanford film against BYU, you're seeing how much pressure Stanford got up the middle and was able to get around the edges to get to Bear Bachmeier. So you're sending some pressure on Bear and putting him in uncomfortable situations on the road. I think that would be a great game plan for Eastern Carolina to try to test this true freshman quarterback.
You talk about up the middle. Good news for BYU. Waylon Lapuaho making his return tonight. He has missed the first 2 games with injury.
That's huge.
That is going to be big. I heard Mitch talking earlier this week on one of the shows. Waylon at times last year was BYU's best offensive lineman.
Yeah.
And so you can reasonably assume, right, that he is expected to be their best offensive lineman this year with another year of growth and progression and some other guys moving on. So getting him back is key. But I do agree, though, I mean, it's an easy job for the defensive coordinator of East Carolina saying what is the best way to take care of BYU's offense? Well, make their freshman quarterback uncomfortable. So I'm excited to see how Aaron Roderick is going to come in and sort of counter that.
A-Rod this week spoke to media, sat down, and any of the questions of, hey, man, how's your 18-year-old freshman quarterback doing? It's like, no, everything's great. Here's what A-Rod had to say about prepping for East Carolina this week for Bear Bachmeier and his offense.
How'd the bye week treat you?
Good. Got a lot of good work done, some recruiting. Had a few players get they're a little banged up, get healthy, and got a good start on this next opponent.
How much of an advantage is it to have a bye week ahead of this?
It depends. Sometimes bye weeks are good when you need to regroup, and then sometimes if you're playing well, it's you don't want that. You want to keep the momentum going, and so it's hard to know. We'll find out. I think overall, we've been pretty good at using our bye weeks in a positive way here.
What were the biggest focuses for Bear during this bye week?
Just keep doing what he's doing. He's doing a great job. I mean, he's taking great care of the ball, making very good decisions, and we know that each opponent's going to get tougher. This defense we're about to play is going to be one of the best defenses we're going to play this year, and so I just want him to keep doing what he's doing and keep getting a little bit better each week.
You mentioned how blitz happy, I guess is the best way to call it, this defense is. How difficult is that to prepare for, knowing they can bring it from anywhere?
Yeah, they're good. They bring a lot of pressure, and I don't know how they practice everything they do. I have a lot of respect for these guys. They play very hard, and they have a lot of different. They give you a lot of different looks, and we've needed every minute of this bye week to try to prepare for them.
What goes into preparing a quarterback for his first road start? What do you do maybe to get him ready for that moment?
Well, we've been practicing that for road games all through fall camp, so the crowd noise out here is deafening. It can't be louder.
Really?
It can't be louder anywhere than the crowd noise we have out here on the field, and we've been doing that since fall camp. So we've been practicing for that, and but that was not only for this game, but just for the whole Big 12 season. Then you're just trying to just keep developing him, just keep each week just keep taking steps forward, similar to what we did with Jake last year and Jaron the year before that, and Keaton and on and on. You start out the season kind of feeling out what kind of team you have, and then as the season builds, you open it up more as you find out who your best players are and what your best plays are, and we're still in that process right now.
Still feel good about wide receiver, next man up, even without JoJo?
JoJo's a big loss. I mean, there's no one guy that replaces JoJo. He's very talented, and we just started getting him going in that Stanford game, and then it's a shame. We're going to really miss him. But we have some other good players at receiver that they'll step up, but it'll be a by committee thing because it's hard to replace 6'5" and a guy that can run like that. So, but I have a lot of confidence in the other guys.
Are there any tricks that trade at the 2 times zone travel?
Yeah, just leaving a day earlier. That's really it. And fortunate for us, we coach really mature, smart guys that kind of understand that we're on a business trip, and I don't worry too much about our guys getting distracted but it is a day longer than normal, and you have to adjust to the time zone and all that stuff and the humidity. So yeah, there's some stuff there to deal with, but I have a lot of confidence in our players.
How much has ECU's defense changed at all since the last meeting? I know it's the same coach, Harrell, but has it changed much, or is it similar to what you faced 3 years ago?
Don't know yet. I mean, they've 2 of their opponents this year are nothing like us on offense. So that's the other tricky thing. It's kind of like the Stanford deal where they played Hawaii in their first game. They've played 2 sort of air raid type offenses this year that where the film's not real valuable to us. So we don't know. We'll find out.
How big is it to have Waylon back?
It's huge. Waylon's a very good football player. He's played a lot of good ball for us, and he's a great leader. And he brings toughness and brings some edge to our football team.
Will he be a guy that you're going to rotate a little bit because he hasn't played yet this year? Or?
I don't know. I don't think so. Everything I'm hearing from our strength staff is that he's in great shape and ready to roll.
Will you go with Leus at right guard or Safar Choke, who had a pretty good game at Stanford?
I'm not sure what Coach Woods has decided on yet. We still have a couple more days of practice, and I don't think there's a final decision there. But you're right. Both of those guys have played well.
In what ways have you seen LJ Martin improve this season?
He's a better blocker. Yeah, he's always been a good running back, good receiver, and just doing a great job blocking this year. And then just how he changed his body. He's in better shape than he's ever been, and running very efficiently.
There's Aaron Roderick, the offensive coordinator of the 18-year-old quarterback. Have I mentioned that enough that he's young? He's 18.
Wait, how old?
He's 18.
Oh, okay. Wait.
Yeah, not back from a mission, not a mission kid.
Yeah, wow.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So he's young. But the rest of the offense, of course, is not 18 years old. And I'm interested to see, I mean, look, he's trying to instill as much confidence. You're talking to your freshman quarterback through the media a little bit. Not that these guys are going, what did coach say about me? But there's that little part where you go, hey, your coach, when was asked about what you're going to do this week, he said, we're confident in this guy. He didn't just win this job. He's our guy. He's smart. He knows what he's doing. So they have all sorts of confidence in him. And then they have to make sure that they say that in public. And I think that all the things that he's probably proven in practice, BYU is over these moments, I think, where they have flat games against opponents like this. There's no version. They've lost to this team twice in the last 10 years. Yep. You know, once at this very place. Kalani's worst season was highlighted by one of the worst losses that he had was against this team at that stadium in that year. And it was a worse ECU team then than it is now. So it can definitely be a trap game. It can definitely be one that you could overlook. I just don't think that they're going to. I don't think Kalani and his guys are dialed up enough. If it was a first-time opponent, if they'd never played him before, look, and they went out to Coastal Carolina. Coastal Carolina ruined their season a couple of years ago when they had that magical situation with Zach Wilson during COVID. And so they know going to these other places far-flung with a team who's feeling some juice, it could go badly for him, but I think Kalani's going to have his guys dialed up. You certainly hope so if you're a BYU fan.
And I think it helps to be dialed up with the fact that you have that bye week last week, right?
Mm-hmm.
You kind of lose that sense of this could be a trap game or this could be a difficult situation heading to the East Coast because you've had 2 weeks to prepare for this. And so the hope is, and I think a lot of BYU fans are looking at this and saying, okay, the offense should look better because you had that extra time to prepare. There's no reason to overlook these guys. And even Kalani Sitake talked about it a lot in his media availability earlier in the week. He was saying that they're going to give him the best shot. There's also no reason for them to overlook this team. And so it'll be a fun matchup. I'm sure BYU and Kalani Sitake wants a little bit of revenge from that 33-17 loss from a couple years back. I'm excited to see how BYU is able to come back out after having a couple days off.
I get limiting Bear because it's his first road game, whatever, yada, yada. I also want to see some juice, right? Chase Roberts only has 88 receiving yards through the first 2 games. Let's see some Chase Roberts. JoJo Phillips out for the season. Curious to see who steps up.
It's supposed to be Cody Hagan, right? Which that guy's electric.
Supposed to be, yeah. He made some big plays in week 1, and let's see who else steps up. Are we going to see some more Tiger on offense, right? So who knows? I do think this BYU offense can have some juice. Now I was so curious about the Stanford game, right? When they had so many of those drives stall out, and for whatever reason, we know that they have the opportunity, they have the potential to be electric. So maybe we'll see it tonight.
And if all else fails, hand it off to LJ, man. Yeah. LJ Martin has been phenomenal through 2 games. If the passing game is failing for you against ECU, just hand it off to LJ, and LJ is going to make stuff happen.
I say it starts and finishes there too. Right. Like honestly, start it off, hand it to that guy, put it on him. Have your big guys push this defensive line who's going to be undersized, who are pretty darn good at bringing some pressure. They're going to bring some crazy pressure, but get that push going, and we'll see how this thing goes. All right, take another break here. We'll come back. What do we have around the corner? Oh, we got our keys to this game.
Keys to the game.
Oh, boy. I guess that means I got to think of some keys to the game. That's fine. That's fine. We had a wild morning, so we'll make sure we bring that to you. Stay here with us. It is College Football Saturday, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, bro. You hear us every day with our crazy opinions.
Hey, what you doing?
Well, now it's time to hear from you.
Hey, great show.
Download the KSL Sports app and fire off your thoughts with the call-in tab on the bottom of your screen.
Your show is fantastic. It's the one that captivates me the most.
You can tell PK to stop singing.
G-Bang! G-Bang!
Let Jake and Ben know what you really think of the Jazz. Woo! Tell Hans and Scotty about your favorite barbecue spot or what color of tie JJ should be wearing on TV. The best entries will be played on the air. Download the KSL Sports app now and hit the call-in button to let your voice be heard.
I think you guys do an incredible job.
This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Whether you're dealing with a weekend warrior injury or recovering from surgery, Canyon Sports Therapy gets you back in the game fast. We specialize in sports and orthopedic rehab with expert physical therapists, personalized sessions and treatment plans, and the latest tools to speed up recovery. As primary care providers, we can take new patients without a referral, often with same or next day appointments. And yes, we're even open on Saturdays. Book now at canyonsportstherapy.com and feel better. Canyon Sports Therapy, getting you back in the game.
Hey, it's JJ here. I love hearing from listeners that have also had success with Salt Lake City fat loss. I'm here with Blair. Thanks for coming in.
Pleasure to be here.
It's so great to see you. So how much weight have you lost?
I've lost an amazing 52 pounds in just 60 days.
That's incredible. How do you feel?
Oh, I feel great. I have more energy, and the GERD and acid reflux is gone.
Talk about the scale for a minute. Were you surprised at how quickly that number went down?
It was astonishing to me as I'd get on the scale, even in the very beginning when I saw, 2-3 pounds drop off. But I ended up looking forward to getting on the scale to see how much I'd lost in the last day.
Tell me about the biggest benefits that you've seen with Salt Lake City fat loss.
I have much more confidence in myself, lots more energy, much more adventurous walks with my dogs.
Thanks so much for sharing another great success story with Salt Lake City fat loss. Learn the secret of losing up to 1 pound of unhealthy fat per day and start your own success story at slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com.
Results may vary.
Fall is here and the cooler months are upon us. Hans and Scotty here, and it's time to talk about your windows, where you can now get the best windows on the planet courtesy of Advanced Windows and be prepared for the fall and winter months.
I had an amazing experience with Advanced Windows where they replaced 5 windows for me. They gave me a quote. They stuck to the quote. It was that cost. They ended up saving me money. And their experienced window specialist will help determine why you have a draft coming in, how you can save the most money on utilities, how your house can be transformed in one day just by upgrading those windows and doors.
And right now it's time to take advantage of a fall special, $2,500 off when you change out 10 windows or more. That's $2,500 off when you swap out 10 windows or more. Options are available for any budget, great financing as well, but you gotta call 801-850-9100.
That's advancedwindows.com or 801-850-9100 for the best window experience you could ever imagine.
Many of our U.S. veterans and service members face challenges: mental health struggles, housing obstacles, employment, food insecurity, and social isolation, to name just a few. I'm Bob Woodruff. My family and I started the Bob Woodruff Foundation in 2006 after I sustained a life-threatening injury while reporting from Iraq. Our service members had my back that day, and we need to have theirs now more than ever. At the Bob Woodruff Foundation, we raise awareness about the tough challenges veterans and military families face and invest in solutions to help support them in the next chapter of their lives. And with one solution comes the next. We solve a housing situation, we increase employment opportunities. We solve employment problems, we address food insecurity. We solve food insecurity, we impact physical and mental health issues. Learn more about our work at bobwoodrufffoundation.org/success.
Adventuring in the Wasatch Back this summer?
Stop into Dairy King in Heber, now serving pumpkin shakes.
And check out their huge gluten-free menu. Dairy King on Main Street, home of the trade and best of state shakes.
The KSL Sports Zone and Hercules Credit Union are highlighting people that impact youth sports. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Gail Miller always used to use the word stewardship. I used to hear that a lot. And I like that kind of concept because sports franchises do mean more than just businesses. They mean more to the community. They mean more to the members, all the things than just businesses.
Sure.
We're not doing restaurant talk radio at kslrestaurant.com.
Right.
You know, people are passionate. They're loyal. It hits different. And I do think that you owe it to your fans to run it correctly. That doesn't mean you have to rattle off a zillion championships.
No, of course
that
not.
doesn't mean that you have to have ultimate success all of the time. That doesn't mean any of that. That means that you kind of owe it to be a good representation of the community. So many people, the only thing they know about Cleveland is their joke football team.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5 The KSL Sports Zone. This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again.
It's up to the Grizzly Bear.
If I tell you he's 18 of 25 for 215 yards, one touchdown, no pick,
I take it.
And you also expect a W because they got everything around
W.
that.
Get some more street cred and say a dub.
Nah, I need
Come
a
on,
modest
Whitey White.
amount.
Here's your chance,
No,
Whitey White.
No, Whitey White needs a modest amount. I'm now referring to myself in the third person as Whitey White. What a horrible turn of events.
Here's your chance to get some street
Let's go
cred.
to-
Not the W. You don't need to pronounce it all the way.
W.
Nobody does.
Come on. We're going to count you down to 3, 2, 1.
We're back right after this. Stay with us right
dub.
here on The Zone.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5 The KSL Sports Zone. This is College Football Saturday on 97.5 The KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome back in. It is College Football Saturday here on 97.5 The KSL Sports Zone. I'm Alex Napoles. That's Christian Esparza. He's Alex Kirry. And we bring you the BYU keys to the game. But before that, Christian, you brought up a really good point in the break. The punt returner situation for BYU. Earlier in one of the coordinator shows, Kelly Papinga mentioned that Parker Kingston and Tiger Bachmeier were switching on the depth chart. The depth chart earlier this week released. It says Parker Kingston or Tiger Bachmeier, with Parker Kingston first. How much do we take into that after the start of the season that Parker Kingston has had for BYU?
I've got to believe that the first time BYU forces a punt tonight, it's going to be Tiger Bachmeier back there. I know, like you said, the depth chart has an or right there, but K-Pop was on with BYU TV, and he basically said it's Tiger Bachmeier's job to lose at this point due to Parker Kingston fumbling the football. Yep. And you can't be doing that early on in the season, and it's not the first time that Parker Kingston has kind of showed issue with that. So I did bring up on BYU postgame last time we saw that. That doesn't mean that we're never going to see Parker Kingston again, because he is a very electric player, and I'm sure we're going to see a lot of him on offense. And just because Tiger is presumably going to take some punt returns tonight doesn't mean that Parker's never going to return a punt again. But I think it has got to be sort of a wake-up call.
Yeah, Parker Kingston isn't like losing his job, like he's off of the list at all forever. But what it is they just want something solid there. They don't have to worry about too much. And I think that's what Tiger brings. It's like, give me fair catch it when you need to fair catch it. Like that's half the battle. Like you need to know exactly when to fair catch it, not let that thing go over your head inside the 10 and let the team pin you deep. Go up and get that thing. Make sure that they can't get back to it, but then also just be that secure returner. You don't have to get 50 yards of return, but what you do have to have is just solid hands, so you don't fumble that thing away. And that's how you lose your gig when it comes to that kind of stuff. And frankly, Parker needs a good string together some good weeks here. He's had some drops. He's had some, he got in the end zone on that end around the other day, and then that got called back on a hold against Stanford. And so, he needs some good things to stack up so that he can, because I know he gets down on himself quick. And I think his coaches probably, for their sake and for his, they want to make sure he gets in and back again. And by the way, in the throw game, as Coach Whittingham always says, he's a huge part of that. So he needs to be. He needs to be that electric piece that can be an easy target for Bear to be able to, kind of be that release valve too if he needs some help, and that dynamic guy that can do a bunch of work after a short throw and then a long run. Like that's a lot of nice work for a quarterback when you get a bunch of yardage because the guy gets all those yaks for you. So that's what I think you need from a guy like him. And so that's my thought on that. He's not down and out. I just think he needs to have some good weeks put together.
Parker Kingston, up to this point of the season, 4 receptions, 12 yards. Not the best of start to the year for Parker Kingston, but as Christian mentioned, he'll bounce back.
Yeah.
Well,
He's not a guy that is going to stay down for a while.
With JoJo out, that's just going to mean more opportunity for everybody else. So we'll see who steps up and takes hold and makes the most of those opportunities.
Keys to the game as BYU head to the East Coast to take on East Carolina. Christian, we'll start with you, man. What are you looking for in this game tonight for BYU?
East Carolina has had a pretty potent passing attack. Passing attack. Look
That's
at
like a Greg. That's like a Greg Rubelism right there. He's like, give me those alliterations all day, man.
They're up over 300 yards a game through the air. Caden Hauser's been phenomenal, and of course they, have had some up and downs as far as competition. But I think it's got to be on BYU's defense to come in and slow that down. First things first, right? Make life easy on your quarterback. You don't want to put Bear in a situation where he has to go win you a game on the road, his first road start. That is less than ideal. So make life easy on Bear. Go out there and get after the East Carolina passing attack.
I'll go with mine because it's in that same vein of the passing attack thing. Do not get caught in a shootout with these guys.
Yeah.
Okay, don't be tempted to do this back and forth. Don't be tempted to you do your game tempo situation, and the way you slow them down the most is adopt a couple of Kyle Whittingham long drives. I know that's a lot to ask. Like, hey, just go ahead and have a 15 or 18 play drive that chews up 8 to 10 minutes of clock on the during one of these quarters to slow down their offense. But they want you to go back and forth with them. They would love to get into a shootout. And they're way more confident in Caden Hauser than I think people would be in Bear Bachmeier to try to go back and forth. You don't want to have to play from behind and then get your guy slinging the ball in these wild situations. Don't get in a shootout with these guys. Control the tempo so that they can't throw the ball 50 times, which is what they're going to want to do.
I think for me, what I'm looking at the most is going to be the offensive line, right? You get Waylon Lampuahu back, and you got to protect your quarterback, and obviously getting a good push will help your running game. How much is BYU going to lean on LJ Martin? How much can you protect Bear Bachmeier to avoid him getting in uncomfortable situations? It's going to come down to the offensive line, and so adding Waylon Lampuahu back, I think, is a phenomenal addition. We've talked about it before in the postgame, Christian, how much of a leader that guy is to that group, and how successful Waylon has been for BYU on that offensive line. And so I think for me, it's going to be the push that you see from that offensive line, how he's able to integrate into that game, and of course, how much are you able to protect your quarterback? Because the pressure Stanford brought last week, I won't be surprised if we see similar pressure from East Carolina tonight.
Yeah, and Stanford was able to get after Bear. Remember, he took a big shot early on in the game. There was a missed blocking assignment.
Right.
Not really sure if the protection was off or if it was just a blown assignment or what, but there was a free rusher, and he nailed Bear Bachmeier right in the back. And it looked like it hurt. So, yeah, you definitely want to minimize that. And, again, getting Waylon back, like those sort of things are going to help. When you have a veteran, when you have a leader, he's going to come in and help check protections and things like that. And, a week off, it was a really weird early bye for BYU. I know they're ready to get back out on the field and get back to playing.
Remember to catch the post-game show tonight, immediately following the game with Christian Esparza and myself. We'll be on air on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, and it will also be live streamed on YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, and KSLSports.com. We're going to take the break here, but when we come back, let's dive into some Utah State as the Aggies get ready to take on McNeese State at Maverick Stadium here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I present?
This is JJ and Alex.
And Bill Bender's one of those guys, college football writer for Sporting News.
Well, two things. One, I put Devin Dampier on my Heisman long shot, and that felt really good watching him do what he did, because it's possible. And the reason it's possible to me is you look at quarterbacks that have won the Heisman in the last 15 years, and I think 5 of them had 1,000 rushing yards. Guys like Cam and Kyler and Lamar, Johnny Manziel and Jaden Daniels, all 1,000-yard rushers. And Dampier is able to do that. Have those kind of numbers, lead a Big 12 run, they'll have a chance. I will have Utah ranked in the top 25. That's how impressed I was. But I did stay up late and watch it because I wanted to watch Devin and see what that looked like. Also impressed with Utah's defense, no doubt. Looked really good on that side of the ball.
Catch JJ and Alex afternoons from 3 to 6. Presented by G2G Bars on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Mom, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotion. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotion, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. Consequently, they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a blazing fast 5G network for just $25 a month. Dial pound 250 and say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk, everything you need and nothing you don't.
If you've been quoted for a new furnace or AC and it felt more like a sales pitch than a solution, you're not alone. Many home service companies in Utah have been bought out by big corporations focused on profits, not people. At Your Service Pros is different. Locally owned, family operated, 5-star rated, and trusted by Utah families for over 20 years. Let them help you with their $49 furnace tune-ups, $39 electrical inspections, and $75 off electrical repairs. Because they know things are tight and want to help you prep your home affordably. Get a free second opinion because you deserve honest answers. If your system can be repaired, they'll fix it. If it needs replacing, they'll show you affordable options. Their goal is to earn your trust, not upsell you. Let At Your Service Pros be your pro and go-to for heating, air, plumbing, and electrical. Call 801-YOUR-PRO or online at atyourservicepros.com. At Your Service Pros. 801-YOUR-PRO.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Welcome to fall in Cedar City and Bryan Head, Utah, the perfect place to stay for scenic drives, colorful leaves, and cool mountain air. Experience Cedar Breaks and Zion National Park at their best. And while you're in town, catch one of our festivals to enjoy some small town charm. Pick out your favorite flannel and don't forget the pumpkin spice because Cedar City is waiting for you. We've got something for everybody, so check out visitcedarcity.com to plan your next trip.
Ski Chevy is back with season passes to Solitude Mountain Resort. So drop into a participating Rocky Mountain Chevy dealer now. Plus, upgrade to a discounted Icon base pass when you purchase or lease any new Chevy model. From powerful trucks like Silverado to our versatile families of SUVs. Retail value per pass is $999. Offer valid while supplies last or until 10/31/25. See participating dealer for complete redemption details, vehicle eligibility, and restrictions. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers today.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again.
Time to talk with CBS Sports national college football writer Shehan Jayaraja.
I don't think that BYU or Utah played anybody. I don't think that we've learned anything much about the state of these two teams with the schedules that they played. It's not necessarily their fault. I don't think that either school can really claim that they played any level of real competition to this point. And so it's going to be interesting as we start to get into legitimate Big 12 play. They've done everything that they've needed to do to this point, but the real tests, I think, are going to be ahead.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. This is College Football Saturday on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hour 4 of College Football Saturday, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Kirry had to bounce. Alex, it's just me and Napoles here.
Can you believe we've been doing this for 4 hours?
It's been so much fun, obviously. Starting off at the tailgate up at Roland Hall, getting people ready for the Utah game as they are taking on Texas Tech right now. Last segment, we hit BYU, but now, Alex, it's time to switch gears and hit Utah State. Big game tonight, home game, hosting McNeese State, and nobody better to break it down than our next guest. Joining the show now, Scotty G, voice of the Aggies, getting ready to call Utah State's game later tonight from Logan as the Aggies prepare to welcome McNeese State. Scotty, happy Saturday.
Happy Saturday to you as well. Let's get it. Should be a fun one.
Scotty, I think coming into the offseason, right, there wasn't a lot of information out there about Bronco Mendenhall in his first year as the Utah State head coach. He didn't even put out a depth chart week 1. Through the course, though, of the first 3 games, what have you learned about this Utah State team?
Well, and I know this sounds really cliche, and so I apologize for saying it in advance, because if I were on your side, I'd roll my eyes. But after what I've seen over the last few years, the level of accountability, the level of discipline that this team is showing is just lights out different than what we've seen before. And when I say that, I just mean, the dopey 15-yard penalties, the stupid mistakes, the lack of attention to detail. Those little things were causing so many problems for Utah State. Aggies, look, they did not have a good win-loss record last year, but there were a bunch of games that they could have competed in at a much higher level, but because of their self-inflicted penalties and self-inflicted mistakes, kept themselves out of a lot of games over the last few years. This team is entirely different in that regard. I don't even know if they're really that much better from a talent standpoint, but they play harder, they're more physical, and they're more disciplined, and I think you're seeing the results on the field for sure.
Well, yeah, and obviously being your producer the last couple of years, I can definitely attest to that. There were a lot of those dumb penalties, and it seemed like they always came at the most inopportune moments, right? Like right when it was the worst time to get a personal foul, boom, they get it. So that's what people were expecting from Bronco, right? The culture change. That was a big word, not just the on-the-field stuff with how they handled themselves during the games, but also off the field with all the controversy that has been up there in Logan. Does it seem like Bronco has changed the culture that much already?
Yeah. Yep. And when Bronco got hired, I think all of us just kind of said, okay, that was the smart move to make. Because you look at Bronco Mendenhall and what he brings to the table. He's all about accountability. He's all about those little intricacies that sometimes we roll our eyes at a bit. And look, I've covered Bronco for 20 some odd years, and a good chunk of that at BYU. And I'll be the first to admit I rolled my eyes a lot when he would say, tradition, honor, all that other stuff. But the older I get and the older I see my kids, the more I'm like, okay, I would love for them to play for Bronco because I get it now. I understand why you want to have your kids or your sons play for somebody like that. And when he got the job, it was exactly what Utah State needed. They were at a point in their program on and off the field, as you mentioned, Christian, where they needed that level of accountability. They needed that level of support, and he was just what the doctor ordered. And it's frankly not surprising that this program is in the direction that it is right now with him.
How efficient and how great has Bryson Barnes been for Bronco and that Utah State offense? Obviously, last week has the 5 total touchdowns against Air Force in that win, but talk to us about the growth you've seen from Bryson Barnes.
Just been incredible. And we've seen, for the first time in his career, Bryson Barnes gets to be the guy. Normally, he's been kind of like the fix-it guy. When you're in a jam and you need somebody to help you out, okay, Cam Rising went down in the Rose Bowl. Hey, Bryson, we need you to fix it. But then when he fixes or he does something like, okay, now that was nice, then go back over to the sideline and just stay there. He knew coming out of spring, and it was pretty apparent, and Utah State tried their best to keep it under wraps, but it was just impossible, that he took complete control of that team in spring and into summer and into fall, and everybody knew that he was the guy. And for him to have this point in his career where he can have a team with him, he is the face of this offense. He has just absolutely flourished. I'm telling you, last week, there's certain performances you look at as a quarterback where not only they put up the stats, but you can say they have a complete control of the defense they're going up against. And Air Force was on ice skates the entire game. He did a masterful job, led by Kevin McGivern, too, who called an incredible game from an offensive coordinator standpoint. But Bryson Barnes every week just seems to get a little bit better and a little bit better. And frankly, I don't know how much better he could have been last week against Air Force. And if he can keep up that level of play, really the sky's the limit on what Utah State could do this year.
So my question with Bryson is, we've seen some spike performances like that. Obviously, as you mentioned, he hasn't always been the guy, the starter, but given his recruiting background, the walk-on and all that stuff, what is Bryson's ceiling, for a season-long quarterback, for a guy that is going to be Utah State's quarterback every week of the season? Do you think we can expect that sort of performance every week, or do you think that he's going to fall back down to earth against some tougher opponents?
Well, and that's it's a really fair question to ask. And I think, honestly, when you look at college football and, frankly, even the NFL, you're not going to get elite performances every week. It's just not possible. There's going to be some weeks where the defense is throwing some stuff at you that you're not ready for, or, you just have a bad day at the office. It happens to all of us. And so to perform like that week in and week out, it probably isn't going to be the case. He's eventually going to throw an interception. He hasn't thrown one yet. He's eventually going to have a game that's a little bit of a stinker. And so what do you do in that? And that's what winners and, high-level people do. They find ways to win games when they're not playing their best. It might be today. It might be next week on the road in Nashville against Vanderbilt. Like, there's going to come a time where he's going to struggle, and it's going to take the offense or the defense, other members of the offense or that defense to step up and help him out. But if he can be reasonably close to where he was at last week, then Utah State's going to be in great shape going forward.
Looking at the game tonight against McNeese State, it is an FCS opponent, right? It comes at week 4, which is an interesting time, considering you already had a trip to SEC country. You already played a tough team like Texas A&M, but now you have a chance here to tune up. But how important is it for Utah State not to overlook this FCS opponent and make sure they're dialed in for tonight?
I get sucked in with coaches all the time because I'll sit there and chat with them off the air and off the record, and I'll come away thinking, this could be a problem. And so I'm talking to the coaches, and I'm putting my spotting boards together, and I'm looking at what McNeese State does. And from a defensive standpoint, they're not great. Utah State should be able to score points, but you look at them offensively, like, okay, this could be a problem. I mean, Weber State had them dead to rights last week and led by 3 touchdowns with 9.5 minutes left. They score 3 touchdowns and one on the last second. They go for 2 for the win and unable to punch it in. And so they were a 2-point conversion away from knocking off Weber State. And I know it's Weber State. Weber State's not having a great year this year. So Utah State, yes, they should win this game. They should win it easily. But you always get nervous because Bronco Mendenhall, here's a fun little stat. In his first year at Virginia, he lost to an FCS team. In his first year at New Mexico last year, he lost to an FCS team. And this is his first FCS team in his first year that he's playing at Utah State. Hopefully that does not it's not a recurring opportunity here for FCS teams to beat Bronco Mendenhall. I don't think that's going to be the case. I think Utah State should win this game and win it fairly easily. And the fact that they get to 3 wins, halfway to bowl eligibility, 4 games into the season, is frankly a remarkable accomplishment considering where Utah State was last year.
Looking at Utah State's offense, Miles Davis had a big game 1. Javen Jacobs led the team in rushing yards last week against Air Force. Are those guys going to be kind of the 1A, 1B sort of situation with Bryson Barnes also adding some yardage on the ground?
Fair question. I think they would like Miles Davis to be more of the bell cow and Jacobs to be more of the motion out of the backfield, use him as a slot receiver, kind of a Swiss Army knife. But they'll go with the hot hand. And week 1, it was Miles Davis. Last week, it was more of Jacobs. And so they like the variety they get with those two running backs. But I think as the season goes on, you'll probably see more carries going the way of Miles Davis. And but it won't be because of lack of opportunities for Jacobs. They'll just continue to use him in different ways and to be that second running back, but also use him as a big part of the passing attack.
8 for 35 on third down efficiency this season for Utah State.
Yeah.
That's a 22%. What has this offense got to do to move those chains and improve on that percentage?
Well, I will say they are heading in the right direction, which their first, after game 2 of the season, they were like 4 of 22. They were like 16%. So it got a little bit better, Alex. So, yes, there is a little bit of improvement, but, yeah, it's a big issue for this team. And last week, why were they better? Because they were in second and short, third and short against Texas A&M and even against UTEP. They gave up a combined 12 sacks in those 2 games, which means they were faced with a lot of second and long and third and long, which are really hard to convert. It all really comes down to offensive line. Number 1, can you protect Bryson Barnes? It's gotten a little bit better as the season's gone on. And then number 2, can you run the ball effectively throughout the game? And Utah State got a little bit better last week against Air Force. Hopefully it's a little bit better going forward. But that's the big question mark with this team, the offensive line, because it affects so much of what you do and how, the third down numbers, your red zone numbers, all of that is related right back to your big uglies up front. And if Utah State can get improved play there, then they should be in a much, much better place. But yeah, that's, if you had to circle a big concern, it's that third down number. It's pretty atrocious.
So with the offensive line giving up as many sacks as they have over the first 3 games, are they just hoping for improvement up front, or are they looking to make some changes up there?
Frankly, well, they've already had to make a change just based on injury. Junior Sia is the now right tackle after Trey Anderson went out with an injury, and he'll probably be out for a few more games. He's out today as well. But I think that continuity, a little bit of chemistry, play calling to adapt to some inefficiencies on that offensive line. They're really thin at that position, and that's a point of emphasis in recruiting and transfer portal going forward. But it kind of is what it is for this season, and they'll get better on their own as the season goes on. But, yeah, that's going to be something not only did we talk about after week 1, but it'll probably be something we're going to talk about throughout the rest of the season is how is this offensive line continuing to prove? Can they do better, especially in pass protection? And, that's going to be the storyline throughout the season, I'm afraid.
Who are some of the guys that are kind of flying under the radar right now for Utah State? I think when you look at this team, obviously everybody looks at the quarterback, everybody looks at Bryson Barnes, but who's flying under the radar that's come out this season and impressed you the most?
I would say probably your wide receivers, both of them, Brady Boyd and Brandon Pagan. Pagan had himself a huge game last week with 142 yards receiving against Air Force. Boyd is a really good wide receiver as well. They don't have a lot of depth, at least right now, at wide receiver, so they're leaning on those 2 guys in a big way. And then a guy who very quietly, he was with the team last year and just kind of flew under the radar, but John Miller right now is second in the country in sacks with 4, leading the team with 33 tackles, 4.5 TFLs. He's really stepped up his level of play, and that has been a guy that has really accelerated this defense. I would also look at Chris Joe, who's a true freshman. He's got off to a great start, and with no Isaac Larson in the backfield, I think your defensive backfield, Bobby Arnold and Brevin Hamblin, have played really well at safety. And while they try to figure out what's going to happen with Ike going forward. So that's going to be the $1 million question. And I know that's probably your next question, Christian. And I will just head you off at the pass and say, I don't know. I don't know what the future holds with Ike Larson.
Gotta bring it up. But yeah.
I know you have to. Absolutely. And but they've been very quiet about his future. They did announce that he was on a short-term suspension, And I don't know what the process is of that. There was a lot of conversation. Utah State did not announce a amount of games, but after this one, it'll be week 4. So that you kind of feel like that would be a nice round number that they would have started with. And then I know, knowing Bronco the way we do, if in fact it was a 4-game or 6 weeks, given 2 weeks into training camp, that they'll evaluate and see where he's at. And if he wants to come back, if the coaching staff wants to come back, that'll I'm sure be a nice boost for this Utah State defense if in fact that's going to come back. But I wouldn't anticipate Bronco bending on his stance with Ike for sure.
So going back to John Miller, obviously BYU and Utah have their own stud linebackers, right? With guys like Jack Kelly and Isaiah Glasker and Lander Barton. What is it about John Miller that is making him such a stud this year?
Well, the fact is he's not a big guy, at 6'1", 225, but he sheds blockers really well. And I think he also, a lot of what's going on up front with what Utah State's doing to try to keep guys off his back pocket and offensive linemen to get to that second level, they deserve a ton of credit, but he's just a heat-seeking missile. And he has a nose for the ball. He's good in the open field tackling, and he's just got a good, instinct on where to go. And now he's got the physicality to go along with it. He's really been one of the players that have flourished with Broncos' strength and conditioning program. And so he's found himself in opportunities to be more successful with his speed and athleticism and his nose for the football. And I would anticipate that he'll continue to, have a strong, rest of the season, because I don't see him slowing down much. He has just found his way to get around tackles, has found a way to with that nose for the football, come up with big plays, and I would anticipate that's going to continue for him.
Taking a look at the Mountain West Conference, UNLV at 3-0. Is it time to start taking them serious? Is Boise State still going to be Boise State this season? Are they still the favorites? What do you see shaking out in this Mountain West Conference? Yeah, Boise's still your favorite, although the loss of Ashton Genty is going to hurt any program, and it certainly has hurt Boise. But, I mean, for all intents and purposes, the conference title still goes through Boise like it does every year. UNLV, I'm not completely sold on them just because they haven't. Now they are 3-0, but their schedule hasn't been the hardest, and the teams that they've beat, they haven't done so in a way that you're like, oh, okay, that team's a freight train. I was far more concerned about UNLV last year than I am this year, and I could be wrong. But with the coaching change, it doesn't feel like they're the same team right now. I think the schedule is more indicative of that 3-0 start than overall the quality of the team. In fact, they're playing Miami of Ohio, and they're only a 2.5-point favorite today. So I look at UNLV as not being as good. Boise State, just based on no Ashton Genty, isn't as good, and the rest of the conference isn't great. And so that's a good thing for Utah State this year, knowing that the conference is a little down and Utah State is better than I think people expected. There's no reason why this team shouldn't be able to make a little bit of noise in this conference. Absolutely, and that leads into my next question: is what step does Utah State have to take to put themselves into that conversation and to potentially compete for that Mountain West championship? Well, the whole storyline with this team is going to surround two things, and they're related. Number one is offensive line. Can they continue to, or can they get better? Can they improve throughout the season? Can they cut down in sacks? And in doing so, can you keep Bryson Barnes healthy? So if your offensive line is playing at a high level and they're keeping Bryson Barnes upright, then Utah State should be in the equation for, it's tough to say a Mountain West Conference title, but certainly a team that is a force to be reckoned with inside the Mountain West Conference. If those two things hold true for the remainder of the year, then Utah State should be right there. If, heaven forbid, they're unable to protect Bryson Barnes, and if he misses any significant time due to injury, then who knows what happens at that point. There's just not a lot of depth at quarterback for Utah State. So if he stays healthy, offensive line gets better, then there's no reason why Utah State shouldn't be right there at the end.
6 p.m. kickoff up in Logan. You can catch him on air with the pregame show. 12-8 of the zone starting at 5. It's our guy, Scotty G, voice of the Aggies. Thanks for your time, Scotty.
You got it. Have a good one, guys.
Take care. A lot of good stuff there from Scotty, and I know the Texas A&M game was pretty rough, but putting up 22 points against those guys was a big win for the Aggies. So I truly believe that they can make some noise in this conference this year. I don't know. Obviously, I'm high on Utah State, and I'm just not very high on the rest of the Mountain West.
I think, look, we talked about it in the preseason a little bit. I think Bronco's the perfect guy to lead this Utah State team, right? I think he's a perfect fit culture-wise. I think he's the perfect guy to kind of steer the ship in the right direction. I asked Scotty about the Mountain West Conference because it does feel like it's a little bit wide open, right? And I feel like a surprise team like a Utah State can potentially make that jump and make themselves competitors in this conference in a year where maybe UNLV isn't as convincing as they might seem on record-wise, right? Where, like Scott mentioned, and Boise State with no Ashton Genty is Boise State with no Ashton Genty, right? They may or may not be legit. Utah State, I think, has a perfect chance to take that opportunity and position themselves in a spot where they can potentially compete for a Mountain West title if they play their cards right. And, of course, like you mentioned, if Bryson Barnes can stay healthy.
Stick with us. More around the corner. Next segment, we're going to stay with Utah State. We're going to hear from Bronco Mendenhall. So we'll hit that next. It's College Football Saturday, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
At Peach Windows and Doors, they help homeowners stay in the homes they love while upgrading to the elegance, efficiency, and natural light of today. With hundreds of 5-star Google reviews, their clients know Peach Windows and Doors deliver what they promise.
I wanted to replace standard-size French doors with a large custom sliding door. The update required checking a weight-bearing wall. Plus, I wanted a couple of different styles of windows. The new sliding door created a much brighter and open look. Peach was so helpful along the way with recommendations and ideas, and the installers were efficient and respectful of my space. I was thrilled with Peach Windows and Doors.
Give your $1 million home the $1 million feel it deserves. Don't wait on that someday project. Visit Peach Windows and Doors Salt Lake Showroom. Schedule a free in-home visit. You can also explore at peachwindowsanddoors.com or just call them at 801-566-1255. Peach Windows and Doors, where amazing home transformations begin.
Ugh, that hard water life, right, Utah? Scale buildup ruining your appliances, skin feeling rough, water tasting, well, less than amazing? There's a better way. Hi, this is the water boy Colson Firmage, and this is Culligan Water, your local water expert, making your water worries a thing of the past. We're talking top-rated water softeners and filters that protect your home, leave your skin feeling silky smooth, and make your water taste fantastic. For over 80 years, Culligan has been right here in Salt Lake City, a family tradition of cleaner water you can trust. Think of us as your friendly neighborhood water scientists. Is your current system even pulling its weight? Don't guess. Call us today for a free water test, no matter what make or model. Just dial 801-509-9602 or visit CulliganSLC.com. And for a limited time, get $1,000 off a new Culligan water filtration system, plus free salt delivery for a whole year. Experience the Culligan difference. Call 801-509-9602 or visit CulliganSLC.com. Culligan, water you'll love.
Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you.
What?
You have a brother. A $100 bill just like you.
Hey, I'm Ben.
What? We just got him for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And you're going to live together at America First.
What? This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $100 cash bonus when they open a checking account or $50 when they open a youth checking account. So head to AmericaFirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
It's been a real journey since 2014 when I first had my injury. I realized that my home was just not working for me and that it was time to ask for help. Homes for Our Troops is really giving me my life back. The shower allows me to go in and turn around with my chair, pull down storage racks, automated door systems, hours of my morning given back to me. Adaptive sports are a huge part of my life, a huge part of my healing journey as well. Homes for Our Troops helped with making sure that I had a home gym so that I can continue to train. This past year, I was able to host Thanksgiving in my home. And it was the first time I was able to have my whole family in one place and I was able to contribute to the meal. There are a lot more veterans in need and Homes for Our Troops is going to be there to help them too.
Homes for Our Troops builds and donates specially adapted custom homes nationwide for severely injured post 9/11 veterans and enables them to rebuild their lives. Join our mission at hfotusa.org.
Home Run Derby X is coming to Salt Lake City. MLB legends join softball stars. College standouts September 19th and 20th at the ballpark at America First Square. Wow. Tickets at MLB.com/HRDX Salt Lake. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Craving something sweet? We do ice cream right. Come in and try one of our shakes, freezes, or an ice cream cone, and you'll see why we say JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
This is College Football Saturday on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome back, College Football Saturday, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. I'm Christian Esparza, Alex Napoles with me as we continue to break down Utah State and get you ready as they are going to welcome McNeese State tonight, 6 p.m. up in Logan. So if you're not heading to the Utah game today, if you're not there right now, better be because you're going to the Utah State game later, right, Alex?
Absolutely, man. It's always great. The herd, it always brings the energy. And so head up there 6 p.m. Against McNeese State. It's always a fun environment in Logan.
Yeah, and especially when they're coming off a win. And we talked last week. They play Air Force, and then they have a couple more non-conference games and then a bye week. So Air Force game, and then it's like another month until they have another Mountain West Conference game. But you can't overlook McNeese State, can't overlook Vanderbilt. McNeese State coming off a close game against Weber State. 1-point loss. They scored 20 points in the final quarter to come back and make it a game.
Oh, wow.
At the end, they try to go for two. Go for the kill shot. They don't get it. So it was Weber State coming away with the win there. So McNeese State coming off a loss, Utah State coming off a win. We'll see how it looks.
I think it's important that you don't overlook an FCS opponent, right? Yeah. I think it's important for Utah State to go out there and continue playing their game, shore up that offensive line. And then, of course, Bryson Barnes is going to be Bryson Barnes, and he's going to do Bryson Barnes things. And so I think hopefully, you're able to continue running this offense the way that you have over the course of the last couple of weeks, continue to fine-tune it against McNeese State. But, again, it's really important not to overlook McNeese State because what happened last year, an FCS opponent came into Maverick Stadium.
Don't remind me. All right, we talked to Scotty G last segment. Now it's time to hear from the man himself, Bronco Mendenhall. Let's get to his media availability as the Aggies get ready to welcome McNeese State to Logan.
It's been fun to be able to be with my team this morning to review the game and also look forward to the next challenge. Lots to build from, lots to grow from, and it's always more fun and I think a lot of times more effective to do that when you've had success. And so, yeah, I really like this team. I like their mindset. I like their commitment and I like their unity. And so, yeah, we're looking forward to the next game.
Coach Jason Walker with Cache Valley Daily. What would you say the biggest areas of growth were on offense? Obviously, the biggest offensive output of the season so far. Just what were the biggest improvements you saw the team make in this last game?
I think it's just the next step in terms of identity. Coach McGiven and our offensive staff just become more clear about the resources we have, what fits us best, what fits Bryson best. And how best to manage the game. Now, every opponent's slightly different, but that doesn't mean offensive identity drastically changes week in and week out. So I think just the biggest takeaway is the clarity we're gaining on the style of play, on the roles that our players have, and the way the ball is distributed and how, I think, is probably the biggest takeaway.
Coach AJ Salveson, Aggie Sports Radio Network. I want to ask about your receiving core. Utah State's been known to produce some pretty good receivers here in the past, and you got two more. I don't think really people thought about the receiving core being as good as they've been here this season. Brady Boyd and obviously Pagan as well. I just wanted to ask you what you saw from them in camp and the improvement they've made here in the season thus far.
Yeah, going all the way back to the off season, I'm talking the winter, we were impressed with the work ethic and ability, as well as mindset and commitment level. Spring practice verified that. Summer training for sure. Fall camp also. And of the transfers at that position we brought in, 2 are currently hurt, right? Which is Demick Starling and Cody Thompson. But we brought in 4 transfers, 2 of which are healthy and playing, but all 4 we were really encouraged by. And I don't think it's a surprise to us, even though most people didn't know much about them.
Coach Mark Green with Utah Statesman. Obviously, playing Air Force always takes kind of a physical toll. Mentioned that on Saturday as well. Now that, the weekends past, had more time to assess that, what's kind of the physical state of your team going into this week?
Yeah, typical after playing Air Force, lots of bumps and bruises, and the sheer nature of how the game is played against them, the type of runs, the downhill runs, and quite frankly, just how intense and physical their players are. So typically, what a Tuesday would normally look like, that your team kind of gets returned to that health Wednesday-ish. Sometimes it takes Thursday, and so you have to consider what the practice model looks like, not only leading up to Air Force, but really sometimes the more challenging model is what does it look like after you play them in relation to getting ready for your next opponent.
Coach Mendenhall, Jason Turner from the Herald Journal. Obviously, great job with the penalties on Saturday, only 14 yards. How encouraging was that, and how extra important is it against Air Force, where you don't want to give them extra yards, you don't want to get behind the six against a team like that?
Yeah, it was a point of emphasis. Again, as I get to know our team better, we had a significant number in the first 2 weeks. And again, there's different types and categories I put those into. There's penalties of aggression, which I'm not going to say I promote, but I'd rather have those and then draw back from. And then there's the concentration penalties, pre-snap or post-snap, really, that are totally controllable and sometimes get in the way. And so just simply by addressing it with a 2-game sample size, we showed improvement. My hope is that will continue. It'll be a continued point of emphasis. In a game like that, against that particular team, I think it allowed my messaging to come across maybe even more urgent than normal, just because of the nature of opponent.
Hey, Coach Eric Franson, 106.9 The Fan. I want to circle back on the wide receiver discussion quickly with Peggett and Boyd certainly having outstanding games this last week. Still, I'm sure you'd love to have more wide receivers as options. You talked about this being a developmental team. Can you talk a little bit more about other wide receivers maybe in the wings we might see at some point in the season?
Yeah, we have a pretty drastic drop-off in terms of succession planning, and that's, again, why we brought in 4 transfers. KD, Condu Davis, also is playing and playing well, and hasn't maybe had the number of yards or touches yet the others have, but we really like him. Then there's first-year players, and so really you'll start to see, and you very well could see, freshman receivers coming in. A really tall receiver in Caleb Mitchell, Ty Olson has done all kinds of nice production things in high school, and Nico Boncor. Those 3 are waiting in the wings and being developed as fast as possible, as well as you've seen Javen Jacobs in the slot some as well.
Coach, how would you analyze the defensive performance against Air Force, where you give up the 30 points, but there's maybe some ways you can qualify that with, when they scored some of those points? How do you look at the defense overall?
Oh, I think they played hard, and I think they played well for the majority of the game. And Air Force was at 10 points for a long, long time. I'm not sure. I don't remember right offhand at the end of the third quarter what the score was, but there were 2 scores in the fourth quarter. And really those came just quite frankly on us managing the game and not anticipating possibly having that type of lead and then what it might look like to defend that lead. And so most of our preparation was on traditional type of Air Force plays. So I really was encouraged. I liked the way they played a lot. And then there's some protection of lead and then end of game things that we could have played better in the fourth quarter.
Coach Bryson Barnes winning Mountain West Offensive Player of the Week. I saw you after you left your press conference on Saturday have a private conversation with Bryson. And words of encouragement, positivity. But can you just talk about what he's meant for the team and this program, being in this new era with you as new head coach and such?
Yeah, Bryson reflects stability for the team that was coming back, but also for the new players coming in. He's been a very strong voice as to what kind of program he would like to have, what it's like to be here in Logan. He's not afraid to speak his mind. He's a very strong leader. He's no nonsense. He's completely committed. He's tough. And he aligns just perfectly with everything I'd like to have in a quarterback. And so he's really been an anchor of stability in the transition, not only between coaches, but new players coming in. And then the way he's leading and the way he's playing is really helping our team.
Coach, in college basketball this weekend could be described as a trap game with an SEC opponent next week. But how do you keep your team kind of focused on the task at hand and not looking past what's in front of them?
It's not hard. We're so early and so new, and really all the players have to do is just turn on the film, and it's like, so the perception of what maybe an FCS opponent is, or a given name that maybe folks aren't as familiar with. In two of the programs that I've recently taken over, we lost to an FCS opener at the beginning, and there are really good teams. There's good coaching. Our team will not have that issue. We're hungry. There's so much to work on, and it's so early in the process that, again, the focus is completely on us, and it's a quality opponent.
Coach Mendenhall, pretty crazy ending to that McNeese State-Weber State game. They were down 21 points with like 9 minutes to go. So how impressed were you with their fight, and what did you see in that game that really caught your attention?
Yeah, offensive skill and really nice scheme, and what a great football game between those two schools. And a year ago, as I'm just kind of familiarizing myself with this opponent, they had a really good football game. And so, yeah, well coached and quality players. So it was fun to watch, and it kind of drew me in, even though I was kind of looking at it from a scouting and an evaluation perspective. It was, you kind of find yourself as a coach, your knee starts bouncing up and down, and who's going to make a play and how. It was a great game.
With McNeese, Coach, two players that. One goes over 100 yards rushing, one's almost 100 yards rushing. What do you see out of their run game it seems to be effective for them so far?
Well, there was two giant plays in that game that creased and went for a long way. McNeese runs. I mean, the schematics are very good. They have good players in the skill positions. They're really well coached, and even if they're defended well, they have the ability to throw it and run it. And they kind of just take advantage of where and what scheme you're playing against them. So, but in that particular game, there was two crease runs that went for a long ways, which kind of added to the yards.
I want to ask about one player on the run game in particular, Trevante Citizen. I think he was a transfer from a Power 5 school, if I remember right. But
jersey number? I think in terms of numbers, not names. So
I had
it always helps as we get to know each other. Man, I'm not great with names.
I had to pull up, and then I skipped too far ahead on the roster page I was looking at. He was 6'2", like 225 pounds.
Oh, yeah. It's probably jersey 7.
Yeah. So, what have you seen from him where he's probably one of the bigger running backs you see all season?
Yeah, big, physical, tough. And, yeah, he's a challenge for sure.
Then just on their head, I don't know how familiar you are with their head coach at Banner Estes. So
not yet. So the way that my week normally starts, especially if I don't know their head coach, sometimes at the FBS level or the A4 level or whatever level we're calling things now, I've coached long enough where I usually have some familiarity. If I don't, I watch their team play. And then I go back to, well, who is this guy? And he's doing a nice job, which is kind of where I am now. So I've seen enough film. It's like, okay, what's his pedigree? Where is he from? Who's he studied under? And so it's kind of sequential. So by the time noon hits, I rarely will have got there yet, but that's the next kind of the next direction I'm going.
I suppose I'll ask this. So I don't know how much you've analyzed him yet, but they have a 6'6" defensive end, number 44, Phil Bradford.
Man, that helps with the number. That was just so much better.
I was lucky to get some counsel there first. But 6 tackles for loss. What do you see from him, and what have you seen from their defense in general?
They have really good athletes, and again, they're coached well, and it's a quality opponent. Again, I think the earlier question is the trap game, which I think is a fair question in most circumstances in college athletics. At this time, with this program, with this opponent, no chance. And again, all you really have to do is just put on the film, and it's, wow, where did he come from, or where did they get that guy? Man, that's a good scheme. That's a good idea. And those kind of just are my thoughts. So, it'll be a great week of preparation and a good game.
I just want to call back to something you said, I think it was last week, where you talked about connecting with the community. And I just want to ask, what you feel like your role is as a head coach in connecting with the community and and engaging with the fans?
Yeah, lots. First of all, to make sure everyone in the community knows I'm appreciative to be here, and I'm looking forward to be part of the community, not above the community. I love the agricultural values here. It's what my wife and I also espouse and love to be part of. I love the faith-based community component of it. Currently, it's the most service hours in all of, Division I sport are happening at Utah State, and in Utah State football is leading that charge. So what we're giving back, I think will end up permeating the community. That's not to be seen or recognized. It's just to enhance and uplift. And then the example of who we bring and the type of citizens that our players are, just further should, I think, build a great connection of, man, by the community, these are great kids. They're us, they reflect us. And over time, that kind of cements a connection that I think is really special, especially in such a cool town and a college community like we have.
Coach Mendenhall, this is Trent Wood with the Deseret News. You can correct me if I'm wrong on this, but it seems like this team has a lot of versatile players. Offense, defense, a lot of guys who can do multiple things across the board. You mentioned Javen Jacobs and his receiving against Air Force. I'm curious, is that by design? You want players who can play multiple positions, do lots of things? Or is that kind of your first year of a rebuild, you just needed players who can do things because you don't have the depth yet on your team?
It's a little bit of all of it, but I would say more it's intentional. We had this out last week, didn't we? It's kind of becoming a tradition. So it's by design. I love players that can do multiple things. Earlier in my career, when Bill Belichick was with the Patriots, I remember him saying to a player in a story that he was basically telling this player, the more you can do, the more you can do. And I've added just kind of another sentence to that. The more you can do, the more you can do, and the more you can do, the more valuable you are. And so a player like Javen, who can return kicks, who can return punts, who can run with the football, who can catch the football as well, who's good on the perimeter with the ball, right? That just adds more value. And to your second point, it addresses depth as well. So rather than having to rotate a player in to do something different, we become less predictable when players can do more than one thing. Air Force's jersey number 21, man, what a really good football player, but he can do about anything. He can run it, he can catch it, he can return it. And you always kind of have to be aware of where he is, but that doesn't mean you know what he's going to do. And sometimes substitutions make an offense or defense more predictable, where a player's coming in and a specialty. So I prefer the other, where we have versatility.
Hey, Coach Patrick Mayhorn from the Ag Ship. I have another versatile player I would like to ask about defensively, and Noah Abinger. How does it change what you can do in your secondary when you have a safety who can play corner, who can cover, who can tackle, who can do a little bit of everything?
Yeah, huge flexibility, as well as the creation of depth, which is, important going through the season. As I mentioned the other day, our roster is getting relatively thin already with injuries and the physicality and how we practice and prepare. And Noah spent most of the spring and fall camp at corner. And then again, through either attrition or different circumstances, he's found himself at safety and playing obviously really well. It just allows us, again, through injury, a possible matchup or style of opponent. It just really, really helps. So not only the production standpoint, but the depth and managing your roster is really helpful.
All right, there's head coach Bronco Mendenhall. Bryson Barnes, 5 touchdowns last week. How many do you think he's going to have today? Over, under 3.5?
Ooh, I'm going to go over. I'm going to go over. I think you could probably see 4 touchdowns from Bryson Barnes tonight.
And this is total touchdowns, by the way, right? You had 2 through the air, 3 on the ground last week. So you're saying 4 total touchdowns for Bryson Barnes.
Touchdowns, yes.
Okay.
Against McNeese State. I think Utah State, again, are in a perfect situation to get the win against an FCS opponent. It's important not to overlook them, right? You have Vanderbilt coming up, and so you might want to have your mind on that game, but the reality is you have an opponent this week. Focus on this opponent, get that win, and then get yourself a little bit more confidence as you get ready to go back into SEC country You lost last time you were out there, but Vanderbilt so far, the ranked now, they're a ranked opponent. And of course, if they can win tonight, they'll continue to be ranked heading into that Utah State game. But it's important not to overlook McNeese State, right? Focus on the task at hand, get the dub against an FCS opponent, and then you move on to Vanderbilt.
All right, let's take a break. Coming up next, we will get our keys to the game for the Aggies tonight and get you ready for another weekend of football up in Logan. It's College Football Saturday, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again.
It's up to the Grizzly Bear.
If I tell you he's 18 of 25 for 215 yards, one touchdown, no pick,
I take it.
And you also expect a W because they got everything around
W.
that.
Get some more street cred and say a dub.
Nah, I need
Come on,
a modest
Whitey White.
amount.
Here's your chance,
No,
Whitey White.
No, Whitey White needs a modest amount. I'm now referring to myself in the third person as Whitey White. What a horrible turn of events.
Here's your chance to get some street cred. Not the W. You don't need to pronounce it all the way.
W.
Nobody does.
Come on. We're going to count you down to 3, 2, 1.
We're back right after this. Stay with us right here on The Zone.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Garden Restaurant has been open for a few months, and if you haven't stopped by, now is the time to get downtown and check out what everyone's been raving about. And if you have visited the new space, schedule a time to come on back. Grab a friend and come visit one of Salt Lake's best gathering spots for lunch. You'll be greeted by the delicious smell of fresh baked goods, like our famous Lionhouse rolls, perfect for taking home for family dinners. Or maybe you have a sweet tooth and are craving one of our brand new cinnamon rolls. They're the size of a dinner plate and perfect for sharing between a group of friends. Come smell and taste the garden for yourself. Enjoy the beautifully reimagined space and convenient location with new street access on the ground floor of the Joseph Smith Memorial Building. Open weekdays 11 to 3. Choose from healthy and delicious options like the turkey pot pie, jalapeno pork and grilled cheese sandwiches, tomato bisque soup, and nut and berry salad. All favorites not to be missed. So much to choose from. Check out the menu at thegardenslc.com. Fresh flavors, iconic location. The Garden Restaurant.
Whether you're dealing with a weekend warrior injury or recovering from surgery, Canyon Sports Therapy gets you back in the game fast. We specialize in sports and orthopedic rehab with expert physical therapists, personalized sessions and treatment plans, and the latest tools to speed up recovery. As primary care providers, we can take new patients without a referral, often with same or next day appointments. And yes, we're even open on Saturdays. Book now at canyonsportstherapy.com and feel better. Canyon Sports Therapy, getting you back in the game.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Mom, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotion. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotion, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. Consequently, they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a blazing fast 5G network for just $25 a month. Dial pound 250 and say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
You say you'd never give in to a meltdown. Never let kids' toys take over the house. And never fill your feed with kid photos. You'd never plan your life around their schedule. Never lick your thumb to clean their face. And you'd never let them leave the house looking like less than their best. You say you'd never put a pacifier in your mouth to clean it. Never let them stay up too late. And never let them run wild through the grocery store.
We have on aisle 6 and aisle 3.
So when you say you'd never let them get into a car without you there, no, it can happen. 1 in 4 hot car deaths happen when a kid gets into an unlocked car and can't get out. Never happens. Before you leave the car, always stop, look, lock. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Adventuring in the Wasatch Back this summer?
Stop into Dairy King in Heber, now serving pumpkin shakes.
And check out their huge gluten-free menu. Dairy King on Main Street, home of the trade and best of state shakes.
The KSL Sports Zone and Hercules Credit Union are highlighting people that impact youth sports. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com.
You've been listening to The Zone for decades. Yes! But now you can watch the guys break down your favorite teams.
Some viewers may find the following video disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised.
Catch the video stream of DJ and PK, Jake and Ben, Hanson Scotty, and JJ and Alex right now at KSLSports.com or by searching KSL Sports on YouTube. Utah's best sports radio is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. This is College Football Saturday on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
College Football Saturday here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Alex Napoles, Christian Esparza sitting alongside me as we get you ready for Utah State taking on McNeese State tonight. That game kicks off at 6 p.m. at Maverick Stadium. Be there. Cheer on the Utah State Aggies. If you can't be there, make sure to tune in to 1280 to listen to Scott Gerard and Kevin White on the call as the Utah State Aggies take on the Cowboys. Christian, keys to the game tonight for Utah State as they take on McNeese.
Oh, man, I'm going to say protect the football. When you look at how FBS teams lose to FCS teams, most of the time it is self-inflicted pain, self-inflicted mistakes.
Yeah.
And that all starts with turnovers. And, Bryson Barnes back at quarterback for the Aggies. Then you got guys like Javen Jacobs, Miles Davis running the football. Don't put the ball on the ground. Don't throw interceptions. Play your game. And you should have a really good shot at beating these guys if you play a clean football game tonight. So for the Aggies, that's where I'm going. Taking care of the football.
Taking care of the football. That's a good one, man. Last week, didn't have any turnovers against Air Force. Obviously, you get that 49-30 win over the Falcons. But for me, I think in this game for Utah State, I'm looking at they've done a very good job. I feel like, especially against Air Force, they did a good job of not getting behind the chains, right? Not getting themselves in third down situations. They only had 9 third down situations against Air Force, and they went 4 for 9. So, I mean, good efficiency from third down, but also staying in front of the chains, right? Staying ahead of the chains and not allowing yourself to get to third down. I thought that's kind of what moved that offense. Bryson Barnes doing a phenomenal job with his feet to move that offense too. That's kind of going to be my key, right? Continue to have that efficiency. If you're in third down situations, make sure you convert those third downs, but also staying in front of those chains and moving the offense the way you did against Air Force. If you can continue to do that, I think you got a good shot against McNeese State.
And you know what? To flip that, put McNeese State in long third downs because you got John Miller on the edge for Utah State. 4 sacks throughout the first few games of the season, a guy that's kind of come out of nowhere and been a real staple for this Utah State defense. But it's fun, to have guys on these national leaderboards. And I know it's early on in the season, but Aggie fans still love that, right? They still love to look at the leaders in sacks in the country and see the guy with Utah State next to his name. Like, that's awesome. So you've got a dude who clearly has a knack for getting after the passer, force McNeese State into these passing situations, and just let your dogs get after him.
Right, and anytime your defense can come up with a sack or come up with a big play on defense, right, it fires you up. It fires up the offense. It fires up the stadium. And I think that's a great way to get the crowd involved in this one is continuing to pile up on those sack numbers. Get to the quarterback, and Utah State will have a fun night against McNeese State. Want to remind you, of course, coming up tonight, starting at 5 o'clock, the Utah State pregame show with Scott Gerard, Kevin White will kick off. Again, 5 o'clock on our 1280 signal. If you can't make it to the game, tune in, listen to Scott Gerard and Kevin White on the call. They'll have the game and, of course, the post-game following the conclusion of that one. Want to take this opportunity to remind you, too, of a couple other things. Remember to catch the post-game show tonight for BYU and Utah. Immediately following the game with Christian Esparza and myself, will be on air, and that will also be live streamed on YouTube, on Twitter, on Facebook, on KSLSports.com. And then during the week, catch DJ and PK, catch Jake and Ben, catch Hans and Scotty, catch JJ and Alex as we break down everything that happened this weekend in college football. That's going to wrap on another edition of College Football Saturday. That's Christian Esparza. I'm Alex Napoles. And we'll catch you next week here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, bro. You hear us every day with our crazy opinions. Hey, what are you doing? Well, now, it's time to hear from you.
Hey, great show.
Download the KSL Sports app and fire off your thoughts with the call-in tab on the bottom of your screen.
Your show is fantastic. It's the one that captivates me the most.
You can tell PK to stop singing.
G-Bang!
Let Jake and Ben know what you really think of the Jazz. Woo! Tell Hans and Scotty about your favorite barbecue spot or what color of tie JJ should be wearing on TV. The best entries will be played on the air. Download the KSL Sports app now and hit the call-in button to let your voice be heard.
I think you guys do an incredible job.
This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler.
in your car, or at your in-laws,
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
the Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud Phone System. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm, I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business calm at ooma.com/radio.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Fall is here, and the cooler months are upon us. Hans and Scotty here, and it's time to talk about your windows, where you can now get the best windows on the planet, courtesy of Advanced Windows, and be prepared for the fall and winter months.
I had an amazing experience with Advanced Windows where they replaced 5 windows for me. They gave me a quote. They stuck to the quote. It was that cost. They ended up saving me money. And their experienced window specialist will help determine why you have a draft coming in, how you can save the most money on utilities, how your house can be transformed in one day just by upgrading those windows and doors.
And right now, it's time to take advantage of a fall special, $2,500 off when you change out 10 windows or more. That's $2,500 off when you swap out 10 windows or more. Options are available for any budget, great financing as well, but you gotta call 801-850-9100.
That's advancedwindows.com or 801-850-9100 for the best window experience you could ever imagine.
The weather is cooling off to the lower 70s and 50s at night. Prep your home early for fall and winter with a call to At Your Service Pros, your whole home service professionals, family owned by people like you. At Your Service Pros cares about their customers and know things are tight. And to help with fall prep, they're offering $49 furnace tune-ups, $39 electrical inspections, and $75 off electrical repairs. At Your Service is all in the name. They're there for you, giving solutions without unnecessary upsell and backed by 5-star reviews. They want to earn your trust to be your go-to whole home service company for commercial and residential. And they support the community they live and serve. Save money, time, and eliminate expensive home utility repairs by using a pro all completely at your service. $49 furnace tune-ups, $39 electrical inspection, $75 off any electrical repairs, plus maintenance or replacement with straight up honest work done right, guaranteed. Call AYSP 801-YOUR-PRO at yourservicepros.com. 801-YOUR-PRO at Your Service Pros.
I'm Alonzo Mourning. At the height of my basketball career, I was diagnosed with kidney disease that was later discovered to be APOL1-mediated kidney disease, or AMKD. I am teaming up with the American Kidney Fund to share an important message with you about AMKD, which is a serious and progressive form of genetic kidney disease that may eventually lead to kidney failure.
I'm LaVarn Burton, President and CEO of the American Kidney Fund. You may not know that kidney disease can have a genetic cause. AMKD occurs in people of African ancestry, and it's important to detect it early.
I encourage you to take charge of your health. Learn about your personal risks of developing kidney disease and talk to your doctor about getting tested.
To learn more about AMKD and how to be APOL1 aware, visit kidneyfund.org/AMKD.
A message from the American Kidney Fund.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I present?
This is JJ and Alex.
And Bill Bender's one of those guys, college football writer for Sporting News.
Well, two things. One, I put Devin Dampier on my Heisman long shot, and that felt really good watching him do what he did, because it's possible. And the reason it's possible to me is you look at quarterbacks that have won the Heisman in the last 15 years, and I think 5 of them had 1,000 rushing yards. Guys like Cam and Kyler and Lamar, Johnny Manziel and Jaden Daniels, all 1,000-yard rushers. And Dampier is able to do that. If have those kind of numbers, lead a Big 12 run, he'll have a chance. I will have Utah ranked in the top 25. That's how impressed I was. But I did stay up late and watch it because I wanted to watch Devin and see what that looked like. Also impressed with Utah's defense, no doubt. Looks really good on that side of the ball.
Catch JJ and Alex afternoons from 3 to 6. Presented by G2G Bars on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
In the NFL, the New York Jets today ruled out safety Tony Adams for Sunday's game at Tampa Bay due to a hip injury. The Baltimore Ravens ruled out defensive lineman Nnamdi Madubuike for Monday Night Football against the Lions with a neck injury. The Kansas City Chiefs ruled out receiver Xavier Worthy for Sunday Night Football against the New York Giants due to a shoulder injury. I'm Isaac Lowenkron.
Perhaps you had better start from the beginning.
Jonas Knox.
You thought you knew me.
You didn't know a thing about me. He's crazier than a house rat.
That guy, Jonas Knox. You heard me.
What are you, a parrot?
The Prince of Darkness is lighting up your speakers to establish an alibi for the day. Now, live from the Fox Sports Radio studios, here's Jonas Knox.
You have to say, okay, I'll be part of this world.
I'm not one to make excuses. It's the last thing I want to do. But maybe somebody might have a little bit of a gripe. All right, maybe somebody's got a little bit of a gripe in the world of football. We'll get into that for you coming up here in just a couple of moments from now. Jonas Knox, Fox Sports Radio. You can listen to this show, as always, on the iHeartRadio app. You can always find us on hundreds of affiliates all across the country, and we are going to take you all the way up until 4 p.m. Eastern Time, 1 o'clock Pacific here on this Saturday, and we have got college football to discuss. Because, I'm not one of these people that's going to make some excuses. I'm not going to come on here and talk about, they were put in a bad spot or I'm just going to kind of kick around an idea. Right? Maybe this is an idea as to why something looks the way that it looks. If you watched the pregame festivities on Big Noon Kickoff and you saw the fans in Utah, in Salt Lake City, welcoming in my buddy Brady Quinn and the gang, the Barstool guys, all that entire crew, you saw the way that the scene played out. Even had class act Brady Quinn making a soaking joke before the game. Real class act that guy is. I don't know where he got that sort of material from. But the point is, you see the way that they are presented. You see the fan base. You see it is as wild of a pregame show that's ever been on any network. They were getting after it. And then the game starts. and there are 5 turnovers in the first half. A little bit of sloppy in both directions, right? You got fumbles by Utah. Texas Tech is throwing interceptions. You've got, roughing the kicker that led to a It just looks sloppy, and I'm just throwing this out there, all right? The game did kick off at 10 o'clock local time in the morning. I'm just pointing that out, all right? This is not me being one of these Ohio State fans, these crybabies who bitch and moan every time Ohio State's got to play in the big noon window. Like, it's not fair. We want night games. It's not fair. Why don't you get your lazy ass up, have a couple of beers, go enjoy the game, and you've got your entire day ahead of you afterwards, okay? It's not all that bad. I got news for you. Ask anybody else that lives on the West Coast what it's like to watch the NFL on Sundays. It's awesome. Games kick off at 10. Late window games are at 1 o'clock-ish. And then you're good. Imagine what it's like in Hawaii. Games kick off at 7. Late games are at 10. You got the entire day ahead of you. So I'm not going to be one of these Ohio State fans that cries and complains because you're taking away a night game and the advantage and all that. I'm just pointing out this. If anybody's wondering while they're watching the first half of the game to watch in the early window of college football today, if anybody's wondering exactly why Utah and exactly why you've got Texas Tech looking the way they do, I'm just pointing it out. 10 a.m. local time kickoff. That's all. All right, the fan base is ready for it. The students are ready for it. Utah, Texas Tech, maybe not so much. Just pointing that out. Jonas Knox here, Fox Sports Radio. Now, that being said, Dabo Swinney, earlier this week, went on a little bit of a rant. All right? He went on a little bit of a rant. Because, he's heard a lot of the conversations about Clemson and how they've looked. There was preseason buzz. They lose early on to LSU at home. But it's like, hey, listen, LSU's a good team. It's week 1. We were on the air last week. They lost to Georgia Tech. They just haven't looked the way that everybody expected them to look. It just hasn't looked good. Just pure and simple, hasn't looked good. And so you're seeing, Clemson struggle. You're seeing Cade Klubnik, who was a dark horse, potential Heisman candidate. You've seen that sort of go off the rails a little bit. And so people are wondering, what's the problem? What is going on with Clemson? And so Dabo Swinney spoke earlier this week about the criticism he's received, and it sounded like this.
If they tired of winning, they can send me on their way because that's all we've done is win. So if they tired of winning, we've won this league 8 out of the last 10 years. Is that not good? I'm just asking. Is that good? I don't know if that's good or not. To win your league 8 out of 10 years, to go to the playoffs 7 out of 10 years, to be in 4 national championships, win it twice. Yeah, we're a little down right now. Take your shots, but I got a long memory in case y'all don't know. We'll be all right. We'll bounce back. This is a program built to last. Always has been. Always will be. And I would just say if you give up on us if you don't believe in us because we've lost 2 games down to the last straight and you didn't believe in us anyway, so it don't matter. You wasn't all in anyway. If you're all in, you burn the ships, man. There ain't no exit strategy. Like, you're freaking all in. And hey, listen, if Clemson's tired of winning, they send me on my way, but I'm gonna go somewhere else and coach. I ain't going to the beach. Hell, I'm 55. I got a long way to go. Y'all gonna have to deal with me for a while. I got a long way to go. I'm just getting going. I'm just now good enough to be a head coach.
That right there is a motivated guy. And that right there is a motivated guy who's got a team who's no doubt going to be motivated. You hear that earlier this week, if you're in that Clemson locker room, you're like, you know what? Damn right, coach. Damn right. And you know what? We're going to make an example out of the next opponent we got. And that next opponent we got is Syracuse. And we're 17.5-point favorites, and we're going to run it up on them. We're going to run it up on them. That's motivation. Clemson's down 10 at the half to Syracuse at home. Listen, I'm not taking delight in this. All right, I'm not trying to poke fun at Dabo Swinney for giving that impassioned speech about all this. Because listen, Here's the reality, because there's a couple of realities. Everything that he said is factual. I can remember being out in South Carolina covering college football when Dabo Swinney first got there. I can remember working out there. I remember the discussions about Dabo Swinney. I remember, oh, here we go, just same old, same old. I don't want to say that Clemson was a laughingstock back then, but Clemson really wasn't taken all that serious. You want to know how I know? After they announced the firing of Tommy Bowden, a guy called into a local news station in Clemson, South Carolina, called into the news station because he wanted to get on the air because they were taking calls over the air on TV back then. And the guy broke down sobbing that he didn't know what they were going to do because they had just let go of Tommy Bowden. All right, now, that guy was pulling a gag. That was an act. Do you want to know how I know that? Because I worked with that guy. He was at the radio station with us. He doesn't even know sports. Nobody took Clemson serious. Like, literally nobody. Like, he called in, he sobbed. You could probably still find the clip on YouTube. I know the guy. I'm friends with him. I worked with him. Guy knew nothing about sports. He just saw it as an opportunity to bust somebody's balls because nobody took him serious. Nobody cared. Dabo Swinney has gotten there. It is the greatest era of Clemson football that they've ever seen. They've won a national title before, I get it, blah, blah, and they've had great players before. They've never had this level of success, ever. Ever. So you should probably cut Dabo Swinney a little bit more slack. You should probably maybe, hey, look, you know, if people want him out of there, be careful what you wish for. We've seen that before. I mean, ask Nebraska fans if they still want Bo Pelini out of the building. Because they couldn't wait to get rid of Bo Pelini. He had to go. He had to leave. We got to get rid of this guy. And then you look back, you go, you know, maybe that wasn't all that bad. And Matt Rule feels like there's some momentum there. It feels like there's some optimism there. They got a game against Michigan. It feels like Matt Rule's got him heading in the right direction. But it is one of those things, be careful what you wish for. All right, that's reality number one. Here's reality number two. You can only pull that be careful what you wish for card so many times before it kind of, you know, overstays its welcome a little bit. Much like many people are saying Dabo Swinney has. You can't go out and pull that card already out of the gates and then have your team go out and trail by 10 at halftime to a team that you were favored to beat by 17.5. I'm sorry. Oh, and by the way, at home. I'm sorry. You can only pull that card so many times before people are like, yeah, we've heard this before. And here's the thing. You've heard this before from Dabo Swinney. He was one of the most outspoken coaches about NIL and the new player era and all. This is, you know, this new player empowerment era. It's not like he was one of the most vocal guys about all that. He's said things similar to this before about, well, you know, I know that things haven't looked good, but here, let me remind you what we've done. He's now gone to the well a lot of times. And the fact that he went to the well again and they came out in the first half and they're trailing by 10 at home to a team they were projected to beat by almost 3 touchdowns, that's not great. That's not great. That tells me that there's something else going on there. It was like Ben Roethlisberger before he actually retired. Ben Roethlisberger, like 3-4 times in the years leading up to his retirement, kind of hinted around like, I don't know, maybe I should just retire. I mean, if I'm not good enough anymore, maybe I should just retire. And it's like, okay, well, if you're already sort of projecting that and kind of throwing that out there, that's not great. And so I'm not saying Dabo Swinney should be fired. I'm not saying he should leave. He shouldn't. He has enjoyed the greatest era of football in the history of Clemson. There's never been an era like this. And I'll tell you this right now. If he were to walk away, he would get gobbled up in a minute. And I'll tell you exactly where he'd go. Alabama. He's a Crimson Tide. He played there. He won a national title under Gene Stallings in the 90s. He played there. He's an Alabama guy through and through. They would hire him up in a heartbeat if they decided to move on from Kalen DeBoer. So I'm not saying any of that should happen, because I do think you should appreciate the era of football that Dabo Swinney has provided. You should. But when you start going to the well this many times with if I'm not good enough, you should just move on. At some point, that's going to overstay its welcome, and I'm just wondering if it already has, with them trailing at halftime to Syracuse days after he made that impassioned speech. At the Jonas Knox on X, at the Jonas Knox on X. By the way, you can follow along on Instagram as well, too, at Jonas Knox Show. We are going to have the usuals coming up later on. We do have our Thank God for Gambling Game of the Week later on this hour. We've also got another edition of Do You Care? We've got Knox Locks, the Week 3 edition. All of it is yours here on this 2-hour extravaganza. Up next, though, speaking of be careful what you wish for, there are 2 guys in the NFL who are finding out the hard way things are a little bit different than they expected. Find out who they are right here on FSR.
Here we go. When it goes down in the NFL, it goes down here. Follow us on social media for all of it at Fox Sports Radio. Reactions.
The Bears are afraid.
Breakdowns.
The system will be very similar to what he's running in Minnesota.
Videos and more.
That's big, bro. Yeah.
At Fox Sports Radio.
Hi, I'm Chef Franklin Becker. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right, so we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
I am dedicated. I am TNT.
With Team in Training, you will reach your best physical self so blood cancer patients can reach theirs. Change your life by joining a marathon, half marathon, triathlon, or a cycle event, and you'll change the lives of blood cancer patients.
I am committed. I am TNT.
After 600,000 participants and almost $1 billion raised for treatments, TNT has helped the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society make a significant impact in the advancement of blood cancer therapies that save lives every day.
I am making a difference. I am TNT.
Join TNT. Expand your circle of friends to be part of a very special community. Train with world-class trainers and have the chance to be part of the most exciting endurance sports events in the country. Or train on your own schedule with TNT Flex. Join TNT and fundraise while you train, and take part in getting us all closer to a world without blood cancers.
Join TNT now. Go to teamintraining.org.
This isn't just a game, it's a once-in-a-generation event. The Harlem Globetrotters 100-year tour. Celebrate 100 years of high-flying dunks, 100 years of show-stopping moves, and 100 years of changing the game. Bring the whole family and be part of a legacy that never stops. The Harlem Globetrotters 100-year tour. Get your tickets today at harlemglobetrotters.com.
Let's go! You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Mom, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotion. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotion, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. Consequently, they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a blazing fast 5G network for just $25 a month. Dial pound 250 and say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you.
What?
You have a brother. $100 bill just like you.
Hey, I'm Ben.
What?
We just got him for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And you're going to live together at America First.
What? This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $100 cash bonus when they open a checking account or $50 when they open a youth checking account. So head to AmericaFirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
Whether you're dealing with a weekend warrior injury or recovering from surgery, Canyon Sports Therapy gets you back in the game fast. We specialize in sports and orthopedic rehab with expert physical therapists, personalized sessions and treatment plans, and the latest tools to speed up recovery. As primary care providers, we can take new patients without a referral, often with same or next day appointments. And yes, we're even open on Saturdays. Book now at canyonsportstherapy.com and feel better. Canyon Sports Therapy, getting you back in the game.
We're with Bridget, whose husband won't be home for months, and whose daughter is due any day. We're with Mike, who's leaving home to protect his family and yours. We're with all service members and their families who need community, connection, and maybe a bit of magic. Are you with them? Learn more at uso.org today. We're with Liam after his 4th military move, when being new is starting to get old. We're with Tara during the holidays, when she misses home the most. We're with all service members and their families who need connection, comfort, and a home away from home. Are you with them? Learn more at uso.org today.
Sports Radio. Jay and Alex, afternoons from 3 to 6 on 97.5 The KSL Sports Zone.
I've always listened to the show.
Some of you even like to express your love through a tweet from Drew or a call.
I think you guys do an incredible job. It's a great show. You guys do a good job. Y'all are killing it on Fox Sports Radio.
There are so many reasons why you listen to us. And for that, we say thank you. Thanks so much. Thank you for all the love you continue to show us. This is Fox Sports Radio. To find FS1 on your television, go to foxsports.com for details.
Go! Check them out.
FS1.
Check them out.
FS1.
Not that depressed, guys. Get it together. Jonas Knox here on Fox Sports Radio. Coming up here a little over 10 minutes from now, we are going to hand out an award on this show. A lot of people are really selfish in the world of sports media. Not us.
The official Odd Couple side piece.
That's right.
Watching, waiting, coming.
I'm a little moist right now. All right, so we will be handing out an award.
I'm a little moist right now.
Game of the week will be yours here again a little over 10 minutes from now here on FSR.
I'm a woman.
So one of the let's say, listen, that's accepted these days, right? So I will not criticize anybody.
You got
right?
a tissue for me?
Yeah, definitely. All right. So that being said, it is kind of interesting when you see sort of how things have played out after the fact. All right. And this is not a critique on either of these guys. This is not a critique on so much their decision, because I think in the career path that is being a head coach or wanting to be a head coach in the NFL, you've got to make choices. All right. And so I'm watching kind of what's going on around the NFL, and I'm looking at the team that was purged of their assistant coaches this recent offseason. And that team was the Detroit Lions. And I'm looking at sort of that team, and I'm going, all right, so they lose their offensive coordinator and they lose their defensive coordinator. They come out, they struggle against Green Bay. They look great last week. And I'm like, all right, well, you know, as opposed to focusing on the Lions, which a lot of people want to do, much like when Nick Sirianni lost his top assistants, when the Eagles lost that first Super Bowl to the Chiefs, you know, his offensive coordinator, his defensive coordinator left, Steichen, Gannon went elsewhere. Like, you know, everyone wanted to focus on what happens now with the Eagles, like what's going to go on now with the Eagles. And we went down the road of Nick Sirianni he's on the hot seat, and there was potential he was going to get fired. And if, you know, Bill Belichick's available, they would make the move to Belichick. I mean, that was a wild time. And that time was not that long ago. And a lot of the discussion was, well, yeah, can he do it without his coordinators? Can he do... So as opposed to taking that approach with Dan Campbell and the Lions, let's go ahead and let's check in on how things are going with the coordinators that did leave. Oops. Oh, man.
They suck.
Ben Johnson is now the head coach of the Chicago Bears. All right. Now, we've got plenty on that coming up later on. There's all sorts of stuff that has come out of there that is apparently an issue. But Ben Johnson's the head coach of the Chicago Bears. Ben Johnson has learned early on, yeah, there's issues here, and they're not Caleb Williams, okay? I know that everybody wants to paint it as that. It's a lot easier. You don't have to do a deep dive. You don't have to add nuance to the discussion. Let's just focus on the quarterback. No, there's problems. It's a clown show, all right? The other clown show in the NFL happens to be where Aaron Glenn decided to go coach, and that would be the New York Jets. And this season is already shaping up exactly what you would expect it to be with the New York Jets. They were really competitive in week one. You can argue should have won that game against Pittsburgh. You can argue, man, that game was in the bag. And furthermore, they did it with the quarterback that the Steelers didn't want. They did it with Justin Fields. Ironically, the quarterback the Bears didn't even want. And this is such a Jet season that what happened next? They lost on a 60-yard field goal. They played the Bills the next week, got knifed, and then Justin Fields got hurt. Now Tyrod Taylor's starting at quarterback. They were a 60-yard field goal away from this season looking completely different through the first couple of weeks. Completely different. Even if they went out and got blown out by Buffalo last week, it'd be like, emotional letdown. They got really worked up over the first game. But, hey, new culture, new time, new era. The Jets are back. Oh, yeah, they're back, and they look just like they always do. Same with the Bears. And it does go to a larger question that a lot of people didn't really want to have at the time because they just wanted to point to, ooh, what happens to the Lions? Much like, ooh, what happens to the Eagles when they lose their coordinators? How about this? How about when everybody's raving about the hiring of Ben Johnson and Aaron Glenn, and everyone's talking about how great they are, and oh my God, this is what a successful hire, and Aaron Glenn's a former Jet, and he's going to come right in, and Ben Johnson's the belle of the ball, so to speak, and he's the one that everybody wants, and the Bears got him, and nobody else did. Here was a question that I asked at the time: are they bringing the players with them? I'm just wondering. Like, if you're Aaron Glenn, are you going to be able to bring Aiden Hutchinson with you? Are you going to be able to bring some of those players? Can they come too? Oh, they can't? Ooh, okay. Ben Johnson, can he bring that offensive line with him? Can he bring Penei Sewell and those guys? Can he bring David Montgomery? Well, he actually wouldn't have to bring David Montgomery because David Montgomery was a Bear, but they didn't need him. Why would they need him? Come on. What about Jahmyr Gibbs? What about Amon-Ra St. Brown? Are they bringing them? Because if they're not, it kind of looks a little bit different. And so this is not so much Dan Campbell deserves all this credit, and it was, no. Like this, if you are one of those people that believes it's all about the Jimmies and the Joes, not the X's and the O's, this is Exhibit A as to why you point to that. This is Exhibit A. Because, yes, Aaron Glenn, the Jets got their guy. That's the guy they wanted. The problem is Aaron Glenn didn't get his guys because they couldn't come with him. Ben Johnson, yes, the Bears got their guy. That's the guy they wanted. That's the guy a lot of teams wanted. The problem is he didn't get his guys. And so if you want to look at, gosh, well, what's with the struggle there? And maybe this, no. This is not that surprising. Not just because it's the Bears and the Jets and this is what we're used to. Like, this is how this has looked. But because what made those guys great, what helped make them great in their roles with the Lions, was the fact that they had really good players. Brad Holmes has done a really good job building that roster. Dan Campbell's done a really good job building a culture there. I'm not saying it's not going to work with Ben Johnson in Chicago. I'm not saying it's not going to work with Aaron Glenn in New York. But it's going to take time until they get their guys. They didn't bring them with them. And if you take a step back and then look at the situation, maybe you start to feel a little bit differently about how hyped everybody was about the additions of both. Again, not saying they're not going to work. I'm just saying there's a lot of work to do, especially if you can't bring those guys that help make them successful with them to where they are now. At the Jonas Knox on X, at Jonas Knox Show on Instagram. By the way, be sure to subscribe to the Fox Sports Radio YouTube channel. Search Fox Sports Radio on YouTube. You'll see our best videos from all of our shows. Don't stop there. Hit the thumbs up icon. Comment away. Let us know whose takes on the show you like, whose you don't. Just search Fox Sports Radio on YouTube and subscribe. All right, so we are going to hand out an award coming up next here on the show, but for all the latest from around the world of sports, ladies and gentlemen, speaking of awards, this man's got so many, he doesn't even know where to put them.
Yeah, that's actually
he doesn't even know where to put them.
It's actually true.
I mean, it's unbelievable.
Even in there, I got to put some in there.
I mean, it's just unbelievable, the accomplishments that he has come up with. He's like Jordan Addison with mini bottles.
Wow.
But nonetheless, we turn it over to the one and only, the magnificent Sir Isaac Lowenkron.
Speaking of awards, it is award-worthy the way that you have your proverbial finger on the pulse of sports, because everything that you have talked about over the first half hour of this award-eligible radio program.
Oh, that's insulting.
It's not trigonometry.
Boy, that was rude.
You know what?
Are you saying I'm eligible for one? I'm just not going to win one? That's rude.
You
also
know what?
Accurate.
That just bypassed my brain completely. It went. I'm sorry.
Listen. I don't take offense.
It went from my primal limbic system directly past my brain and out the gullet. Anyway, that being said, what I was trying to say before my true feelings were exposed. Sorry. All right. So you've talked about so far the Bears, the Jets, and Clemson, and we have fresh details on all three of your top stories. NFL media reports the Bears placing cornerback Jalen Johnson on injured reserve due to a groin injury, so he'll miss at least the next 4 weeks. The New York Jets ruled out safety Tony Adams for Sunday's game at Tampa Bay due to a hip injury. Now, Jonas, on to Clemson football. They trail at home to Syracuse at halftime, 24-14. It's the first time that Clemson has trailed by double digits in 3 straight games in 13 years. Now, the latest development, they are in a weather delay of a minimum of half an hour because there is lightning within an 8-mile radius of the stadium. And Jonas, I know
love September football. September football. I love light, as long as nobody gets hit by it. I mean, just get close to one, just so we have, at least some singed clothing.
Kind of where we're going with this, because just like you, Jonas.
By the way, was that the Haktua girl? Sorry.
I'm a woman.
All right. Rob Parker getting a lot of exposure today, by the way. He'll be downloading this podcast, I'll guarantee you.
Are you saying Rob loves him some Rob? Nah, come on.
I love myself some me, so I wouldn't doubt it. Hey, you know what? A download is a download, Jonas. You know that.
Yeah.
I mean, it doesn't matter who's downloading it. It doesn't matter why, just that they're downloading it, period. But just like you, Jonas, Clemson has a faithful following on social media. So in light of this weather delay, here are some reactions from the Clemson faithful. At Prime Noah 24 posting, quote, "Even God doesn't want to watch us play football." At NoBev1227 posting, "Mother Nature is sickened by Clemson football." And finally, at Anthony Bialy posting, quote, "Move your college somewhere lightning free," unquote.
Oh.
Anthony Bialy with a helpful suggestion. However, Jonas, the delay not distracting others from weighing in on the state of Clemson's play on the field. At 81 Tiger S16 commenting, quote, "Fire everyone, the entire staff down to the water boys." I didn't know the water boys were responsible for what was going on the field, but whatevs.
Yeah, what did they do wrong?
I know. And then at Clemson fan 322 commenting again, and I quote, "It not 2019 anymore. Dabo is washed and isn't going to bring us back to the mountain tip," unquote. Not the mountain top, the mountain tip, unquote. Your thoughts?
Well, I mean, I think that's probably correct. I don't know how many people actually want to stand on the tip of a mountain, though. That feels dangerous.
It does feel dangerous. I mean,
I was looking at this, though, because I thought, all right, well, there's a weather delay there. Because, again, I love September. I remember being at a South Carolina-Georgia game where there was a lightning delay of 90 minutes, so they just made everybody stay in the parking lot before the game, and people just got blistered.
As if they hadn't been already.
Oh, God. It was that was really, really enjoyable. But I was looking at Clemson to see whether or not they sold alcohol at games now, and they did start this year, and I've got a couple of issues with this. First off, it says Clemson staff and vendors may not serve beer, wine, or liquor to anyone under the age of 21.
How do you think that worked out?
Yeah, I mean, they're that a little flawed, especially at on a college campus. That feels a little flawed. Also,
by the way, only people from Southern California will know this analogy. Have you ever been to MacArthur Park?
Yeah, that's it's in LA, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
What do you mean you barely know what? All right, we're gonna have that conversation later.
I know it from the movie Training Day.
Okay.
Where he stopped the girl from being assaulted by the two homeless guys in MacArthur Park.
Well, for people around the country, MacArthur Park is allegedly where people can procure illegitimate identification for tailgating purposes.
Oh no, that's Alvarado Street. Is that near MacArthur Park?
Yeah, it actually is.
Oh, okay, yeah, no, Alvarado Street. Yeah, I've talked about it before. I had a buddy who paid to get a fake ID. That was not me. Buddy who paid to get a fake ID, and when you do that, you just take what you get. And I swear to God on this, I put this on everything. I'm not embellishing this story. This is 100% true. The name on his ID that he got back was Alfred Hitchcock. I swear to God.
So when he would try to get into bars, would he say, "Good evening"?
No. So the guy would. He told me a story. A guy looked at his ID and started to laugh and shoot him away. And he said, "What's so funny?" And he guilted the guy into letting him in because he pointed to, "Listen, man, I don't. It's my parents. I've had to deal with this my entire life. Blah, blah, blah." And the guy said, "All right, I'll take your word." He's all, "Do you think I'd choose to have this name? It is what it is. My friends don't call me that, but it is on my ID." He's, okay, that's fine. I'll let you in. But yeah, like,
boy, that bouncer really had a soft heart.
Look, but I did notice this as well,
I wonder
too.
if that bar had a rear window. All right.
In Clemson, at their football games, it also says no service will be permitted to anybody who is visibly intoxicated.
How do you think that's working out?
Again, like, you know what I mean? Like, I feel like Clemson was really quick to jump on this without really being realistic about the rules of engagement when it came to booze at the stadium.
Yeah,
that's all.
It was good in theory. I don't think that you can find this sort of analysis anywhere in the country in sports talk radio, and I think it's important and effective for listeners out there in their daily lives. Finally, I'll duck in some more scores. The road teams are having great games so far, Jonas. Arkansas up 31-20 at Memphis, 4 minutes left in the third quarter. Number 17, Texas Tech, leading at 16th-ranked Utah 10-3 with 5 minutes left in the third quarter. Maryland has a 20-3 lead at Wisconsin with 4 minutes left to play in the third quarter. And again, as we said, Syracuse and Clemson still in that rain delay at halftime with Syracuse up 24-14. I'll see you at MacArthur Park later, Jonas.
All right. Thanks, Alfred. It is Jonas Knox here on Fox Sports Radio. Did
you even get the rear window analogy?
Kind of.
All right, that's fine. I'll take that.
Yeah, kind of. I would like to say this. We are a show here. We are going to have Do You Care coming up in about 10 minutes from now. But we are a show here that doesn't like to leave the quote-unquote other ones out of the discussion. There's a lot of people talking about these big-time matchups in the NFL this weekend. So we have something on the show that we do called our TGFG Game of the Week. It's sort of an ode to back in the day when HD first came out. If you watched the NFL Sunday Ticket, there was always one game that didn't make it to HD. It was in standard def because nobody cared about it. So this is sort of an ode to that, but a modern-day ode to that. It's called the TGFG Game of the Week. And the TGFG Game of the Week this week goes to the Saints and Seahawks. Yeah, see, I told you, the Saints and damn Seahawks. Seattle, a 7.5-point favorite. This is a 4:05 p.m. Eastern time kickoff. And you're probably looking at this going, how could you put the Seattle Seahawks in this? They just won a huge game at Pittsburgh last week. Let's be honest. If not for a major error on kickoff in which a guy just completely forgot the rules of kickoff, then maybe that game looks a little bit different. And if you're the New Orleans Saints, everybody knew that going into the season you were going to be awful. But I kind of feel bad for Spencer Rattler, my South Carolina Gamecock. Spencer Rattler, who hasn't been that bad and has never won a game starting at quarterback in the NFL in his career. And so he goes on the road. He's got to take on Seattle. It's not like Sam Darnold's lighting the league on fire. It's not like Seattle's this dominating team. There's probably a reason they're sitting at the 4:05 window. But congratulations. If you thought anybody was forgetting about you, Saints and Seahawks, we weren't. There's going to be a lot of throwback packages to when the Saints went into Seattle and Marshawn Lynch had that big run. There's going to be a lot of throwbacks to the good old days a decade ago. But those good old days are long gone. Saints, Seahawks. That is your TGFG Game of the Week. Your Thank God for Gambling Game of the Week. Because if not for gambling, who's watching this mess? By the way, speaking of games, this isn't just a game. It's a once-in-a-generation event. The Harlem Globetrotters 100-year tour. Come be a part of a legacy that never stops. Be there when history is made. The Harlem Globetrotters 100-year tour. Get your tickets today at harlemglobetrotters.com. Coming up next here on the show, we are going to have another edition of Do You Care? And it's yours right here on FSR. Brian Finley is a porn star.
Football fans, it's the pregame show you've been waiting for. Don't miss Fox Sports Radio's Countdown to Kickoff, presented by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Every Sunday morning at 10 a.m. Eastern. There's no better way to get ready for football every Sunday than with us, right here on Fox Sports Radio.
Hey, it's Jonas Knox. Ever notice how body pain shows up at the worst times? Your back flares up before a road trip, your knees halfway through grocery day. That's why people turn to Aleve. Only Aleve has longer-lasting body pain relief with up to 12 hours of pain relief with just one pill, compared to leading OTC-branded pain relievers based on minimum label dosing. Neck, back, joints, arthritis. Don't let aches and pains hold you back from doing what's important to you. Aleve helps you keep moving. Use as directed.
This isn't just a game, it's a once-in-a-generation event. The Harlem Globetrotters 100-year tour. Celebrate 100 years of high-flying dunks, 100 years of show-stopping moves, and 100 years of changing the game. Bring the whole family and be part of a legacy that never stops. The Harlem Globetrotters 100-year tour. Get your tickets today at harlemglobetrotters.com.
Home Run Derby X is coming to Salt Lake City. MLB legends join softball stars, college standouts September 19th and 20th at the ballpark at America First Square. Wow. Tickets at MLB.com/HRDX Salt Lake. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
If you've been quoted for a new furnace or AC and it felt more like a sales pitch than a solution, you're not alone. Many home service companies in Utah have been bought out by big corporations focused on profits, not people. At Your Service Pros is different. Locally owned, family operated, 5-star rated and trusted by Utah families for over 20 years. Let them help you with their $49 furnace tune-ups, $39 electrical inspections, and $75 off electrical repairs. Because they know things are tight and want to help you prep your home affordably. Get a free second opinion because you deserve honest answers. If your system can be repaired, they'll fix it. If it needs replacing, they'll show you affordable options. Their goal is to earn your trust, not upsell you. Let At Your Service Pros be your pro and go-to for heating, air, plumbing, and electrical. Call 801-YOUR-PRO or online at atyourservicepros.com. At Your Service Pros, 801-YOUR-PRO.
The Garden Restaurant has been open for a few months, and if you haven't stopped by, now is the time to get downtown and check out what everyone's been raving about. And if you have visited the new space, schedule a time to come on back. Grab a friend and come visit one of Salt Lake's best gathering spots for lunch. You'll be greeted by the delicious smell of fresh baked goods like our famous Lionhouse rolls, perfect for taking home for family dinners. Or maybe you have a sweet tooth and are craving one of our brand new cinnamon rolls. They're the size of a dinner plate and perfect for sharing between a group of friends. Come smell and taste the garden for yourself. Enjoy the beautifully reimagined space and convenient location with new street access on the ground floor of the Joseph Smith Memorial Building. Open weekdays 11 to 3. Choose from healthy and delicious options like the turkey pot pie, jalapeno pork and grilled cheese sandwiches, tomato bisque soup, and nut and berry salad. All favorites not to be missed. So much to choose from. Check out the menu at thegardenslc.com. Fresh flavors, iconic location. The Garden Restaurant.
Right now at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, you can get any new 2025 Mazda CX-50 for 0% financing for 60 months. Yes, 0% for 60 months. Or extended to 72 months for only 1.9%. You heard right. As low as 0% for 60 months. It's happening now at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown.
APR OAC. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
I lost count of how many foster homes I lived in. 20, maybe more. Each time, a new room, a new bed, a new routine with a new family. But never a space that really felt like mine. Eventually, I didn't even bother unpacking, because moving again was never an if. It was always a when.
There are more than 100,000 children in foster care waiting to be adopted. The Dave Thomas Foundation for Adoption is working to help find them a forever family and a permanent home of their own.
When I was 15, I didn't have anywhere to go for the holidays. So my high school principal invited me to stay with his family. It was just supposed to be for a few weeks, but soon they asked me to stay forever as their daughter. Now I have my own room and decorated it myself. It's kind of a tornado, but it's my tornado. And just like my family, it's mine to keep.
If you have room in your home or your heart, see how you can help at davethomasfoundation.org.
The KSL Sports Zone and Hercules Credit Union are highlighting people that impact youth sports. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com.
Pacific on Fox Sports Radio. Did you know Jay and PK? Weekdays 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. on 97.5 The KSL Sports Zone. Inside the Parker with Rob Parker for you threadheads.
Baseball.
The I Want Your Flex podcast with Dan Meyer and Mike Harmon for fantasy junkies. And what about everything Up On Game presents offers? Want more Ben Maller? How about the Fifth Hour podcast? We have a podcast for everyone. And it's all on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. FS1.
Call your friends and ask how they doing.
To find FS1 on your television, go to foxsports.com for details.
Boom. Trust your eyes.
FS1.
Hey, hey. Bye, bye, bye. Bye, bye.
To fill the center gap.
Here's the problem. I've got a bunch of hooligans on the show who are trying and force me into saying something inappropriate. I will not.
Man, F you.
Jonas Knox here, Fox Sports Radio. Coming up, top of next hour, we are going to check in. We are going to get a live update, if you will, as to the mess that came out of nowhere this year in the world of football. That'll be yours here on FSR. We are going to have that for you again coming up here a little over 10 minutes from now. Again, you can follow along on Instagram at Jonas Knox Show. You can also tweet into the show at the Jonas Knox. And look, we'll let you know all the insulting innuendos that are sent over. All of that will be either reposted on X, probably not because they're way too much, or they'll be sent over on the Instagram page. So all that can be yours there on Fox Sports Radio here throughout the course of this 2-hour extravaganza. Right now, though, it is time for something we do every single week, and it's called this.
There are so many stories in the world of sports, and most of them are a complete waste of time.
TMZ reports.
Now,
let's get kinky.
Here's some of the big stories from the last week. But Jonas, the real question is, do you care?
I don't care.
And for that, we turn it over to our executive producer, Bo Benson, to find out what the hell's been going on. Bo, and by the way, Bo, I just want to point this out. I don't know what it is, but for some reason this week you're in a much better mood. I don't know why that is.
Hey, just had a strong week here at Fox Sports Radio, and
it's almost like like it's sunny out, like there's no dark clouds. It's crazy.
The rain does not exist in my world.
It's crazy.
One reason to be sad, though, Clayton Kershaw took the mound at Dodger Stadium last night for what's probably the final time. Jonas, do you care?
Not really, if I'm being honest with you. I will say this. I mean, that definitely wasn't a strike, but he could have hit Rafael Devers and they would have called it a strike. So I look at it and I go, it was a nice send-off. His wife very emotional and all that. But the bottom line is,
right now.
The bottom line is, it's not exactly like it's his last appearance. I mean, he's going to be pitching again. He'll probably be pitching in the postseason, and so we're going to get to see him. And then when he decides that that's it and he's walking away, then I think everybody can sort of take a step back and go, wow, he was pretty fantastic, spent his entire career here, one of the greats of this era. There's a lot of people that are going to point to the playoff failures and all that. Whatever the case may be, one of the all-time greats. He's going to be a Hall of Famer and a hell of a run. So I didn't get too emotionally invested because I know we're going to see him again. Next.
A poll of 25 NFL scouts and executives listed South Carolina's Lenoris Sellers as the top quarterback in the 2026 NFL draft, ahead of LSU's Garrett Nussmeier. Jonas, do you care?
No, I don't care. I don't care about it. And let me tell you why. Because I think last year, and it was pointed out by Pete Thamel in the article he did, that last year, after I think week 6, might have been even earlier than that, that if you asked the same question to NFL scouts and general managers, they all had Shedeur Sanders ahead of Cam Ward. So it's like, dude, we got a lot of games left. We've got conference games. We've got the biggest games on the biggest stages coming up. And we've seen quarterbacks rocket up the charts because of what they've done in those big moments and in those big games. So for me, this isn't a lot to do with anything that's happening with these current quarterbacks. It's not a critique on them. I'm just going to reserve the right to wait like I think most people should. Next.
Italian rapper Fedez, I'm not sure how you say it. He apologized for lyrics in a song that said tennis star Yannick Sinner speaks with Adolf Hitler's accent. Jonas, do you care?
Yeah, there's some names and words that probably aren't a compliment when they're applied to you, and I would say that Hitler's one of those names, that's, I feel like some people should say exactly what it is that they're thinking out loud, but just say it to a close friend before you say it in front of millions or billions of people, and just see what your close friend says.
Can I be honest with you? I'm a whore.
If your close friend tells you, yeah, that's ill-advised, you shouldn't say it. If your friend says, no, I think you should compare him to Hitler, I think that'll work out for you, they're not a close friend anymore. You got to move on. Next!
The Indiana Fever, sans Caitlin Clark, ended their playoff series drought with a win over the Dream to take their first series since 2015. Jonas, do you care?
Oh, God, no. No. And as a matter of fact, if you tuned in to get our thoughts, breakdown, and analysis of the WNBA, you can tune right on out. That's not happening on this show. Next!
Jack in the Box has launched their Halloween-themed offerings, highlighted by a monster taco, which looks like a much, much larger version of their regular delicious tacos. They also have a monster mozzarella stick. I think it's like 6 inches long. Jonas, do you care?
I'm not touching that. Like, legitimately and literally, I'm not touching that. I'll say this.
Emphasize the D.
I don't think I've ever had Jack in a Box sober. Like, now that I'm thinking about it, I don't think I've once ever had Jack in a Box sober. So I have no idea whether or not their food's good. I swear to God. I have no recollection.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Welcome to the end of summer sale at AutoZone. We're celebrating the end of long days and short nights with big deals for a short time, like car wash. Right now, you can save 20% on the Armor All Complete Car Wash Kit. Need new brakes? Duralast brake pads are free with the purchase of Duralast rotors. We've also got oil deals and more. We're ending the summer right with the end of summer sale at AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
Hey, it's Jason Smith. Are you considering going back to school? Take the next step towards your future with an affordable online degree or certificate from University of Maryland Global Campus, an accredited state university. Choose from more than 135 skills-based programs, earn up to 90 credits towards a bachelor's for prior learning and relevant experience, or transfer up to 12 credits towards a master's. Don't wait to succeed again. Visit umgc.edu to learn more. That's umgc.edu, umgc.edu.
10 years ago, Les Olson IT set out to do more than fix copiers and printers. We set out to become the IT team Utah businesses count on. Today, we're proud to celebrate a decade as Utah's managed IT service provider, trusted by thousands of local companies for secure, reliable tech support. Thanks for trusting us. Here's to the next 10 years of innovation, protection, and partnership. Visit lesolson.com to learn more.
Les Olson IT.
Tom, I'm on the sideline here with Doug Smith Chevy. Doug, the NCAA has changed its rules regarding NIL money. What do I have to do to land an amazing new 2025 Chevy Silverado?
Just come on down to Doug Smith Chevy in Spanish Fork.
Doug, I'm more than happy for you to use my name, image, and likeness to talk about these amazing new trucks all you want. All I want to know is, how do I get one?
You have to buy it, Scott.
Dropping a Doug Smith Chevy in Spanish Fork. No one knows Chevy like Doug.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Since 1954, Mountain Home Services has been Utah's trusted name in home comfort. Right now, get your AC and furnace tune-ups for just $29. A furnace tune-up helps prevent wear and tear, catches small issues early, improves efficiency, enhances safety, and keeps airflow balanced, adding years to your system's life. And Mountain Home Services is not just heating and cooling. They offer free second opinions on everything, including electrical, plumbing, and fireplaces. Plus, you're backed by Mountain Home Services' upfront pricing guarantee and 100% satisfaction guarantee. No surprises, just honest service. Call 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com to schedule your $29 tune-up today. Mountain Home Services. Comfort starts here. Again, that's 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com to schedule your $29 tune-up today.
Hey guys, 13-year NFL veteran and Super Bowl champion Jason McCourty here, and I'm an innovation ambassador at FAIR, Food Allergy and Research Education. I would say the most challenging thing as a parent of a kid who has a food allergy is probably the ignorance that I myself had in the beginning. I didn't know what anaphylactic shock was. I didn't know the dangers, let alone the things that she needed to be able to have a normal life. When you go to drop your kid off, and every single time in the beginning, we'd have to go through everything she was allergic to. Preparation is everything. And me, for playing football for 13 years, it was all throughout the course of the week. It's getting ready for game day. When you're on the field, you're playing for your fans. At home, you're playing for your family. My playbook, read labels, keep it allergy friendly, and have an epinephrine nasal spray as a backup plan. Because when my family's safe from food allergens, that's the real victory. Visit foodallergy.org to learn more.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
In college football, number 17 Texas Tech has a 13-3 lead at 16th-ranked Utah. 2.5 minutes into the fourth quarter, the only touchdown of the ball game coming on a 1-yard run by Texas Tech's Cameron Dickey in the first quarter. Maryland with a 20-3 lead at Wisconsin with 12 seconds left to play in the third quarter. Syracuse up 24-14 at Clemson at halftime. That game in a weather delay because there is lightning within an 8-mile radius of the stadium. And Arkansas has a 31-26 lead at Memphis in the final seconds, and the opening seconds, rather, of the fourth quarter. NFL media reports the Chicago Bears are placing cornerback Jalen Johnson on injured reserve due to a groin injury. Johnson will now miss at least the next 4 weeks. I'm Isaac Lowenkron.
Perhaps you had better start from the beginning.
Jonas Knox.
You ever open a can of tennis balls and smell inside of it?
I think we're gonna have to get drunk.
That guy.
Yes, sir. You heard me right.
The Prince of Darkness
is slamming on your speakers like they're a door-mounted basketball hoop. Yeah, well, I'll tell you how the score comes out. 2 points right there. There's your score.
Now, live from the Fox Sports Radio studios, here's Jonas Knox.
You have to say, okay, I'll be part of this world.
You know, if you're looking around, there are some things to be concerned about, and then there's some things you probably shouldn't concern yourself with in the world of football, because that's just kind of how this goes. We'll explain what that is coming up here in just a couple of moments from now. Jonas Knox, Fox Sports Radio. You can hang out with us, as always, on the iHeartRadio app. You can find us on hundreds of affiliates all across the country, and we are going to take you all the way up until the end of this hour here on this Saturday afternoon. We have got all things college football going on. You got the game of the early window, which is Texas Tech in a 13-3 lead over Utah, fourth quarter, under 11 minutes left to go there. And look, it's been a sloppy game. Right? I was making the point earlier. I don't know. Maybe it is the early kick. Maybe the 10 a.m. kickoff might have affected these teams because everybody's turning the ball over. They had 5 turnovers between the two of them before halftime. It just, kind of sloppy. But I also think that you're these teams and you're not as spoiled as maybe somebody like an Ohio State is, to where Ohio State and the fan base looks at Big Noon Kickoff as more of an obstacle than an actual opportunity. To where they complain about the start time. We want night games. We want this. It's not fair, etc. And it's like, dude, you're being featured in a window in which the competition is slim. And one of the things I think college football has not done a great job of in recent years, and we talked about all the different places you've got to go to watch games in college football nowadays. One of the things I don't like about college football that I think there are opportunities to do a better job of is when you have 2 big-time games later on in the evening on at the same time. Because I know that you can put the 4 boxes up on YouTube TV. I know you can go to a sports bar and get all the games. It is kind of nice to see a game featured in a quote-unquote standalone format and be able to give that game equal attention as the other game. It's fun to go back and forth, but if you want more eyeballs, get yourself a standalone opportunity. Get yourself a window like a Big Noon Kickoff, like Texas Tech and Utah are getting today. And even though it looks a little bit sloppy, a lot of people are getting to watch it. Because it's either that or you can watch Clemson disappoint their fans again, but they're in a delay anyway, so who cares? And so you see the way that the fan base there in Salt Lake City welcomed in the entire Fox crew, the way they welcomed in, that right there is somebody who goes, no, this is a brilliant opportunity. We don't care that it's a 10 a.m. start. We don't care that we've got to kick off at 10 o'clock a.m. local time, which we normally never do. Their fans were up at 4 a.m, raging because they saw it as a great opportunity. So it is nice to see these schools get featured the way that they are in some of these other platforms and not complain about the opportunity like you've seen Ohio State get. But that's the problem. This is what happens when people get spoiled. This is how this goes. People get spoiled, and when you get spoiled, you don't truly remember or appreciate how things were before things got great. You don't have the recall to look back and go, you know what? Before we were this, there was an alternate universe. There was something else that existed that we weren't too fond of. One of those teams in the world of football is the Kansas City Chiefs. And I'm not saying that the Chiefs are a spoiled fan base. Okay, I don't want to go that far. I think they've always supported their team. I think they've had good football teams. I think Alex Smith deserves a lot of credit for helping to turn around the Chiefs organization. He sort of handed the baton to Patrick Mahomes, and Patrick Mahomes got him through the finish line. But I look at the Kansas City Chiefs, and there's some concern. People are concerned about what's happening in Kansas City, all right? And if you were just to dissect what has happened early on in the season for the Kansas City Chiefs, who, by the way, will be featured on Sunday Night Football against the New York Giants. Programming note, if you are listening to this show and you are in the LA area or you're in Southern California, you can turn on Channel 4 KNBC afterwards and you can watch me on television on The Challenge. All right, so take a look at that. All right, you can see what sort of a slappy I am on the radio as compared to on TV. You can just, look at that. We're live from City Walk at Universal Studios. So, there's something for you. There's a programming note. But another programming note, before that, you're going to see the Chiefs and you're going to see the Giants. And a lot of people are looking at this as a must-win for the Kansas City Chiefs. And I would tend to agree. You don't want to go 0-3. You're a touchdown favorite on the road for a reason. The expectation is you should win this game. And if you go back and look at the first couple of games of the Kansas City Chiefs season, you saw what happened in Brazil against the Chargers. You saw what happened last week against the Eagles. They could have won that game in Brazil. They could have won the game last week against Philly. The Travis Kelce dropped pass that resulted in a turnover, the false start penalties, all of that is fair. And all of that is real. Here's what else is real. If this is the end of the Chiefs dynasty, which has been thrown out there that, hey, this is the beginning of the end. If this is the end, yeah, looks about right. It looks about right. Like, this is normally how this goes. Like, it normally goes this way. This is usually how dynasties end. People were expecting when Patrick Mahomes, and that's why when Patrick Mahomes won his third Super Bowl, when people were talking about, hey, do they have a chance to catch the Patriots? Does Patrick Mahomes have a chance to catch Tom Brady? Well, sure. Sure. I've also got a chance of flying if I jump off the parking structure at Fox Sports Radio. Yeah, there's a small chance. Guess what? Until I hit the pavement. Then it's over. And knowing my luck, I'll probably catch my kneecap off the El Pollo Loco and survive. But again, there's a chance. So yeah, there's a chance they were going to catch Tom Brady and the Patriots. The reality is, and the probability was, no, they won't. And they won't because this is how dynasties go. This is usually how they go. They've run roughshod over the NFL for the better part of a decade. What happened in New England with Tom Brady and the Patriots is exactly what happened and was happening with the Kansas City Chiefs. The Patriots won a bunch of Super Bowls early, and then they lost a couple. And then guess what happened? It was about a decade before they won another one. Everyone talks about, oh my God, the 20-year run and the 20-plus year run. Hey man, there were a lot of years they weren't in a Super Bowl. And whether you want to put that as, well, they got older, or the roster changed, or they traded away players, or Peyton Manning was involved, and all these, yeah, they weren't a part of those Super Bowls. There was a large portion of a time in between their last Super Bowl of the early bunch and their next one. They weren't there. They didn't participate. That's the norm. What separated New England from everybody else is they had two dynasties. They had the first one, and then they had the second one. That's the difference. That's what made that one so much greater than what we've seen before, is because while you put them all together as a 20-year successful run, the fact of the matter is there were two of them. They were split. What you're seeing in Kansas City is everyone talks about a must-win game, and they've lost to the Chargers, and they lost to the Eagles, and they've got to go beat the Giants, and maybe they'll struggle, and who knows? Maybe the Giants will pull off an upset. I don't know. But what you're seeing is the norm. The Patriots were the exception. The Chiefs are the rule. This is how this stuff goes, by and large. They've had a hell of a run. But if we're being truthful about Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs and the offense and Andy Reid, what's been the best part of that football team for a little while now? It's been their defense. Like we all talk. I mean, Patrick Mahomes is still great. He's still phenomenal. He's, leading and rushing and all that. I mean, he's still great. No doubt about it. But that offense is not anywhere close to where the defense is. That's the truth. And it's been like that for a while. When's the last time you talked about the Chiefs and man, that high-powered offense really ran roughshod? No. It's the defense. Steve Spagnuolo and that defense has been fantastic for a long time now. And whether it's Travis Kelce's age, whether it's them losing pieces and not having enough weapons for Patrick Mahomes, whatever the case is, yeah, you're starting to see the end stages of a dynasty. And it's okay. A lot of people thought the Golden State Warriors dynasty was over. And then years later, they ended up winning another title. They beat Boston a couple of years ago. And you looked differently at that one because you're like, wow, after all those years, they went back and did it again. Same thing with the Patriots. You look differently at the entirety of it all because if you would have just stopped, if you would have stopped at 2011 and said, that's it. They made another Super Bowl. They lost to the Giants. End of the road. You'd look back on it and go, that was a hell of a run and really successful. What made them the exception is what happened next. They went on another run. So if this is the end of the Kansas City Chiefs and maybe Chiefs fans will get salty about this or get offended by it, I don't look at it as, oh my God, what are we seeing from the Chiefs? I look at it as, no, this is to be expected. The unexpected was New England. What's happening in Kansas City, we've seen this time and time again before. At the Jonas Knox on X, at Jonas Knox Show on Instagram, and you can always hang out with us as always on the iHeartRadio app. All right, so coming up next here on the show, we are going to tell you about somebody who is calling it like it is. And if you've listened to this show for long enough, I've been telling you there is a problem with an NFL team. It's not just a player, it's the entire thing. We'll get into that for you here on FSR.
I'm the friend that's already into meth.
Football is for the weekends. It's battle time. And the reactions are for Monday. Listen to the best Break It Down. Two pros and a cup of Joe with Jonas Knox and NFL veterans LeVar Arrington and Brady Quinn, Dan Patrick, and Colin Cowherd. The best reactions on a Monday are right here on Fox Sports Radio.
I am dedicated. I am TNT.
With Team in Training, you will reach your best physical self so blood cancer patients can reach theirs. Change your life by joining a marathon, half marathon, triathlon, or a cycle event, and you'll change